This might be the most important video that I've ever shared, and I had to re-record this intro 10 times because I can't not say F-bombs because my blood is boiling right now. The president of France just paid, yeah, you heard that right, paid for the assassination of Candace Owens. The president, the leader of a foreign nation, has paid to execute an American journalist, and they're going to do it with a French hit squad that has Israelis involved in it, which means Israel's involved in it. And that means that our government knows about it, and they're not saying anything. So should the government of America, the one that we give 53% of our paycheck to, care to protect an American journalist? You might want to listen to this story. Check this. So 2 days ago, I was contacted by a high-ranking government employee in the French government. After determining this person's position and proximity to the French couple, I have deemed that the information that they have given to me to be credible enough to share publicly in the event that something happens. In short, this person claims that the Macrons have executed upon and paid for my assassination. Yes, you read that correctly. More specifically, that the green light was given to a small team in National Gendarmerie Intervention Group. I am told that there is one Israeli that is also on the assassination squad and that the plans were formalized. Again, this person provided concrete proof that they are well placed within the French government apparatus. Further to this point, this person claims that Charlie Kirk's assassin trained with the French Legion 13 barrage with multiple state involvement. Journalist Xavier Persaud life is also at risk. This is deadly serious. The head of the state of France apparently wants us both dead and has authorized professional units to carry this out. I ask that every person retweet this and share this. I do not know who in the American government can be trusted, since this source claims our leaders are aware. But I have more specific information, which is definitely verifiable, should they care to reach out to me. To the brave officials in France who have did this because they were so moved by the evil of Charlie's public execution to their own risk, may God bless you, truly. There should be no bigger news story tomorrow. Every news outlet across America should be running this headline right here. And you know Candace doesn't say things like this without the receipts. So let's watch for all the attacks to come in, see who they're coming in by, and then we know exactly who you should never frickin' trust. You should immediately unfollow them. They are dirtbag pieces of...
Brian, it's 2022. There's no such thing as a boy anymore, or a girl. Just a vast sea of chubby theys and thems, so coddled by their sanctimonious woke parents who think activism is virtue signaling on Instagram. If Martin Luther King could come back and see what they were doing in his name, he'd never stop throwing up.
Maybe you are having your period.
All right, guys, and we are back. All right, so let's get right back into it. Let's not forget to go ahead and double tap that screen as we get right into the media analysis. All right, guys, let's get right back into it. And let's start off on the left side of media at CNN.
Luckily, on all this breaking news on a Friday night, from Marjorie Taylor Greene resigning from Congress to that love fest that we all just witnessed inside the Oval Office, my top political sources are here on tonight's breaking news. And Harry Anton, you're laughing very loudly. John King, you've covered the White House. I mean, dang. Between that, because it is a big picture. It's not just what we saw in the Oval Office. I mean, that with what we just learned in the last few moments that Marjorie Taylor Greene is out. I mean, if I told you a year ago.
I mean, yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene resigns and leaves MAGA. I mean, Mandani goes and visits the president and they're all buddy. I mean, what? It's like, bro, it's like politics got flipped on his head during the past 2 weeks.
That Trump and Zohran Mamdani would be like this, and Marjorie Taylor Greene would be leaving Congress because of President Trump. You
have shared my gin and tonic.
Would have told me I was drinking.
Look, it's great to be with you all because of our shared love and affection, to quote the mayor-elect of the world turned upside down. It's amazing. It's remarkable breaking news. Look, we have lived in an age of political disruption, really since the election of Obama, but especially since Trump and the MAGA movement came along. So on the one hand, we shouldn't be surprised by disruption and disaffection and things changing, and there's no real political parties have no real center anymore. I don't mean center in the middle of the electorate. I mean, they don't have any core because Trump has redefined the Republican Party. The Democratic Party's in a search and who are we mission right now. But this is still mind-blowing in the sense, let's start with Marjorie Taylor Greene. My biggest question is, what next? She just broke with the president on the Epstein files and won. She says he is tone deaf on these affordability issues, and guess what? She's right. Maybe the president had a shift today with the mayor-elect of New York. But
hold on now. She never said that he was tone deaf. She said that, well, it's not that he's not listening to nobody. It's that he's not focusing on it. Not that people isn't in his ear about it. He's just ignoring them. No. It's the fact that she was bringing to the light that Trump is focusing too much on geopolitical politics instead of at-home policies.
Until this point, that's why his approval ratings are in the tank. So she has said up to today that she was not going to run statewide in Georgia. You know, people roll their eyes and they laugh and they say, well, when I say, well, maybe she's going to run for president. But again, Donald Trump could never win the Republican nomination in 2016, and then he could never beat Hillary Clinton, of course, and he could never be president again after January 6th. Barack Obama's not going to be president of the United States. That's never going to happen. That's what they said then. Mondani can't beat Cuomo and be the mayor of New York City. So we live in the age of improbable stories in our politics because the ground beneath everybody is shifting so much. I don't know what she's going to do next. I do know one thing. Number one, she's not going to stay quiet. You know her. That's who she is. So what she decides. And number two, this is a granular Washington issue. Speaker Johnson has less than one hand majority. When she goes away, right? When she goes away in January, that's another -1. I think it leaves them with +2 or +3. They don't get too much done heading into the midterm year anyway.
You know, and that's why a lot of people hit it with the good riddance, but then they was also going like, you're kind of screwing us at the same time. You know, you're taking one vote away from us, and you know she's gonna resign in January. So I mean, that's when we lose that seat. And well, like I said, it's gonna be up for election in the midterms. And that's just something that Marjorie Taylor Greene left the Republican Party exposed to. So it does seem like Marjorie Taylor Greene is well, I guess abandoning the Republican Party to do what? Who knows? She might just go off and live her millionaire lifestyle, or I don't know, she might come back in 2028 talking about, hey, yeah, I'm America first. I could be your president.
Hey, but that's hard.
To John's point about her not staying quiet, I mean, she released a 10-minute video explaining this. And in part of it, she says loyalty should be a two-way street, and that we should be able to vote our conscience and represent our district's interests because our job title is literally representative. And America first should mean America first and only Americans first. And then she wrote this, and this is, I mean, she is directly calling out President Trump. She says, standing up for American women who were raped at 14, obviously they would be girls, trafficked and used by rich, powerful men should not result in me being called a traitor and threatened by the president of the United States.
Whoa, see, now she's moving and that's the thing. I was like, that was a moving of the goalpost because nobody was judging her for the Epstein files. Like, let's be real, we was all aboard with her when she started going out on CNN talking about, oh well, maybe we should let some of these illegals stay, or oh, well, the Republicans are bad on affordability, even though red states are more affordable than blue states. It's like she just went completely against her party. And then here's the thing, some of her talking points wasn't even right. She blamed the Republican Party for the shutdown, even though they're the ones voting yes to open up the government. Like, it wasn't just that. Like, to sit there and say it was just about the Epstein list, fake news, complete misinformation. It was more, like, you could say it was about it, the Epstein list, but it was more than just that. I'm be honest with you, I think there was a lot more other things that was above her, even her wanting to release the Epstein list. If anything, a lot of people agreed with her on that. But the previous I named, yeah, they kind of seen her as switching over to the other side over that.
States whom I fought for.
We are starting, in my opinion, to see the real world consequences of what we're seeing in the polling. That is cracks, actual cracks in Trump's Republican support. His net approval rating amongst Republicans is down over 20 points since January. We are seeing a president who had for months tried to ensure that the Epstein files were not going to be released, despite the fact that his approval rating on the Epstein files was south of 50%, despite the fact that the vast majority of Republicans wanted those Epstein files released. And more than that, what you saw was Marjorie Taylor Greene playing a little bit of political punditry, right? Saying that the Republican Party is likely to lose the House of Representatives come 2026. That, of course, is what we see in all the polling data as well. This, in my opinion, has been the 10 worst days of polling that Donald Trump has had throughout his entire second term. And Marjorie Taylor Greene resigning and stating what she did, in my mind, sort of.
See, right now, the Dems is just kind of riding this wave of, well, it's kind of, I say the wave of disappointment right now that's going on within MAGA and within the United States. But yeah, I can't ride this all the way into the midterms. Eventually, people are going to be like, okay, yeah, we agree that Trump may not be performing to the best right now, but what do you guys have in mind besides just pointing out what Trump is doing? Like, at the end of the day, we still need policies from you. And I always did say, you know, Trump is bad is not a policy. I mean, you guys think you're going to win the midterm just by bashing Trump and criticizing what he's doing without coming up with your own policies? I mean, really think about it. So they're riding out this wave. They're thinking that it's going to take them into the midterms, but it's not, because eventually the people are going to turn around and look at you guys. All right, but what do you got different? I mean, that's the same reason why they turned around to Trump, and Trump actually answered the question. You guys have it.
Puts the capstone on it, and also puts the capstone on a day in which the President of the United States met with Zohran Mamdani and that love fest. To quote,
yes, they do. Yes, the donations from the last stream do carry over, and we were at about like what 16, like 20, 16, 20, yeah, $16.20.
the movie Tootsie. This is one nutty hospital.
Jamal, I want to know what Democrats are thinking about this nutty hospital, as Harry so lovingly puts it. But we have David Urban here. David, I mean, I've been talking to a few Republicans tonight in the last 30 minutes since this got announced. They are genuinely stunned by this news from Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Caitlin, I listened and watched the full 10 minutes right before I sat down, because like you, it's hard to wrap your head around it. You know, John gets it right, and everyone knows this. You know, this is an administration that superlatives, unprecedented this, this is truly an unprecedented day where his biggest supporter by far, I mean, I can't imagine anyone who's taken more heat for Donald Trump since she's been in office than Marjorie Taylor Greene, to her own detriment, has been, categorized as crazy, nut job, etc. Today, yet, she is castigated, thrown aside as a traitor. And as you correctly pointed out, he's embracing, Zohran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist mayor.
I mean, yeah, because let's be real. Like I said, somebody was trying to say it's over the Epstein files. It's not over the Epstein files. It's over the fact that she turned around and started saying, well, maybe we should keep the illegals because, I'm in construction. It started because, the Republicans are shutting down the government, even though they're the ones voting yes to open it up. I mean, that's where it started from. It started from her complete flip against the Republican Party, to the point where she was just taking on any talking point to go against the Republicans. That's what made her position seem disingenuous. I agreed with her on, Trump needs to make affordability like the top of the list thing. I agreed with her on the Epstein list. That needs to be released. But everything else, I mean, she didn't have to do all that.
Of the city of New York, like they're fraternity brothers.
And shout out to my man Anonymous, and shout out to my man Chase for sending in the 20 joules with the happy poo, and shout out to my man Anonymous for the 30 joules for the thumbs up. Appreciate the support.
I mean, it's crazy, and some of her verbiage is incredibly biting. She's not going to sit around like a battered wife and defend the president when impeachment comes in a few months. I mean, it is some pretty vitriolic language on her part. And, if you're the president, if you're Speaker Johnson, you can't be feeling too good tonight as you go to bed.
Yeah, David, I mean, her likening herself to a battered wife was very jarring, obviously, as you listen to that. But that's how she was essentially saying, because I think a thing to drive home, and maybe she is running for office in 2028 or for who knows what. But I mean, this is a genuinely shocking moment, I think, for her in terms of the falling out and how hard that has hit her. Since this has happened. I mean, we talked to people close to her who were describing the death threats that were escalating and what this looked like, David. I mean,
it makes the Elon fight look like a pillow fight, right? President Elon, this is a joke compared to that, right? I mean, the president has said some pretty sharp things at different people at different times, and most people brush it off. Obviously, Marjorie Taylor Greene had no.
Now, it's actually funny though. As soon as Trump releasing the Epstein files and all that good stuff, here comes Elon walking back into the White House. It was actually pretty funny. I'm like, well, wait, what was this? A bait and switch or something? Did you just trick the Dems with this whole charade of Elon leaving over the Epstein files? And after that, let's be real, they never let it go after that. And now here we are. Epstein files are set to be fully released. And there's people pissed off about it because it goes past, the normal process. Well, F the normal process, we need to know. But yeah, it is kind of funny how everything is playing out with the Epstein's being released and Elon coming back into the good graces of the Trump administration.
No intention of brushing it off. And she said, look, she threw open the window and said, enough. I'm not going to put up with this anymore.
I mean, Jamal Simmons, what are Democrats saying right now?
Well, first of all, to quote Don King, only in America, right? We all never thought anything like today was going to happen. I was on CNN on Sunday with Dana Bash when she was
she interviewed her. Yeah,
that's when she was interviewing Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I will tell you, everybody in the green room had their mouths open when she apologized for participating in the toxicity. Nobody expected her to do that,
And now we see where this has led today. She's had a week of attacks. Jason Crow, I was just looking at online. Jason Crow has been.
Oh, guys, we got 200 plus of y'all in here, man. Do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Publishing death threats that he's been getting because all those members and senators who came out and put that video out telling the military not to break the law have been now getting threats. So it's interesting that we're seeing the president and his party participating in the kind of violent, vitriolic stuff that we were all.
And I do have a bit of an update on that. Now, I did see something on X, and I kind of want to run this past Gamer. So, Gamer, if you're listening, if you look at the screen real quick and tell me if you agree with this. So what was it? 18 USC, I believe, section 2387, activities affecting armed forces generally, civilian side derived from congressional constitutional war power. This federal statute makes it a crime to knowingly advise, counsel, or urge insubordination, disloyalty, and mutiny or refusal of duty in the armed forces. I mean, distribute any material that does the above with intent to cause such act, penalty up to 20 years in prison and about a $250,000 fine, about a quarter million. So when they're saying that, oh, no, it wasn't illegal to do that, I guess here's the statute saying that it is. Now, I'm not sure if this is for real or not, but yo, Gaming, let me know. It is pretty interesting. I'm not going to lie. And were they pretty much calling for, were they pretty much calling for the United States Army to, not listen to Trump? I think they was trying to preach to the National Guard, but hey, you never know.
Trying to disavow just a few months ago. And so now we're seeing that coming from the president and his allies. And I think that's really tough. But then today, the president shows up with Zohran Mamdani and he's like soft and cuddly. It's an amazing about face.
Yeah, I have also Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California here with me. And Congressman, obviously Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of the Republican women who helped you and Thomas Massie get the Epstein bills into law this week. President Trump had to sign it because they held on and did that discharge petition. And obviously that is one of the huge areas where
okay, shout out to my man Gaiman, ex-military. So yep, he says yes it is. It's tied into Article 92. So of the UCMJ. In fact, that's what inspired it. And shout out Bella coming in as well. Yep, it was completely illegal to incite sedition. And he's like, yep, and again, it can be considered sedition and treason.
She broke with the White House in recent weeks and months. What's your reaction to this breaking news tonight that she's resigning from Congress in January?
Well, first of all, she's shown a lot of courage on Epstein, but I also think it's important that we look beyond the caricatures about her. I've gotten to know her quite well over the last 5 months. This idea that the only reason she's acting the way she is because Donald Trump refused to endorse her in a Senate race is just not the complete truth. I mean, maybe it's a small factor, but she genuinely believes against war. She was an anti-war person. She genuinely thinks AI is a real threat to jobs. She genuinely was moved by the survivors. I mean, she's been in tears with the survivors. And she probably has more populist instincts than J.D. Vance, who's the front runner on the Republican side. It would not surprise me if she runs in 2028. And
give her that.
I actually think she's more in touch with some of the populism.
I would say she preached more of the American first message than J.D. Vance. We haven't heard too much from J.D. Vance, and that's why I don't trust him too much to be the president. I haven't seen too many leadership qualities come out of J.D. Vance, but everybody just seems to be giving it to him. And guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
That fueled Donald Trump's rise than Trump and Vance are these days.
So it wouldn't surprise you if Marjorie Taylor Greene runs for president?
It would not. I mean, I don't know. I haven't talked to her about that, but I will tell you this. She is in touch with a populist element of the Trump base that feels increasingly abandoned by Donald Trump. And and she really speaks about forgotten Americans. And she will tell you she was for Donald Trump when no one thought Donald Trump had a chance. But CNN probably wasn't even covering Donald Trump.
I actually think that's a great point. She is someone who has been ride or die for Trump. But what is your view of his embrace of Zohran Mamdani and the way he did today? And I mean, every reporter in that room hit every sensitive touch point between the two of them. And he was defending Zoran Mamdani and sidestepping the issues and even said, yeah, you can call me a fascist. It's easier than having to explain it to people. But to see that moment parallel with her resigning, someone who was so loyal to him, I wonder what that says to you.
Well, two things. One, Donald Trump's a good politician. I mean, it would be foolish not to say that. And he has a sense of humor and he likes people who win. And Zoran Mamdani is a winner. Donald Trump also has a populist instinct. As someone who co-chaired Bernie Sanders' campaign, you saw it. Trump said there are a lot of things that Bernie voters that he agreed with. And what Zoran Mamdani has is a boldness. And I think, frankly, Trump respects that. I went out and campaigned for Zoran Mamdani when few people were. And Zoran Mamdani didn't move his issues. He was not afraid of standing for what he believed in. And he was not afraid to request a meeting with Donald Trump. And I just think we live in a populist age. People throw around the word authenticity. I actually think that's a bit cliched. What it is really about is boldness and risk-taking and courage. And Mamdani had that. And even though I disagree with him, Trump—
Honestly, I got to respect it. Mamdani was doing what I didn't think he was going to do. Step out of the radical left's thought bubble and go talk to the president. See if they can come to common ground. And it looks like they did. So be quite honest, I'm starting to have a better forecast of what's to come for New York City. Like, it was a doomsday scenario at first, but hey, it might just be a little bit of rain with some sunshine at the end. You never know. All right, now let's go ahead and see what the right side of media are talking about.
Hannity, and tonight the Democratic Party's rising star is now becoming a national embarrassment in real time. In a truly unhinged new video, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett now trying to circle the wagons around fellow lawmaker Stacey Plaskett after documents revealed her inappropriate ties to convicted child sex predator Jeffrey Epstein. At the same time, Crockett is attempting to smear Republicans, accusing them of accepting donations from Epstein. But what Crockett fails to realize is that Jeffrey Epstein is a pretty common name. In just a minute, we're going to introduce you to the—
Well, Crockett also failed to realize the problem with some of these Dems is that they thought that the Epstein list was just going to be this expose on mainly Republicans. Like, a lot of them actually think this. Now, what's to their surprise is going to be an expose of what's going on both sides. Both sides of the aisle was involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Both sides of the aisle probably have some people that was doing some wild things with Jeffrey Epstein. So trust me, we're going to hear a lot of crazy things about both sides. But it's just funny how the first two we're hearing about are both Dems. That is absolutely hilarious to me. So we're talking about Plaskett, and who's the other Dem that was also getting caught up in this as well? Well, so far, I believe Plaskett's the worst one. You know, the one that was texting Epstein during the congressional hearing, texting a possible intelligence asset, and she's on the intelligence committee. Is like, it's crazy out here. But shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He said, this is the time for Republican leadership to call for peace on the main stage. It would expose them. It would expose them if Dems will not bury the hatchet and refocus. I mean, it would. It would. I think that's what Marjorie Taylor Greene was going for, but let's be real. It ain't worked too well for her. Did it? I mean, she ended up resigning. And really, I think it was like all the pressure that it was coming from, of course, wanting to release the Epstein list, because she was getting pressure on both sides. I mean, Epstein list, her supporting Israel, that was also one thing that made her an enemy on her own side and across the board. She just, like, due to a lot of her stances, she made enemies on both sides. I think like the pressure of having enemies on both sides was a bit too much. It was like literally nowhere for her to run.
The man who made those campaign contributions, Dr. Jeffrey Epstein, he donated to Lee Zeldin. He's a real neurosurgeon from Long Island, New York. Our friend Stephen A. Smith will weigh in on that. You don't want to miss it. Also, when you thought California politics could not get any worse, think again. Well, Congressman, Mr. Fang Fang now wants to be Governor Fang Fang. And later, we'll preview a wild new documentary detailing the 80-year global cover-up of UFO secrets. But we do begin this Friday night with a frightening sight, a devout communist inside the Oval Office. You don't see this every day, behind the Resolute desk on the very same day that the U.S. Congress voted to condemn socialism. Now, thankfully, he was standing beside President Trump. Now, New York City Mayor-elect Zoran, the
Congress did vote to condemn socialism, and I guess the the vote of the Democrat Party to, condemn or, just revolt, this, I guess, turn away from socialism was hilarious. Because I think it was like a good amount of them actually voted yes or actually voted no on pretty much disavowing socialism. And it kind of showed like, yeah, there are some radical socialists in the Democrat Party that they don't want to address, but they are gaining power and they are gaining a voice.
Affectionately call him Commie Marxist Mamdani, was there and asked to meet with President Trump. The president graciously accepted, despite some pretty harsh smears leveled by Mamdani on the campaign trail against President Trump. Here's a reminder.
Just days ago, you referred to President Trump as a despot who had betrayed the country. You said you would be his worst nightmare and accused him of having a fascist agenda. Are you planning to retract any of these remarks in order to improve your relationship?
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views. And what I really appreciate about the president is that the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers. And frankly, that is something that could transform the lives of the 8.5 million people who are currently struggling under a cost of living crisis, with 1 in 4 living in poverty. And the meeting came back again and again to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in it.
And I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not
yeah.
that insulting. Maybe I think he'll change his mind after we get to working together.
Been called a lot worse. Now,
Yeah.
this could be a lesson for Democrats.
I mean, bro, people are out here calling him a pedophile. They're out here calling him a gay, homosexual pedophile. I mean, bro, that's like damn near the pinnacle of insults at a certain point. It's like anything else is like, all right, whatever. Like, you want to call him Hitler, Nazi, you want to call him the Gestapo. I mean, y'all already call him a pedophile, so let's be real. He's kind of right. There isn't really anything else y'all can do or say that's worse than that.
Now, the president will put aside political differences, work with anyone, anywhere, anytime to make every corner of our country a better place. Take a listen.
We've just had a great meeting, a really good, very productive meeting. We have one thing in common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against, a lot of smart people. We talked about some things in very strong common, like housing and getting housing built, and food and prices, and the price of oil is coming way down. That anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down, it's good for New York, and we've got them down, way down from last year. I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have.
And shout out Smoot Wani. He says, didn't JD Vance call Hitler? Oh, well, didn't JD Vance call him Hitler is what you're saying. Yeah, JD Vance did call Trump Hitler, but hey, he went against what he said. Just like Zoran Mondani's about to change his tune. That you got to understand, when they called these guys Hitler, it's political theater. And then let's be real, back in the day, being a never Trumper was like the most popular thing. One of the reasons why I don't trust JD Vance's leadership skill, because it kind of seems like he just goes along to get along. And he's a good speaker. He runs great media cover, but to be our next president, I don't know about that. But yeah, he did call him a Hitler, and he did retract it. He did say sorry and all that good stuff. And hey, you might see my man Zoran do the same.
Hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am. I will say there's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. And we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York. And congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Now, ultimately, this video of Mamdani and Trump in the Oval Office getting along, having a productive meeting is really only horrifying for Democrats. Where's the guy that was on the campaign trail saying he's going to beat Donald Trump's worst nightmare? Now, their far left hero is shaking hands with the guy they called a fascist and a Nazi and a racist. That's got to be very confusing for them. But maybe, just maybe, this will help some on the left emerge from their anti-Trump psychosis, come back to reality. I am not holding my breath. Let me make a prediction. Over time, they will clash. They will clash heavily, and Donald Trump will win. So what went on behind today's closed-door meeting, and will Mamdani revert back to his extremist, Trump-hating, name-calling self when he gets back to New York? probably. Hey, Sean Hannity.
Well, I mean, it could have all just been political theater to get himself elected, saying what the people wanted to hear. And you know, while they was believing what he was saying, he just slipped on right in there. Let's go ahead and get some capitalist agenda going. It was all a lie. I doubt it. I doubt it. Trust me. He's gonna try to get his socialist agenda done, but he is gonna have to water it down a bit. So we'll see what watering it down a bit looks like. So hey, to be continued, right?
Democratic primary in 2020. My next guest ran for president in the Democratic primary in 2020. Then he ran for New York City mayor in 2021, where he was the front runner for much of that race. And then he decided to leave the Democratic Party, and here he is explaining that decision.
Why leave the Democratic Party? I mean, you ran for president and mayor as a Democrat.
I've been a Democrat for 26 years, Anderson. Polarization is at record high levels in the United States. Political stress is approaching civil war levels. And the question is, how can we bring the temperature of the country down?
Let's bring in Andrew Yang. He's currently an independent in the Noble Mobile.
I mean, shoot, tell the I know it's gonna piss off the Dems, but tell the Dems to turn down the temperature. I mean, tell the Dems to turn down the condescending attitude and stop thinking that that's not divisive. I mean, stop trying to look down on your fellow Americans just to try to win a political point. And I mean, you know, stop trying to call them the dumbest people in the world and thinking that you're going to actually reach them. Actually, here's the thing. You don't actually care about reaching your fellow Americans. This is all about you feeling that you're smarter than somebody. I really think that, so many people use their political position as a way to flex intellectual superiority, which they do not have, but they feel like they have it because they think that they're on the intellectual superior side. When both sides have good arguments and both sides are wrong about certain things.
CEO. Andrew, it was very great to have you in studio. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, and shout out to Tobe. She said Vance also admitted he believed the media then. I mean, yeah, and let's be real. It was like the best thing as a politician to be a never Trumper. It was the safest thing to do, or you were going to be ostracized. So, and it's like I said, I mean, he may have believed what the media said, or he may have just been going with, I mean, he just been joining the bandwagon with the never Trumpers that are now MAGA all of a sudden. And then it's the never Trumpers, the old never Trumpers, who are now telling us what it's like to be MAGA or what it is to be MAGA. Interesting.
Great to have you, especially considering, you were a front runner for New York City mayor. We see this incoming Mamdani administration. And I saw some clips of you saying that he needs to curate relationships with big businesses, keep them here. He needs to assuage the concerns of Jewish voters. And likewise, he also needs to, you said, keep Tish. That's the NYPD commissioner. He said he's going to do that. I'm curious if you think he's doing those things and what you make of the Oval Office meeting.
I was thrilled at the tenor of this Oval Office meeting because one of the major pitfalls potentially for a mayor like Mamdani was getting crosswise with.
Oh, and shout out to my man Smoothwani. He's coming in again. If Vance is the GOP candidate in 2028, oh Lord, I mean, I don't know why. I just don't want him to be. I don't get it. I don't know. I just don't have the best feeling about Vance. But if he is the 2028 candidate, do people turn out for him the way they turned out for Trump? Nope. Nah, Trump was kind of coming off like the complete, like, I'm be real with you. We were coming out of a terrible relationship, and Trump came in and just been like, see how bad that guy, you see how bad Biden was? It sucked, didn't it? High prices, 2 wars popped off. It was stressful, wasn't it? Don't worry, I'm about to bring you into better times. I'm about to do this, that, and the third. And that's how he got the American people. Like, that's why he even brought people over from the independent to vote for him and from the left to vote for him. JD Vance is not coming off that same like position. He's not. He's coming off of, all right, it's Donald Trump's presidency. Now, bro, we're going to go ahead and line up what he did wrong and what he did right. And we're going to ask JD Vance, are you going to do better? Or are you going to Kamala Harris out and say, oh, I'm just going to give you more of the same of Joe Biden. I'm going to give you more of the same of my predecessor. I mean, that's really what it's going to depend on.
This administration having resources pulled, having ICE officials down, downtown and other parts of the city. And so the fact that Zoran and Donald Trump seem to be on the same page, so many New Yorkers today are breathing a huge sigh of relief. I hope it holds up.
Yeah, it was very interesting to watch, no doubt. I spent a lot of time yesterday listening to a moment that put you on the map, and it was your interview with Joe Rogan, and it was fascinating. This was 6 years ago, before I was even thinking about AI, and you had a word of warning of what AI could do to the country. I want to replay those remarks. This is 6 years ago, Andrew Yang.
I saw that we're pouring water into a bathtub that has a giant hole ripped in the bottom. And that for every 5, 10, 50 jobs that my entrepreneurs are going to create, we're going to lose 5, 10, 50,000 jobs. Bain says you're looking at between 20 and 30% of jobs subject to automation by 2030, which is pretty soon. It's like 11 years from now.
That's frightening. That was 6 years ago. Do you think we're still on pace to lose 30% of jobs to AI?
It's more certain than ever, unfortunately, Kaylee. And you can see right now, big companies are scaling back hiring recent college graduates. You have entire customer service departments being replaced by AI. It's starting to show up in the numbers.
And this is what I was trying to even warn like Monty about. Like me and Monty was having our little debates on AI. I was trying to warn him about this. I was like, I think we're putting the cart before the horse. It's like, I love how you're like, you see AI as this thing to escape scarcity. And you're right, it can be. But do the tech oligarchs feel the same? Because right now it does seem like they're putting AI before the problem of, what are we going to do with all these people who are getting kicked out of work, who's no longer going to have a job? Because if they don't have a job and AI takes over all of these jobs, guess what? There's going to be a revolt, and there's going to be tech oligarchs heads on sticks. So trust me, it's either there's going to be a nationwide revolt because people don't have jobs and AI took over, or they got to find a way to make AI work for the common American. And if not, then people aren't going to go for this.
Fortunately, that's going to speed up in the coming months. I wish I was wrong back in 2019, but I fear I was right.
And President Trump, he has some interesting ideas to make things more affordable. You talked about so-called freedom dividends. President Trump had an idea for tariff dividends. We brought in all this revenue. He tweeted out that $2,000 he wants to give back to the American people in tariff revenue. Healthcare payments he wants to give directly to the American people and not to insurance companies. Are those proposals you like?
Yeah, I do. Anything that puts buying power into the hands of the average American family is a huge win. By the way, that money is going to go right into local businesses, into keeping the economy robust. One of the things I used to say was that capitalism works a lot better when people have money to spend. And I think it's a great idea, regardless of what the source of the money is. And, you could say, in my case, it was an AI tax. In Trump's case, it's a tariff tax. But for
so funny. It's a Dem saying this, but people are disagreeing with me just because they see me as a conservative. But no, the man's making a really good point. People are going to revolt. And he's like, how are you going to revolt, sis? If nobody has jobs and everything is ran by AI, what do you think people are going to do? Just sit around in the slums and just watch the tech oligarchs have all their billions and run off into the sunset? You think that's what millions upon million people are going to do? If AI keeps going on the direction that it is, where there's thousands of people losing jobs because, they got AI, like customer service. I mean, shoot, even H-1B visa guys are losing their jobs to AI now. And I mean, it is what it is with that note, but you got to understand that if enough people start losing their job because of AI and only a few people is making money off AI, you don't think people are going to revolt over that? I'm just saying, try to be a little bit smart here and not just disagree with me because I voted for Trump. Try to not be so surface level.
Family would be an enormous win.
So do you think that I know you're not a Democrat anymore, but this seems like a proposal that maybe you could get some Democrats on board with?
Well, they should get on board with it. The fact is, if they ask the American people, hey, how would you feel about getting a little bit of stimulus style money coming to your household, everyone would say, yes, please. And Democrats, in theory, should be all for anything that hurts.
Dennis, how am I wrong? It's already been reported that the millions of layoffs that was announced by companies were mainly due to AI. Like there are layoffs and all that good stuff, but they said it's mainly due to AI advancement, AI incorporation, implementation that we are replacing these jobs. So, bro, you don't know what you're talking about. But you're in here trying to act like you're right. That's the worst thing about you liberals. Y'all will sit here and think that you're right. And this is not opinions, this is facts. The million jobs that they announced that these companies are going to lay off was mainly due to AI. You can even look this up. You can read all the articles in the world about it. But I'm wrong, though. Okay, bro. Okay.
That helps, the working class of this country.
Yeah, there's one other topic I want to get to before we get to a really noble venture you're on as you try to get Americans phone free. I was very interested in the remarks you made to Anderson Cooper about bringing down the rhetoric. And notably, you made those remarks before 2 assassination attempts of President Trump. You made those remarks long before the assassination of my friend Charlie Kirk. And I want to play a moment from the former House Speaker. She was pressed on calling President Trump the worst thing on planet Earth, and she actually doubled down on those comments. Let's listen.
You said recently in an interview, you said that President Trump was a vile creature, the worst thing on the face of the earth. Do you think he's different now than he was in his first term in terms of his abilities, his leadership?
By the way, I said that as a euphemism. I could have done much worse.
You could have done worse. You could have said worse.
Yeah.
I mean, is that the way?
It's not the way.
And like I said, with the whole AI argument, I'm not saying that's where we're going. I'm saying that's a possibility if we keep on going in this direction. If we don't find a way to incorporate the normal working man with AI without AI taking that man's job, there's going to be a problem. But as far as, Pelosi out here calling Trump a vile creature, I mean, come on now, that's just extreme rhetoric right there. That does not need to be said. I don't even know why she said it, but let's be real. She's getting on there in her age. So, she's a little bit more reckless with her speech. Old people.
Kaylee, we saw it with the shutdown.
They
where
don't
at this
care no
point,
more.
Politics has become more about scoring points and looking like you're fighting the enemy, in this case, the other party, than in getting things done and improving Americans' lives. That's why I became an independent and co-founded Forward.
Yep. Well, this headline was so interesting to me. It's the New Yorker. Andrew Yang goes off the grid. Well, we found you. You're back on the grid. But the subtitle to that is the former presidential candidate, once endorsed by Elon Musk, has been hosting phone-free parties, but can his guests actually stop looking at their screens? Tell us about Noble Mobile phone-free. I need to do that.
Yes, don't we all? So, Kaylee, figured out Americans are becoming sadder for a couple of reasons. Number one, we're not saving enough money. And number two, we're staring too much at our phones. And Noble Mobile helps on both counts. We cut your wireless bills in half, and you get even more money back if you don't use as much screen time. So we're like the little angel on your shoulder saying, hey, do you really need to doom scroll that extra 20 minutes? You'll actually get more money if you put your phone down, look up, maybe even touch grass.
That's fascinating. I need to do that. My kids, it's always a struggle. I can't put down my phone. Does your bill go up if you use your phone too much?
No, we have a maximum of $50 for unlimited, which frankly I hit a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But then if you use your phone less, it can be as low as 30. The average American right now is spending 83 on their wireless.
Wow.
And people who know me know I love just trying
Facts.
to get money into Americans' hands. And this is a very powerful way to do so via Noble Mobile.
That's great. Well, thank goodness the bill doesn't go up, because my bill would be like through the roof. I use my phone too much.
That we just want to help people, not surprise them in a bad way.
I love it. Thank you so much for this very thoughtful conversation, Andrew Yang.
Thanks, Kaylee.
All right.
I mean, shout out to him talking on some key issues right there. And we can agree with Dems. It's all good. The problem is, though, even Andrew Yang kind of figured that for some reason, it's like it's an echo chamber in the Democrat Party. You speak anything outside of that, and they're against you for some reason. And it doesn't make sense why, but that's just the way they operate.
Democratic strategist James Carville has a pretty extreme agenda, I would say, for his party, starting with packing the Supreme Court.
Oh, yes. This guy said we need to pack the Supreme Court. We need to create 2 new states. I was crying. I was like, wow, okay. We need a power grab. We need to create new states, even though we was tripping on MAGA over, the 51st state. But it's all good, though. Like, we could trip over them for trying to get 1, but we want 2.
This is the lowest the Supreme Court has been rated.
Hilarious.
I think the way to cure that very quickly is expand it to 13 and get some balance on the court.
President Biden did not do that, but James Carville would like to. He also wants to bring 2 more states into the union.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Democrats are going to have to move to admit the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico states, because right now, because we're 18% of the United States elects 52 senators.
So pack the cord, create 2 new states. Well, how's he going to do it? You would need 60 votes, and you're not going to have 60 votes in the Senate. That's just not the way the country is made up. Are you going to eliminate the filibuster?
I would carve out for those 2 things, yes.
I wonder what my next guest thinks of all that. Democratic Senator John Fetterman is here. Senator Fetterman, is that the agenda for the Democratic Party? Should you pack the court, add 2 states, eliminate part of the filibuster?
Yeah, well, when I ran for the Senate back in the 21-22, I rejected those things. I strongly rejected trying to pack the Supreme Court or to change those things. We were the Democrats. It's like, you don't change the rules if you didn't win. It's like win more elections, and then you are able to change those dynamics the way it was designed to be in the Constitution right now. So I strongly reject that.
I'm wondering what you think of President Trump's proposal. He has these tariff dividends he wants to do. So $2,000 of tariff revenue directly to the American people. And then separately from that on healthcare, he wants the money to go directly to the American people and not to insurance companies. What do you think of those two proposals?
Well, when I heard that, I immediately actually was something that one of your colleagues said, Brett Barry said, isn't that be concerned for inflation? So right now, so if you have those kinds of money, I think you should put it against the debt. I'm deeply, deeply concerned about the debt. It's $38 trillion.
I definitely agree. Like I'm a bit I don't know, I'm in between because like, all right, sure, the dividends, the $2,000 dividend could help. And you know, seeing that we don't got to really print new money for it, and this is coming out of well, the tariff fund. This is cool. We can do this without causing inflation. But what would be better though, in my personal opinion, would honestly be paying down the debt, using that $300 billion to pretty much try to balance out the budget. And of course, you know, adding that on top of the cuts that we've made in the big, beautiful bill. Let's just tackle the debt. Like I'm pretty sure the children of the future would be happy that we used it towards the debt and not just to put $2,000 in people's pocket. Not that I won't enjoy it, not that I wouldn't like it, but I also would enjoy it if it was to be used towards the debt.
So one of those things, I think it's entirely appropriate to use that for something like maybe paying down the debt thing. I fully support making.
I mean, that's reasonable though. That is definitely reasonable. Like, you know, all right, how about 1,000? Half to the, you know, let's split it up instead of 2,000, 1,000 sent to the people and 1,000 towards the debt. And then boom, and we clear out the tariff revenue every quarter, right? So every quarter there's going to be a dividend for the people. However much money we earned in those 2 months, half goes to a dividend check for working Americans. The other one and the half of the other of the portion of the tariff revenue goes toward the debt. And if we could just do that, I mean, people get money and the debt get paid down. I mean, you know, it could work.
Healthcare more affordable, how that ever happens. But now that's why we had to negotiate with the Republicans and the Democrats. And that's why we should not shut our government down, as I was very much a part of refusing to shut our government down.
Yeah, so you want that tariff revenue to go towards the debt. It is $2 trillion. That's a lot of money that President Trump has brought in. I also want to ask you about this. There was a vote yesterday, and I realize it's not the Senate, but it was in the House, and it was a vote to condemn socialism. And the count that we saw there was 285 to 98 to 2 who voted president. So 47% of the Democratic caucus voted against condemning socialism. I'm curious on your thoughts, because that's a big, 47% is a big swath of the House, a big swath.
Which is crazy, though. So what, to condemn socialism, 253 yays, which we should go ahead and let them off with. I mean, it is a bit crazy how there's about 98 of them that believe that, you know what, I'm not condemning socialists. If anything, we're about to lay into it. And then 47% of the Dems not voting to condemn. So about 47%, which, hey, I would say this. It does seem like majority of Dems do condemn it, but this little 98 right here is a bit of a problem.
Curious on your thoughts, because that's a big, 47% is a big swath of the House, a big swath of Democrats.
Yeah, I mean, go to any place that live or have lived under socialism, 100% would vote to condemn it. I've spoke to people when I've been in those kind of former countries, and they say it's a disaster, and they can't believe America's even having this conversation. You know, there's that expression, you know, bad ideas just won't die. And I don't know why our party's going to talk about it for these things, but I would strongly reject it. And obviously, I would have voted to condemn that if that was ever part in the Senate.
And I want to get to your book, but I do want to quickly ask this. Your reflections on Mamdani and Trump. I saw before the meeting you said it's a good thing to sit down and talk. They had a really cordial exchange.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I sat down and I had dinner with the president, and I said it's pretty reasonable to do those kinds of things. And a lot of Democrats criticized that. And now the socialists now have signed off, and now they say they defend that. And of course, I think it's perfectly reasonable to do that. But now a lot of Dems criticize me for doing that, but I can't, not a single Democrat that's going to criticize that socialist. And now also the New York Times, now they went after Bill Maher for doing that. And they published that trash about having dinner with Hitler kind of a thing. And now he's,
I mean, and that's the problem. I mean, we all seen this with Bill Maher when he went to have dinner with Trump. Everybody was saying, oh, he's having dinner with the enemy. He's having dinner with Hitler. Well, now they're saying the same thing about Mamdani. It's like, okay, so shouldn't we promote, cooperations of both sides instead of getting mad when one side goes out and talk to the other? Like, isn't that a bit, kind of proving that you guys are in an echo chamber when you get mad for people for going outside of it? Like, I don't know, but it kind of proves where you guys are at right now.
Designing this, he's describing this as, oh, it's just two dudes from Queens, and now that thing. So it's like a weird double standard now. I think it's perfectly normal to have a conversation with the president, whether you're mayor of New York or whether you're United States senator or any of those things. But now suddenly it's now okay.
Yeah. Here's one of the things. My dad is a bone-ribbed conservative. But he said to me, what I love about John Fetterman is he is a man who refuses to hate. He does not hate. He doesn't use the hateful rhetoric. And I was reading your book yesterday, Unfettered, and I found a passage that made me sad, but I think it simultaneously explains why you're a man who refuses to hate. And I want to put it on the screen. Imagine a little boy at odds with himself, awkward, shy, painfully self-conscious. Imagine that little boy dreading the lunchroom at school, the hierarchical order of jocks over here, freaks over there, and nerds in a self-protective circle. And that little boy finding himself in a corner by himself, fleeing into the cocoon of the library where no one would notice him, where he could read his USA Today. I think that little boy was you that you described, and I'm curious if that animates your posture in the political scene, because you are someone who refuses to hate.
Yeah, no, I mean, the way you described your father, it's like I would describe my father that same way. It's as a conservative, and he's probably watching this right now. They're big Fox fans. I just, can't call people these kinds of extreme things, and I refuse to do that. I mean, right now, especially after what happened with the president last year, or what happened with Charlie Kirk, or all these things, like we really have to turn the temperature down. And now, so for me, I just refuse to be a part of that fake outrage or to call those kinds of names. Otherwise, we continue to cheapen our language and use those kind of terms. That should only be reserved. I mean, don't ever compare anyone to Hitler, or don't ever use those kind of terms and compare.
Yeah, because it's intellectually dishonest. I'm be real with you. I mean, can you name the 6 million people or even close to that? Like, how much people have Trump killed? I mean, even if you want to go under his military strikes, it ain't going to be no 6 million people. I mean, where's the gulags, man? Where's the gas chambers if he's Hitler? I mean, where's the Gestapo in the street if he's Hitler in almost every major city in America? So far, what? We got one? Well, and that's the National Guard. It ain't even the military. And those are state troops, so he can do that. He can do that. So I'm really wondering what the Dems honestly be talking about when they say, oh, he's Hitler. I mean, come on now. One, you don't believe it. You can't substantiate it. And you're only saying it because you heard your favorite political pundit say it.
A political opponent as a Nazi or a fascist, because that is just absolutely not the case.
Indeed. And my dad said last night at our dinner we had after the Christmas tree lighting, he said, John Fetterman, he's someone who I wish was at this dinner table. I'd like that guy. So thank you, Senator Fetterman.
Oh, well, yeah. Thank you. And have me back. I'm always an honor to be here.
Awesome. We'll have you at a McEnany.
Yeah, and if you haven't heard, like the reason why his face is a little bit like, messed up right now is because he fell over after having heart problems. Not sure if it was a stroke, but yeah, he fell over because he had heart problems and he just fell flat on his face. So, I think he was walking upstairs while it happened. So that's the worst too. But all right, now let's get over to see what NBC News got to say about this.
I'm Kristen Welker in Washington. We've been listening to President Trump and New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani taking questions from reporters in their first face-to-face meeting, striking a notably and extraordinarily constructive tone with each other. The president calling it a great meeting and praising Mr. Mamdani's victory and wishing him success. We are standing by right now to see if the mayor-elect will speak to reporters gathered outside the Oval Office. That is the expectation. It comes after, during his campaign, Mayor-elect Mamdani said he would be the president's quote, worst nightmare. And President Trump had called Mamdani a communist lunatic.
And now they're the best of friends.
He threatened to cut off billions
It's
of
funny how
dollars
that
in
works.
federal funds to the city. But the two rivals telling reporters they found common ground in their meeting on issues of affordability and crime. Take a listen.
We've just had a great meeting, a really good, very productive meeting. We have one thing in common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. But I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am. I will say there's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. And we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York. And congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Please.
I appreciated the meeting with the president, and as he said, it was a productive meeting focused on a place of shared admiration and love, which is New York City, and the need to deliver affordability to New Yorkers, the 8.5 million people who call our city their home, who are struggling to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America. We spoke about rent, we spoke about groceries, we spoke about utilities, we spoke about the different ways in which people are being pushed out, and I appreciated the time with the president. I appreciated the conversation. I look forward to working together to deliver that affordability for New Yorkers.
The warm optics just extraordinary after months of these two men trading barbs against each other. All of that dropped today with this Oval Office visit. Mr. Mamdani also asked by reporters if he was going to retract his past attacks on the president. He dodged, saying both he and the president speak their mind. The president downplayed the attack, saying he's been called a lot worse. The constructive and friendly tone of this meeting decidedly different than what we heard during the mayoral campaign, where the president played an outsized role in setting off a fierce political rivalry.
I am Donald Trump's worst nightmare as a progressive Muslim immigrant who actually fights for the things that I believe in. Our city is under attack by an authoritarian Trump administration.
I call him my little communist. He's my little communist mayor. It's going to be hard for me as the president to give a lot of money to New York because if you have a communist running New York, all you're doing is wasting the money you're sending there.
If anyone
And I also did say, you know, part of Mamdani coming to the White House could have been to get some of that government funding released, which I believe was about $10 billion. So, it might have not been because they were the best or they're trying to, you know, meet a middle ground. It could just be, you know, Mamdani playing politics to get that $10 billion release for his socialist agenda. Because let's be honest, it kind of seems like Mamdani, he's not going to be able to deliver on not even maybe half of the stuff that he promised. But we'll see. You know, Trump is going to possibly get him to water down some of his socialist policies. We'll see where this goes.
can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him. It is the city that gave rise to him. So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us.
Just as a little reminder, last month, the Trump administration froze $18 billion in infrastructure projects for the city during the government shutdown.
18.
And as we heard, the president has threatened more cuts. I will be speaking to Mayor-elect Mamdani exclusively. We will bring that to you on Sunday on Meet the Press, fresh off his meeting with President Trump. And as he readies for the realities of governing the country's largest city, what has been described as the hardest job in politics next to the president. NBC News senior White House correspondent Garrett Haake joins me now from outside the White House. Garrett, boy, you and I have spent all day, all week trying to think about what is this meeting going to look like between President Trump and Mayor-elect Mamdani. And there it was, a bromance was formed with President Trump saying that he thinks that Mayor-elect Mamdani is going to do a good job. They said that they talked about various issues from affordability to ICE to crime to safety. But on each of these notes, Garrett, President Trump making it clear he believes they found common ground. And really what we're seeing is a populist thread between these two men.
That's exactly right. I mean, look, we knew there would be fireworks, but these appeared to be the celebratory kind here today as a worst nightmare turned into a potential dream partnership here for these two politicians who, Kristen, I think you nailed it, are united by a couple of things. Number one, a focus, at least in this moment, on affordability. The president and this White House understands as a big reason why they struggled in the elections earlier this month was the perception that they've not sufficiently addressed the cost of living crisis around this country. That was the mayor-elect's core campaign theme. They both want to see prices go down, affordability go up. They're united by that issue politically. They're also united by about 10% of their voters, which is a fascinating statistic borne out by our own NBC News exit polls that shows roughly 10% of people who pulled the lever for Donald Trump in November of 2024 turned around and pulled it for Mayor-elect Mamdani in this cycle. And the mayor-elect, I think, has executed this pretty well, playing up that connection with the president, playing up the idea that there are perhaps more things they agree upon than that they disagree upon. Our colleague Ryan Nobles likes to say, he's exactly right, that the political spectrum is a circle.
Now, what's a bit funny is that he kind of did run as somebody who's going to be fighting the president. And, you know, the liberals love that. They love to hear that. But him like turning that around and pretty much doing a complete turnaround and go from fighting the president to, you know, look at them side and side. He's over here going like, man, it's my buddy here. That's my guy. Yeah, that's a complete turnaround or the complete opposite of what we expected. And you know what? I'm happy about it. I'll be quite honest. I'm happy.
Not a line. You go far enough in one direction, you end up back on.
And shout out to Hellbat. He says, no, New York didn't forget 9/11. It just got overrun by illegals and foreign born. The population was replaced, and here we are. I mean, well, he ain't lying. That man is not lying. And shout out to my man Hellbat, man. Appreciate the support, brother.
On the other side. And I think they're also united by kind of this nostalgic love for New York City that President Trump always displays. He's a Florida man now, but make no mistake, the persona that is Donald Trump, the person who became the president of the United States, is very much a creature of New York City. And to the degree that the mayor-elect was able to play to that side of him to say, we both want the same thing. They may have slightly different visions of what it means, but of greatness for New York City. That is like a coded message straight to the heart of Donald Trump. And we saw it play out in real time there with the president, even going so far as to deflect questions he perceived to be hostile away from the mayor-elect so that they wouldn't get bogged down in their budding bromance.
Well, Garrett, I know you are there.
Yeah, it did seem like the media was trying to get them into a shouting match. Like, let's be honest. Like, so you remember when he called you, you know, a fascist? Yeah, you're not mad about that. Like, you're just gonna move past it, water under the bridge. Trump's like, yeah, man, it is what it is. You know, like, hey, like, so you know, Mamdani, you know, you think he's a jihadist? You know, isn't he supposed to be a jihadist and all that good stuff? Trump's like, nah, you know, he don't like no jihadist. I mean, shoot, Trump's talked to jihadists before, so I don't know. I'm pretty sure Trump knows that Mamdani's not no jihadist. So it is kind of funny how the media was trying to poke a little bit and going like, bro, are we sure this is real? Like, hey, somebody ask some antagonizing questions. Let's see if this all fall apart.
Incredibly busy day for you and the other correspondents at the White House. You're all gathered there outside of the West Wing, hoping that the mayor-elect will stop and take a few more questions. So we are going to let you go so you can get back to your other post. Please come back and join us.
Oh, and shout out to Cache My Memory for the clapping seals, man. Appreciate the support.
Once that gaggle is over, we really appreciate your reporting, Garrett. I do now want to bring in our fantastic Friday panel. Tia Mitchell, Washington Bureau Chief for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Megan Hayes, former special assistant to President Biden. And Ashley Davis, a former White House official in the George W. Bush administration and former Homeland Security official. Thanks to all of you for being here. Tia, I don't know where to start. Look, I knew that this would probably be more conciliatory than we had certainly seen when Mayor-elect Mamdani was out on the campaign trail. But I think no one could have anticipated the level of warmth, joviality between these two leaders. President Trump saying some of his ideas are the same ideas that I have. He said, I want to help him, not hurt him. And you heard Mayor-elect Mamdani say, part of how I won was talking to President Trump's voters, figuring out what they want. What did you make of what we just witnessed?
I mean, I think Donald Trump got some of that Mamdani magic that explains how he is now going to become New York City's mayor, which was that a lot of people who maybe assumed the worst about him, assumed that a democratic socialist they wouldn't be able to relate to, when they took the time to listen to what Mayor-elect Mamdani had to say, they were like, hey, I kind of can find some places where I agree with the guy. And I think that happened with President Trump today. I also think the mayor-elect smartly went into this wanting to make nice with the president. It's clear that he came in with that attitude, that he worked hard to make it go well today. I think he probably worked hard to get his messaging and his approach figured out ahead of time so that it would go today. And it looks like it paid off.
You know, Ashley, to that point, one of the aspects of this that I was focused on was the policy aspect. Would Mayor-elect Mamdani get any assurances from President Trump when it comes to sending the National Guard into New York, when it comes to cutting off funding? Remember, that was one of the big threats. President Trump signaled right now he's not planning to cut off funding to New York. He said, look, we'll see. But it seems like Mayor-elect Mamdani actually is going to walk out of this meeting with something significant.
Well, he actually said several times, I'm going to help you as well, which in my mind meant money. But look, and we were talking about this a little earlier, President Trump loves a winner, and Mamdani defied all odds, just like President Trump did in 2016 and won. But also, I'm just sitting here,
So they're pretty much saying there's mutual respect between the two, that they both pretty much went against the popular narrative of their party. They said, hey, I'm doing my own thing, and they won. I mean, bro, he beat the independent. He beat the two Democrats. He beat the one Democrat, which was Cuomo, and then he beat So of course he was going to beat the Republican. I mean, that was a Durr moment right there. But yeah, he pretty much dominated in that election, and everybody knew he was going to win. Like, we were all calling it for months that Mamdani's going to win the election. Nobody thought that Cuomo was going to win unless they were being delusional. Even during the debate where we was having a sliver of hope for Squila, because that man was hilarious during the debate, even we had a sliver of hope, Mamdani crushed it. So let's be honest, he had an astounding win, crushing win. Even though we disagree with his policies, even though we think this man's about to crash out, the people of New York put their trust in him. They voted for him. I mean, in high numbers. I forgot what the results were, but I'm pretty sure he did win by like a couple 100,000, maybe like 300,000 or 400,000 votes.
been in the West Wing. We all know how that intense, most powerful spot in America is. And Mamdani, at 34 years old, standing by the President of the United States, who we just, fought with for the last 9 months. It's actually amazing. I'm going to be an optimist on this. I mean, it was very shocking, but I hope that it continues.
Megan, you're less of an optimist. How are Democrats going to view this display, this warmth, this bromance? How do you think this is going to play with the Democratic?
Look, I think that Tia's right that Mamdani came in with the right messaging. He knew he had to get this right. But also, this is one of Trump's worst weeks in office. The Epstein files were voted out, so they have to release the Epstein files. He had Saudi Arabia here where his corruption was on full display. His poll numbers are at a record low for this.
His corruption was on full display. Yet no, I mean, that's TDS right there. When they said, yes, Trump getting investments into the United States is corruption at the highest order. It's like, no, it's not. Actually, you can't even explain why it's corruption. But I mean, we can sit here and admit that, their economy is tied into ours, that if our economy fails, so does theirs. So we do have invested interest in each other. You can't call that conflict of interest, but it is invested interest.
For his second term. So this is not just, and he was calling press names all week. So
and shout out to A.R. Stoner for sending in the jewels, the 100 for 4 jewels. Appreciate the support, my man.
He's not had one good story this week. And so I really think that he knows, speaking to your point, that Mamdani is a winner. He knows that the affordability message is something he needs to work on, and hooking his wagon to Mamdani is really smart for him to do right now.
Talk about that affordability.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I wonder if this meeting took place, obviously it wouldn't have, before the primary, with all the messages that were given to the president about what voters are caring about, which is affordability, if it would have been like this. Because he really, Mamdani's message is exactly what the president should be right now.
And he's not doing it. And so he is hitching his wagon to a star, and Donald Trump is really actually doing something smart and playing politics correctly here.
Tia, what do you make of that, the political backdrop to all of this that Megyn talks
I wonder if she was saying the same thing when Bill Maher went to have dinner. Hopefully she was saying that same thing.
about, the fact that it has been a tough week politically for President Trump. And
Which is true, because this is President Trump's lowest approval ratings, like lowest approval ratings he's ever had. And like I said, it's mainly focused around affordability and people feeling like he's been failing on affordability. And of course, dropping the ball with the Epstein files. And then what else besides affordability, Epstein files? Oh, yes. And paying attention to what's going on in overseas, well, paying attention more on what's going on overseas than what's going on in America. Mainly, like I said, focusing on affordability.
A lot of these Oval Office appearances this week, for example, when he was sitting next to MBS answering questions that were incredibly difficult, from the Trump family's business entanglements with Saudi Arabia to obviously the killing of the Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi. This was a very different tone. Clearly, he was enjoying this, but did it allow him to turn the page on what was a difficult week?
I mean, I agree. This is what I think a lot of people have been telling Donald. To do it, as you've talked about, just New York City has a special place.
Okay. Like,
And go into it with a positive attitude. But I will also say, I think there are a lot of voters at home who are like, this is what we expect from the president and our elected officials, that they are able to put the campaigning aside and sit down and talk about how they can work together.
But here's a problem with when the Dems do that. See, the Republicans can come over and talk to the Dems because, you know, we're not radicalizing you guys. We're not calling you fascists. We're not calling you like some extreme party of the past. I mean, we're not doing none of that to you guys. So when MAGA or the Republican base sees our side go over to the Dems, it's like, all right, that's what we expect. But for some reason, due to the fact on the other side, let's talk about the Dems, due to the fact that they're so used to demonizing us, of course, when one of them goes over to the other side to talk, it's like, yo, what are you doing going over there to those fascists? What are you doing talking to those Nazis? Like, bro, what's wrong with you? They kind of see the difference there when they cross over. Yeah, what's wrong? You like, they've been demonizing so much, it looks like you're literally going over to talk to fascists. But when we cross over there, I mean, all right, cool. What, you're going to go talk to the socialists? You're going to go talk to the communists? I mean, all right, cool. But it's not as bad as, you know, being called a Nazi. I mean, let's be real. I can see why the Democratic Party kind of lashes out on anybody who talks to the other side. Look at the rhetoric you use against us. And then here's the thing. The same people who get bashed on the Democratic Party for talking to the Republicans were the same ones using that same language, just like Mamdani.
Good of voters. Like, it shouldn't be so surprising and fresh what happened today. It should be normal doing business. But unfortunately, in this political climate, this seems to, you know, we are surprised that things went so well today.
Ashley, what about that? And could this, Megan's making the point, there might be some in the Democratic base who don't love these optics. Could there be some in the Republican base who are saying he's actually gotten too chummy?
I'm not sure. I mean, listen, I think that how President Trump
No, because that's not how our base is set up. Our base actually, we're okay with hearing different ideas. We're okay with Donald Trump talking to Schumer. If we was mad at Trump negotiating with the Dems, we'd have got mad at him talking to Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. We'd have got mad about that, but we didn't. Every time a Republican went over to the other side and talked, we didn't really care too much. Even when Marjorie Taylor Greene went over to the other side, we didn't care that she was going over there and talk. We cared because she was going against everything that she was standing on in the beginning. That's what it was about. So we never actually cared when anybody from MAGA or anybody Republican side came over and talked to you guys in a civil manner. But you guys had all the criticism for anybody on y'all side that came over and talked to MAGA or the Republicans or any conservative, because you've demonized that side.
And was because of all the different groups he brought together. This is, and that's exactly who a lot of the Mamdani voters are. Obviously, we said there were 10%. But what I really watch is, if you look at like AOC, who's going to probably run for president or Senate, she as a Republican makes me the most nervous to run against, because she can form that same coalition. No one else. I'm like one of the few that are saying this, but she can energize people like like Mondani did, like Trump did, that no other candidate can. So I actually think this is American people who just feel left behind by our federal government or corporate America that just want somebody to make change.
And on your point with the Republicans, I actually do think a lot of Republicans sitting at home are very upset because they have spent months trying to make Mamdani the boogeyman and socialism the boogeyman.
And shout out to my son Jameson. He said Vance / Haley is the winning ticket. Unity, strength, and stability. That's how 2028 is won. Haley? Nikki Haley? Nah, not Nikki Haley, dog. No, trust me. The American First guys. Even I don't like Nikki Haley, to be quite honest with you. She wanted to keep the war going. She was complete pro-Israel. Nikki Haley shouldn't run for the president of America. She should run for the president of Israel. That's what she really loves. And then she wanted the war in Ukraine to keep on going. She wanted to be diehard against Putin. If Nikki Haley was in office, we'd have boots on the ground in Russia. 9 times out of 10, I'm not gonna say for 100%. So Nikki Haley would actually sink JD Vance's ticket. All the wild stuff she says, all the un-American first stuff she said, all the warmongering stuff she said is exactly what we're trying to reject. So if she chose Nikki Haley, boy, that man would be shooting himself in the foot. But I mean, like I said, I just don't trust Vance's leadership. I need to see him take lead on something. I need to see him make some policies work that, due to his leadership, I don't know, him start expediting the process of Trump's agenda. I need to see something from Vance besides running fantastic media cover. Fantastic. The man could talk.
Man here and to run on that, and every Democrat's now a socialist. They are all now very disappointed that Donald. That's right. This stood in the Oval Office saying we're going to help him, not hurt him.
This is such a great point. I mean, actually, President Trump had his foil. He called him a communist. I didn't hear him say that today in the Oval Office. And he was prepared to wrap Mamdani around the entire Democratic Party to make him the face of the Democratic Party we're running against. We heard that from his press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, who said it's just remarkable that Democrats have elected a communist who's now coming to the White House. Does today make that argument more difficult and thereby having that foil heading into the midterms?
Yeah. And by the way, by next Friday, this could be all blown up.
Totally.
So, I'm not I'm realistic as well. But I also think that he had to do this in regards to the affordability, as we already said. But I also think that if he is going to turn the page for the midterms, he has to be able to talk differently. And this is not what he's been doing.
Tia, what do you think in terms of this kumbaya moment, how long does it last? And
it lasts to the end of times, and they became the best of friends, and they united all of America. I fucking wish, but I give it about a good to the midterms. Then things are gonna get a bit adversarial, but until then, things are going in the right direction. Okay, it's looking good. And it's showing, and Mamdani and Trump is showing good cooperation. This could low-key help them out in the long run. And Nick Fuentes, no, not Nick Fuentes. I forgot Nick Fuentes. Yeah, Nick Fuentes, a Virginia retired paratrooper, and Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi, okay, I could somewhat trust Tulsi. She's doing so far in terms of national security, being a director of that. Let's see here, but I'd have to read up a little bit more on my man Nick. But hey, he's a paratrooper. Hey, I always just say we need more warrior leaders. Now, shout out to my man Jameson coming in again. I think Haley can win female, suburban, and moderate votes. Actually, that is true. Yeah, honestly, Nikki Haley would get the moderate. She's really going to get the old school Republicans because they love her policies geopolitically. Now, if she can switch over to more of that America First tune, more to her geopolitical tune, then yeah, you're right. She's going to win the females, the suburbs, and the moderate ones along with JD Vance. So I say this, if Nikki Haley can not talk about her geopolitical aspirations and just focus on America First or focus on home policies, she'd be a great candidate.
Because now Mayor-elect Mamdani's got to get to work.
Yeah.
And that's when the rubber meets the road and when President Trump can point to, I disagree with X, Y, and Z, and vice versa. That's when it gets difficult.
Yeah, I think it's going to get difficult, but I think, for Mamdani, he just wanted a positive start. I think if Democrats or voters who supported Mamdani are going to be discouraged, it won't be making nice with President Trump in the Oval Office. I think everybody understands why he needs to do that, especially if he wants to make sure that Trump using the federal government doesn't do things to make it harder for Mamdani to carry out his agenda. I think what voters are going to be looking at is Mamdani willing to make good on what he promised? Now, if it looks like cozying up to Trump causes him to come back from some of the things he promised on the campaign trail, I think that's when voters are going to get upset. And that's where it's going to be hard for him to, walk.
He's going to have to, though. I mean, him meeting up with Trump already implies that he's going to have to water down some of those policies. You think Trump's for rent freezing? Hell no. I mean, shoot, you think Trump's for free buses? Hell no. So yeah, I think he's gonna have to water down some of these policies. Maybe a reduced pricing on busing funded by the government or funded by the city. I mean, that could work, but not completely government funded, transportation. I mean, government funded grocery stores. I don't know about that, but I don't know, maybe helping out more with the food assistance of New Yorkers. I mean, I don't know, that might work. Like, it's socialist, but it's watered down socialism. It's not as bad. It's like the socialism we got right now. Semi-socialism. Semi.
That fine line of what can he do? How far can he go with the things he promised before, if any of those things do cause President Trump to say, no, I don't want you doing that. And then what does he do then?
Probably who's most upset today on this press conference is Elise Stefanik.
Well, and her name was invoked.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking, she goes back to
running for governor.
But like, that's what she's going to run on. But one thing that I did want to say is no one answered the question of how they agreed on the policies today. However, no one agreed on how they're going to pay for them. And that's where that's where we're going to have a divide, right?
And finally to you, Megan, how long do you think these vibes last between President Trump and Mayor-elect Mamdani?
I mean, I don't think they last very long, but we have a while until he's inaugurated and actually.
Hey, stop being so negative, man. Trying to wish death on a beautiful friendship so early. Come on now, man. Be civil. Don't be so negative. Like, they just started being friends. This could be a start of a beautiful relationship. Y'all just want to add negativity to it. Like, come on. This could be a very good thing. For all you know, Trump might even convert to Islam for all you know, man. Trump might be walking in with the damn robe on. You never know. God forbid that happens. I don't think we know what to do at that point.
Is the mayor and actually has to govern. So, I mean, as soon as he, as you said, as soon as he does something that Trump doesn't like, it's going to flip. The switch will flip. I mean, Trump is not known for being able to keep himself in check. So this is, it might not even last 24 hours. Who knows?
Wow.
All right, well, stand by for me. I want to.
Yeah, see what I mean? Like, they kind of have this perception that we're emotionally, or we have no control of our emotions. We're uneducated. Like, basically, like, we're just like, I'll be real with you, like, we're just cavemen. Like, we're just not as civilized as them. Like, Trump can't control his emotions. It's like, yeah, he can if he didn't. I'm be real with you. Maybe, like, that meeting would have never happened. Like, they say one thing, and Trump literally is out there proving them wrong every time. But it is what it is, though. Trump, you can't, him. You never know how it's going to work out. It's like, to be quite honest, I could see this going somewhere. But here's the thing, though. The fact that you guys are trying to make this like, oh, don't worry about this, guys. It's going to die out soon. Don't worry. Trump's going to do something to F it all up. You never know. Mamdani might be the one. But, hey, we'll see. Like I said, I do believe Trump is there to water down some of his socialist policies. And let's see. I'll be negative for the reason of my Discord name. I'm weak.
Go out to Garrett.
Shout out Elbat.
Hey, back at the White House. So, Garrett, it turns out, despite his campaign saying so, he may not talk to reporters after all. Is that maybe because the Oval Office Q&A went so long? What are you hearing?
It may be that, and it may also be that he is still going to talk to reporters, but not here on campus. We're hearing that he may be talking in the park across the street.
Bro.
Kristen, it is a little bit of a run and gun news environment here at the.
Come on, Hellbat. Really? Go. No, never mind. I'm not even going to repeat it.
White House now, but whether or not there's a gaggle or not, probably not the mystery out of this meeting today, although I think there are a lot of follow-up questions for how the mayor-elect might feel about the president now that the president's not sitting at his left hand. Whether we get those answers today or Sunday morning on Meet the Press remains an open question.
Well, I appreciate that tease very much, Garrett. Thank you.
I'll do what I can.
Garrett, from your perspective, as someone who's followed the Trump administration for quite some time, talk a little bit about how you see this relationship evolving, because obviously we're all very focused on the optics and what was said today. The fact that President Trump says he wants to help, not hurt him. He seemed to pull back on his threat to withhold federal funds to New York City. But how do you see this evolving once Mayor-elect Mamdani is sworn into office and then starts implementing some of his plans?
Well, look, there's some sort of political and practical implications on this. On the practical side of it, I think what the president said is, at least in some major measure, true. They both want to see New York City be successful. And I think that means the same thing to both of them in certain categories. A more affordable New York City, check. A lower crime New York City, check. Although New York City is historically one of the lowest crime rates for major cities in this country. So that might be a victory that can be declared kind of sooner rather than later. But politically speaking, I think there is probably a model here to me, Kristen, and I think it's the Gavin Newsom model. This is a president who respects winners. He respects people who...
I mean, yeah, let's be honest. Trump do respect winners. But let's get over that now. Let's go ahead and move on to Trump. Zelensky has to accept the peace deal or keep fighting. AKA, look, you accept this peace deal, Zelensky, or you can keep losing. I mean, you can keep throwing your people into the wood chipper and pretending like you're not. But yeah, we no longer want to stand behind that. I'll tell you that right now. But let's get right into it, because Ukraine's 28-point peace plan is getting all types of criticism around the world, all because it feels like they're surrendering to, well, they are surrendering, I'll be quite honest with you. Because not only does Russia keep land, I mean, basically those places come de facto a part of Russia. Ukraine doesn't get to become a part of NATO, actually part of the deal that never becomes a part of NATO. And they got to shrink their army. But guess what? I told you we were going to be here. Why? Because if we keep pushing Ukraine to go into this war and they're losing more and more, that only puts Putin in a better position. To the point where the man was just taking land for the fun of it, just to give away. Like, look, I'll give away this, but guess what? I'm keeping all the land that I took. Like all that, yeah, the whole region, yeah, it's me now. That's a problem, guys. You want to know why it's a problem? Because we tried to warn everybody, telling y'all, look, we keep supporting this, we're only going to put Ukraine in a worse position. People didn't want to listen, so here we are.
He'll have to like it. And if he doesn't like it, then, you know, they should just keep fighting.
The suggestion that he made, though, was that if he doesn't accept it, that the U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine.
Well, at some point, he's going to have to accept something. You know, he hasn't accepted. You remember right in the Oval Office not so long ago, I said, you don't have the cards.
President Trump says Ukraine's President Zelensky will just have to like the U.S.-backed peace plan that includes Article 5, like security guarantees and immediate ceasefire in the Russia-Ukraine war.
Shout out Parabolic Curvature. He's like, I took 2 months off of social media and I come back to still find you still in Trump's camp. Well, at least you are consistent. Good morning, by the way. Hey, man, good morning to my man Parabolic Curvature. I know I haven't seen you in a long time, my man. Like I said, well, literally one of my favorite liberals to talk to. I'll be real with you. So shout out Parabolic Curvature. And yes, I'm still holding on to the belief of America is going to be great again. Actually, not to sound so philosophical, but this is what really it's about here. Now, is Trump doing the best right now and his approval rating is low? Yes. I mean, let's be real. Is he doing the best right now when it comes to affordability? No. I mean, his approval ratings down? Yes. Is this a bad time for Trump right now? Of course. But I like it. Do you want to know why? Because usually when you're in a bad spot, that's when you course correct. And if he wasn't in a bad spot and everybody was just telling him and he was getting all the high numbers and all that good stuff, he wouldn't course correct and he wouldn't switch from worrying about geopolitical matters to worrying about affordability and what's going on in America. And I believe that's one of the main reasons why his numbers have been tanking. He hasn't been focusing enough on affordability, inflation. I mean, the building of jobs in America. Actually, he doesn't really make it headline. He focuses on it, but it's not the headline story. What's the headline story is what he's doing over there in Venezuela, Ukraine, and Israel. And now Somalia. Well, my bad, not really Somalia. But and now Lebanon. So that's the main problem of why I'm sorry, but that's the main reason of why his numbers are so low, is because honestly, and this is just me giving honest criticism, I don't believe Trump has really been focusing on home policy. He's been more focusing on what's going on overseas, and that's hurting him. And now that he's seen the numbers, he's starting to course correct. He's even working with people at the home now, like Mamdani. We'll see where that goes.
This, as the president moments ago said, the deal is not the final offer. For more, let's bring in former Air Force intelligence officer Jake Sotiriadis and Hudson Institute senior fellow Rebecca Heinrichs. Great to have you both. So President Trump set a Thanksgiving Day deadline, trying to hammer out a deal in the coming days. Rebecca, how do you assess it?
Well, President Trump also implied that it might not be a hard deadline. So there's going to be some time here. There are some things in the deal that are going to be totally acceptable to Ukraine. Even something that President Trump and Secretary Rubio said that they understood that Ukraine can't accept. On November 12th, Secretary Rubio said Ukraine can't accept Russia taking Donetsk, which they have not militarily succeeded in taking. But that's in the deal. So there's that of course, needs to come out. European security forces, I think, are necessary to back up Ukraine, but the deal precludes European security forces. So Europeans have to come up with not just complaints about the deal that's put forward, but actual solutions to improve it. Come back with a counteroffer so that Ukraine can come back to the United States.
Thank you, because that's the problem, though. It's like all the European countries are having a problem with it, even though it guarantees their safety, but they still have a problem with it. And because, oh, well, giving up any parts of Ukraine is unimaginable. Well, you have to start imagining, get it around your head. Actually understand that this is the reality, okay? You saying it's unimaginable, well, guess what? Start imagining it, because it's happening. And that's the problem with a lot of these Europeans. I'm like, yo, if you're going to sit here and deny it, all right, cool. Go over there and fight then. Go over there and fight them people off Russia off that land then. Go in and fight for that territory back if you want to bitch about it. But if you're not willing to put boots on the ground, don't you dare sit there and try to convince the Ukrainian people to throw more of their people's lives away. Don't you dare do that.
And say, this is what we will accept. We know this is going to end in a negotiated agreement, but it has to actually work. It has to preserve peace in Ukraine. It can't just be a bad deal. No deal is better than a bad deal.
Zelensky's politely said that this is a difficult choice for Ukrainians. How do you assess this one, Jake?
Mike, I think that this is going to be decided on the battlefield ultimately. I don't really see great prospects for this deal really going.
And that's the problem. If we take it to the battlefield, I mean, bro, they're going to lose all of Ukraine. They're going to lose all of Ukraine instead of that 10 to 15% of it. They're going to lose all of it. I mean, they're already, and in the peace deal, they're already losing like major parts of Ukraine. So do they want to make it worse and keep fighting and then they lose all of it? And then we all sit here with the stupid face going like, well, at least the liberals or the I hate Russia guys will be sitting there with the stupid face going like, maybe it wasn't the best idea to support this war, because now Ukraine got a complete surrender. We don't get to utilize no parts of that rare earth minerals deal because Putin's mad because we drug it all the way out. And now we just pretty much made a whole deal for no goddamn reason. And now we got to make a deal with the devil, or AKA Putin. Man, I don't like where this is heading. But if Zelensky doesn't quit, if Zelensky quits it right now, signs a peace deal, we get to utilize the rare earth mineral deal. We get to get Putin back into the global economy, take some sanctions off, to get back into the G8. Putin gets everything he ever wanted, and Zelensky, well, he just has to worry about an election. I mean, that's why everybody's low-key mad, because Putin ain't giving up a goddamn thing. He's not giving up. He giving up a little bit of land that he never intended on keeping, and he just took it so he can give it away. As I said,
through. And there are a few reasons for that. Number one, the Russians outnumber and outgun the Ukrainians. The battlefield situation has turned, frankly, in their favor. They know that. And
it been in their favor, not turned in their favor. It been in their favor. The fact is, we just had propaganda, or for some reason, mainstream media trying to lie about what's going on in Ukraine in the war, trying to make it seem like the Ukrainians was winning. And I was just like, bro, people are really falling for this? Okay. I don't know where in y'all minds that Ukraine was going to go ahead and be a superpower with the, third biggest army in the world, probably the first largest arsenal of nuclear weapons, probably maybe top 3 or top 5 in their arsenal of missiles, and you thought they were going to beat them. Like I said, man, what fantasy world was y'all in? Y'all was living in this fantasy where they want to talk about it's unimaginable for Ukraine to give up any land. But you was over here imagining Ukraine beating Russia, bro. Give me a break.
frankly, they're exploiting the situation now. The Ukrainians are going to be very hard pressed to accept this kind of a deal, which frankly sees them turning over territory that they currently occupy after having lost 30,000 troops. So I don't think that Zelensky is going to be able to sell this very effectively. At the end of the day, that we're looking at a frozen conflict akin to Korea in Ukraine, and the fact that NATO is going to be off the table for Ukraine.
Shout out to my man Parabolic Curvature. He said, just glad he figured out the rare earth minerals thing. I said it months ago about needing a new source if we tariff something we can't make, like bananas. I mean, that's true. Yeah, I'll give you that one. Like, you definitely were like on point about that one. It's like, well, what about the rare earth minerals? And you know how he handled that deal with places like the Congo, Australia, and then of course opening up our tungsten mine and adding more rare earth minerals to the mining list. And the problem with mining and refining rare earth minerals, that's taxing on the environment. In America, we care about our environment. We do.
That's never going to happen.
I mean, shoot, we care about our environment more than the Chinese do, because there's some people that say we don't care. And I'm just like, all right, F it. Go to China, see how much they care.
Even if the concession happens where Ukraine gets into the European Union, as we've seen in the situation with Cyprus, that's no guarantee to actually resolve a frozen conflict. So we're in this for the long term.
So U.S. Marines training off the coast of Venezuela in a show of force to the Maduro regime. What's the impact, Rebecca?
Well, clearly, I thought Lucas' report was great. They're trying to clear the U.S. forces are meant to demonstrate that they have a credible threat of military force to oust the Maduro regime. And that means the military also has to support ousting Maduro, because Maduro is just not going to sort of leave on his own. The question that I have, though, is what is the Americans' plan for the day after, getting a better regime in place? That's where it gets dicey, because everything that I've heard from experts, it would require U.S. actual physical presence, boots on the ground in Venezuela. President Trump doesn't.
Yep, and we can't do that. As we figured out that the Venezuelan army is actually with Maduro. The problem is that it'd have been a bloodless regime change if the army was actually against Maduro. Let's say it was with the election and they was wanting to take Maduro out, then we wouldn't even have to worry about all this if that was the case. But since Maduro still has the army behind him, there is no way to get a bloodless coup. There is no way to get a bloodless regime change. It's just not happening without boots on the ground. And to be honest, we're just going to have to let Maduro have it. Hey, if he stole the election, my God, he got away with it. He got away with it because he has the army behind him still. We're not willing to put boots on the ground to overthrow him. If we do, that would ruin Trump's presidency. So Trump's kind of at a stalemate with just only being able to poke at the cartel and not truly being able to poke at Venezuela like he wants to, or the Maduro regime.
Want to do that, much more comfortable with air power. And so that is the question I have, because as we know, Mike, the Russians also backed the Maduro regime. In 2019, they sent Russian forces into Venezuela to back Maduro. And so that's going to be a problem for the United States as well.
Jake, are Nicolas Maduro's days as leader of Venezuela numbered?
Mike, I think that that really depends. So, for example, we've seen the administration go back and forth on this. We've even seen them work in terms of prisoner releases with the Maduro regime. The number of forces that are now deployed to the Caribbean would suggest that this is much bigger than simply an anti-drug running operation. But the question is, will the Trump administration, which came to power with a mandate to avoid forever wars, to not go after regime change, people with like J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio who have said that regime change and forever wars are not a good thing, will they want to do something similar in Venezuela? I think we would see as a very surgical, precise strike, akin to what we saw over the summer in Iran, which could be something that would prompt the regime change. But again, the devil is going to be in the details for the day after on what we would plan to actually replace Maduro with.
The revenge of idea.
Nah, see, we were trying to go for a regime change in Iran by letting Israel attack them, but that didn't work out too well. Actually, we further united Iran because we attacked them. So yes, the guys that didn't even like the Ayatollah was pretty much asking the Ayatollah to fight back against Israel. So we kind of screwed ourselves on that note. If the goal was regime change in Iran, what Israel did and what we did only united them. I'm gonna be honest with you. Trust me. So there's going to be no regime change in Iran coming soon. And I know what you're saying, but like I said, it's the Ayatollah. I mean, they're just such bad rulers. And you're right. But guess who they hate more? Israel and us. I mean, it is what it is. I know it's hard to imagine that these people hate us more than they hate the Ayatollah, but that's just the reality of what it is.
Ideology?
This is exactly what we're talking about, Mike. In the book, I talk about this idea that, ideological power networks can drive our ideas of rationality. If we keep looking through these situations through our own lens and mirror imaging how we as Americans view other people's interests and interpretation.
He said the thing I don't like about the peace deal is that it reminds me of the sanctions put on Germany after World War I that allowed Hitler to rise to power. I mean, yeah, hey, look, when you make it too tough on a country, that's what happens. But hey, look, let's be real. That's what we were trying to do to Russia, but we kind of failed. We put all these sanctions on them, try to make it hard for them, and we even made some of their biggest buyers pull out, like India and China. And they were still able to run their economy. They were still able to fund their war and their soldiers. And now look at them. They're winning. Well, obviously they've won. Think about it like this. If Russia wasn't winning, then why is this peace plan overly favored towards Russia? I'm just saying, like, how long are these, Ukrainian guys or these pro-Ukraine guys are going to be delusional? How long will you continue to be delusional? A 28-point plan, all that overly favors Russia. Why do you think that? Tell me why. Because they're winning.
You have geopolitics, we're going to be surprised.
Jake, Rebecca, great to have you both. Thanks so much.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox.
Let's go to the next one right here. Let's go to Press Secretary Leavitt. Then we're going to get into this Candace Owens interview that she did with Myron Gaines, which is pretty interesting. But all right, let's go to Leavitt. On Sean Hannity.
I think that House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, I think that part publicly surprised them, but it's not really surprising knowing President Trump as well as I do. He wants peace. This guy won the election. He asked for a meeting. The president met with him, but I don't see how they will reconcile defund, dismantle, no bail laws, empty the jails, and not support ICE in their attempt to enforce the law. I don't see any resolution there. Do you?
Well, Sean, you hit the nail on the head in your opener there. This meeting today really proved that President Trump is willing to meet with anybody, to sit across the table, to shake hands, look people in the eye, and have discussions on how they can mutually benefit the American public. And don't forget, President Trump is a lifelong New Yorker. He loves that city. He helped build the skyline as it exists and shines today. So, of course, he wants New York to succeed. He wants all of America to succeed, because he is a president for all Americans, despite what the Democrat Party and the leftist media might tell the American people every single day. The president wants this country to come together. And you saw that on full display in the Oval Office. Now, actions, of course, speak louder than words. And ultimately, the mayor-elect will be judged by the actions he actually takes in New York. And that has yet to be seen. But as for the actions of President Trump and this administration, rest assured to New Yorkers and all Americans, the president is going to continue to put you first. We're going to continue to slash regulations to bring down prices that were caused by the Democrat Party. We're going to continue to drill, baby, drill, unleash America's energy independence. And of course, we are going to continue to mass deport illegal criminals from our communities. And ICE will continue to operate in New York City. And that discussion took place in the Oval Office today. President Trump's never going to change his values, but he's always going to try to work with others to make this country great.
But, you know, we are seemingly, Caroline, I really like your thoughts on this. We are at a crossroads because I don't think there is a way, and I'll talk to Stephen A. Smith about this later in the show. I don't see how you reconcile defund, dismantle, no bail laws, and reimagine the police like Mamdani wants to do and put in the social workers.
Like I said, those could have just been talking points to get himself elected. He's just going to have to put those policies down. And he can easily water all those policies down, and just to go from full-on socialist to just back it up a little bit. So, yeah, I'm not just going to sit there and say, oh, well, Mamdani just has to make buses free. I mean, there's no way to middle ground it. Of course there is. Maybe it could be a bit government funded to help the people out with the cost, but not make it totally free buses for the government. Can you help out with affordability of food without creating government ran grocery stores? Of course he can. But you just got to water the socialism down a little bit. I'm pretty sure we can all come to an agreement about that.
I don't see how you reconcile those that want to raise taxes all over the place and the president's strong commitment to creating a thriving business environment and cutting taxes for working men and women.
Hey, shout out to the government hates this channel. Trust me, they hate mine too. But appreciate you for sending the 100 jewels. My man sent 100 jewels. Well, sent 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support, my man. I'll try to go ahead and add up every time you sent it. Appreciate that.
For those that don't want fossil fuel use, you know, where's the middle ground on any of those issues? Law and or securing the border, for example. You know, where do you meet in the middle there?
Well, look, I think today's meeting between the president and the mayor-elect was a good first step to introduce themselves to one another and to hopefully have a good working relationship moving forward. But again, it doesn't mean, Sean, that President Trump is ever going to change his values. And we know, and the president knows, and the American people know, that ultimately President Trump's policies work and capitalism works. And if you look at what President Trump has already done with respect to the economy, there was a lot of talk on the issue of cost of living because it continues to be a concern for voters, and President Trump is very well aware of that. But look at what he's done thus far. It's a proven economic formula that is working when you combine a massive deregulatory campaign to get the government out of the way of small business and American industry. When you look at what he's done with respect to energy independence, to unleash America's resources right here at home to drive down oil prices, which we've already seen result in a 20% decrease in oil prices. We have lower prices at the pump today than we did years ago, and those prices are going to continue to decline. If you look at the cost of everyday items, they are going down, and again, they will continue to because of President Trump's economic formula. And then, of course, tax cuts. That is President Trump's bread and butter issue, as one may say. Look at the one big beautiful bill. He already got that done within 6 months in office, and the American people, including in New York, especially in New York, are going to see the fruits of that labor next year when there is more money back in their pockets, when they are keeping more of their hard-earned paychecks to catch up on bills and to pay for everyday's life expenses. So the President Trump's economic formula does work. It is working. It worked in his first term. And who knows, maybe Mayor Mamdani will go back to New York and maybe he learned a few things from President Trump today.
Yeah, you know, Trump could have put his arms around him. He's like, you know what? I like you. You know, you're a little socialist, but we can work that out a little bit, you know, bring you into the boardroom, you know, help you make a couple $1 billion. And guess what? You're going to be a real capitalist at that point. You're going to be running New York right. He might have put his arm around Mamdani and be like, don't worry, bro. You're going to be my little protege. You never know. I highly doubt.
You may be more hopeful than me on that. I hope so. I hope for the people of New York, but I think taxes are going up. I think that crime is going to get worse. And I think there will be a clash between ICE and Mamdani, but I hope I'm wrong. How's that?
I mean, most likely. Like, come on now. I'm pretty sure when he was talking with the president, ICE had to have been one of the main things they were talking about. He had to say, look, I'm going to help you out, but you got to let ICE in. Look, I'll give you the billions of dollars. You can try your little socialist program, your little socialist agenda, but you got to let ICE in to clean up the streets. I mean, if you're about to have these people, I mean, if you're about to start opening up the government, start trying to have the government handle everything, I mean, wouldn't you want as much people to get off government assistance as possible who don't need to be there? Not the people. I'm not talking about America. I'm talking about get these illegals out of New York so they're not weighing down on resources and the social programs. And of course, there could be more jobs open for those people in New York, in New York City. So yeah, this could work out. Their agenda could work hand in hand. As much as I disagree with that agenda. But all right, now let's go ahead and get over to Nick Fuentes' little rant. He's like, Nick Fuentes on possibly the reason behind Marjorie Taylor Greene's resignation. I imagine she was threatened or blackmailed. I mean, Lord knows she was getting those threats. So let's hear where he's taking this.
Her here in 2025 after the big Epstein dispute. I think that potentially this is one explanation. She recognizes that MAGA is a sinking ship. She's right. The Republicans are going to get destroyed in the midterms. They're going to lose the House. And even if Marjorie runs in 2026 and wins, if Trump tries to primary her, it's going to be a vicious battle. It's going to be ugly. Battle lines are going to be drawn. It's going to be unavoidable. And she might make a lot of enemies. And certainly she's going to take a lot of hits. If she has Trump and AIPAC and the Jewish lobby going really hard against her for a year, she's going to get bruised up, even if she wins. And even if she wins, she's going to be entering a Democrat-controlled chamber. They're going to take her committee assignments from her all over again, back to square one. So maybe Marjorie is just jumping off of the sinking ship. She doesn't want to play that game. She is going to avoid getting bruised up in a primary, avoid getting attacked, getting ads ran against her, getting maybe blackmail disclosed about her. And she's
but come on now. If you're a politician, it's part of the game. And to have blackmail exposed about you, I mean, come on now. I mean, if you didn't keep your nose clean, that's on you.
Going to gear up for the 28 primary. Maybe that's the angle. Maybe that's the idea. Perhaps that's the goal. Another explanation is, who knows? Maybe they got something on her. Maybe she's afraid. Maybe they have blackmail on her. Maybe they have something, because she's not the first person to leave under mysterious circumstances. And she's also not the first person to leave under mysterious circumstances who became a problem for MAGA Inc. Matt Gaetz comes to mind. Do you remember the tale of Matt Gaetz? Matt Gaetz led the coup against Kevin McCarthy in September 2023. When Kevin McCarthy, or rather, when Matt Gaetz and the MAGA caucus shut down the government, Kevin McCarthy worked with the Democrats to open the government back up. So Matt Gaetz, with a single vote, initiated a vote of no confidence. Kevin McCarthy lost. He was overthrown and he was forced to resign. His own party took the speakership from him. Matt Gaetz led the charge. Kevin McCarthy resigned. After that, the Republican Party had it out for Matt Gaetz. They started to investigate him. They talked about releasing damning evidence about maybe past sexual or romantic relationships. And so in 2024, after Trump won the election, Matt Gaetz was nominated for Attorney General. He was never going to get the votes for this. I don't know if it was ever serious. It became clear he would not get the votes. He would not be confirmed in the Senate. There was talk that the blackmail would be dumped on him. And so he withdrew himself from consideration and then dropped out of Congress. So he won re-election in 24, was submitted as a nominee for Attorney General, withdrew, and then dropped out and would not take office after his re-election in 24, which was not necessary. He didn't have to do that. And a lot of people said, maybe they had blackmail on him. And Matt Gaetz is another MAGA caucus guy. He fought Kevin McCarthy.
I mean, let's be real. Like when Matt Gaetz was trying to be AG, when he was trying to be Attorney General and they couldn't confirm him, or he didn't really make it to the confirmation hearing because of all the stuff that was coming out about him. That, well, let's be real. He was, I think it had something to do with a little girl or an underage girl who lied about his age when him and her had sexual relations. And let's be real, he was proven to be not liable because the girl did lie about her age to him. So that's what happened. It does seem like he might have got caught up in a honeypot operation, but he didn't lie. He's told the truth. And ever since then, I'll be real with you, it was a pretty bad look on Matt Gaetz. And it was such a distraction during the election that he decided to step down. Now, that's what Matt Gaetz says. But in my opinion, I don't know. I don't think he should have stepped down. I think he could have kept going because he had the liberals shaking in their boots, man. When they heard Matt Gaetz was coming AG, oh, they was losing their ish. The whole week, they was losing their ish over Matt Gaetz. I was happy. Then when this man stepped down, and they was like, oh, thank God. Then they got Pam Bondi. They was like, okay, Pam Bondi's cool. I was upset. I was like, bro, yo, they went from shaking in their boots. Now this blonde hair white girl comes in and they're like, oh, thank God it's not Matt Gaetz. I hated that.
And won. He was another guy who was maybe not loyal to the GOP conference, not loyal to the system. And he also mysteriously resigned, and now he's at OAN, and it's kind of sad. And he's another one that's become a big Israel critic. Oh, well, thanks. Now that you're at OAN, now you want to criticize Israel. That's super helpful, bro. You were a congressman for years. You were well known. And now that you're on OAN, now you found the courage to talk about Israel. Profiles and courage. Thanks. Helpful. Awesome. Hero. And it also reminds me of Madison Cawthorn. Madison Cawthorn, same deal. Young guy, pro-Trump, MAGA, very conservative, loves the Roman Empire. He goes on a podcast and says, it's Sodom and Gomorrah in D.C. There's orgies and sex parties. What do? Primary challenger. They release all this blackmail on him. He loses the primary. And now I think he's mounting a campaign. I think I saw him on Fresh and Fit the other night. So
And here's the thing, like, I can't even get mad when people get primaried. And here's the and it kills me because they could be the most well-to-do politician, but somehow propaganda, you put enough money behind the propaganda, you can dissuade people to vote for them, even if they're a stand-up politician. I mean, at a certain point, I almost want to blame us. Like, you're telling me all somebody got to do is throw a couple, like, what, $1 million behind it. Well, behind what? A propaganda campaign to insult somebody? We're just all going to believe it. We're all going to take it word for word. And we're not even going to understand that there might be people who are trying to primary somebody who has our best interest at hand. But they don't have the government's best interest. They don't have their lobbyist's best interest. They have our best interest. But we're literally accepting the propaganda that gets them primaried. And we're going to go vote against the people who have our best interest at hand. At a certain point, we do got to blame ourselves. Because, I mean, who has to vote these people out? It's us. You can sit there and say, well, S.E.T, the billionaires and millionaires, they're the one who put the money into it. But at the end of the day, it's our choice.
Oh, that's great. So Madison Cawthorn, Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Greene all have met the same fate. They all got elected to Congress. They stood up against the system, and then they got slapped down. They got pwned. They got slapped down by the machine. They're all MAGA, all pro-Trump, all anti-establishment. They all had their own ideas. They were all famous. They all maybe got a little too big for their britches. Very ambitious, not tactful. Very disruptive, not strategic. And each and every one of them got annihilated by the system. And I imagine most likely that is what happened with Marjorie Greene. I don't think actually this was a strategic move. I don't think this was a tactical move because it makes no sense. If you were going to take on the presidency or some other higher office, you would do so as a congresswoman. And if Trump is crashing and burning, then you can articulate that in your position as a congresswoman or in your campaign. You can run as a survivor. The only reason why you might not want to stick it out is because if you do, they'll have the ability to make it really painful for you.
And let's be real, Marjorie Taylor already has a little bit of dirt on her. Now, word around town, word on the global streets is that Marjorie Taylor had an affair, right? She had a divorce, and she was the one that ended up cheating on her husband. The details of that have never really been truly disclosed. So we don't really know the details of it. We don't know how egregious it was. All we just know is that, well, she was in a relationship. She might have cheated on her husband, and that's it. Now, who's to know what else could come out about that? Who's to know if somebody's not having their thumb on the release trigger, just going like, look, you can keep going against us so we can air out all your business that we hid for you about your effed up marriage. We can go ahead and release all that information that we hid from the public, or you can just go ahead and step down right now and never be seen again. And hey, as time goes on, we'll see what choice he made. But I can see where Nick is going with this. It's like, yeah, it's either you get down and lay down, or we can bring up old dirt that never really got the attention it needed. Or, I mean, you can go ahead and run. You can keep going against us, and we can publicly embarrass you. How you want to do it? Shoot, we might even have the tape of you going into the guy's crib. How far you want to go, sis? I mean, you never know, man. We're talking about the government, the stereotype of the guys in black sitting down and telling you how things are really run.
So I'm not buying her explanation. I also don't think this is some segue into future political run. She might do that later, but I don't think that's the impetus behind this. I imagine she was either threatened or blackmailed. And I think that's the urgency.
Mm-hmm.
I think that explains the timing. She overthrows Trump on Epstein. It's a mutiny. I said it on Monday. I said, don't underestimate what a big deal this is. It's a huge deal. It's a mutiny. And Marjorie and Thomas Massey and Boebert and Mace, they led the charge. And for her to announce her resignation just a few days after that, that's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
So I think she was threatened. I think that she was blackmailed. Something happened, but
Yeah, and that's what and I'm gonna be real with you. I'm following it. Only reason I'm following this is just because it's like the way she went out was not like Marjorie Taylor. And like we've been listening to this girl for about a year and a half now, and she has this fighting spirit, and all of a sudden, gone. I'm done. Oh, I'm having this pessimistic view, and I don't even want to have any parts in it. I'm done. I'm dropping out. But this was this girl that was fighting for the women, fighting Epstein files, fighting for America First policies, all this fighting just to one day be like, I quit. I don't know, bro. Fighters just don't concede like that unless it's something really bad. So I'm not saying I believe I'm going with what Nick Fuentes is going with this, where, oh, for sure there must have been blackmail material on her, but it's starting to make a little bit of sense where somebody could sit her ass down and be like, yeah, you remember that situation that we swept under the rug for you? You want us to put a spotlight on it? All right, then. Well, here's your resignation letter. Go ahead and fill that out. And I mean, make sure you announce it on the news tomorrow and do whatever interviews you want to. Don't matter.
it was made clear to her that if she runs, her political career is going to end. I think that was intimated to her in some way, shape, or form.
And all right, now let's get into Mexico is unraveling. Now, I did play an Alex Jones clip of this, but we didn't go too much into the details. So hopefully this video brings us up to date.
On Saturday, thousands gathered outside the National Palace in Mexico City. Protesters climbed over walls set up outside the palace, hurled rocks at police, kicked them, beat them with metal pipes and tools, and used barricades as impromptu battering rams in an attempt to get through the armored police line.
Yeah, they ain't playing no more in Mexico. They say, yeah, we're tired of being cartel ran. And if y'all just want to give us more of the same thing, then I'm be real with you. Y'all might as well overthrow the goddamn country. It's better than being ran by the damn cartel. I mean, shout out to those kids in Mexico, man, with the one-piece flag, swinging that mug around, trying to fight the celestial dragons. In this case, would be the cartel members. I mean, if you don't know about One Piece, trust me, it's actually a decent anime. Long as hell, trust me, if you're an adult, you ain't got no type of time to watch all of that. But if you were a kid like me growing up, or if you're in your 30s growing up, you know what it is.
And everywhere you look, you saw this flag.
Let's go.
That's right.
The flag from One Piece is an anime about pirates that go around the world trying to make a name for themselves. So yes, it's an anime about pirates, and it's one of the, well, this is not set saying this, but this is one of the best animes of all time, considering the fandom, considering how much episodes, considering how long it's been going. I mean, I'm talking about, I was watching this anime when I was a kid, and I'm 30. This anime is still going on with more episodes coming out that I have not caught up on at all whatsoever. I'm too grown up at this point now, sadly, because I had a really good story going. But yeah, and the importance of this flag is basically to symbolize a rebellion against tyranny, because I'm not going to go into the whole plot of the damn anime, but that's pretty much what they go around doing, releasing people from tyrannical governments. And I mean, they don't even try to, just what they accidentally do.
Flag of the Straw Hat Pirates from the anime series One Piece. It's finally happening, folks. The weeaboos are revolting. We warned them about trying to make Yamato transgender, but they didn't listen. But seriously, what's up with
I know, it's the anime nerds taking over. It's the revenge of the nerds for real now. They don't watch too much One Piece. They done seen this man Luffy take out like 4 or 5 dictators, and they like, hey, maybe I could take out mine. I mean, hey man, TV shows, TV series, movies, even animes can be inspirational.
the flag? Well, it first caught on in Indonesia, where Gen Z activists used it in protest against a government which they've come to see as increasingly corrupt and authoritarian. A month later, the flag showed up again in Nepal, where students successfully forced the prime minister and other officials.
So yeah, this One Piece flag keeps showing up around the world wherever there's a uprising coming. So I mean, hey guys, if you see this flag in a protest, just know things are about to get real. No, it ain't a bunch of anime fans. Things might actually about to get real. They might be walking to burn down a Capitol building or something. You might want to stay clear. But yes, this flag has been recognized as a symbol around the world of open rebellion.
To resign after the government tried to block social media platforms like Facebook, WhatsApp, and X. Since then, it's become a catch-all symbol for Zoomer rebellion, whether it's in the Philippines, France, Italy, Peru, and over this past weekend, Mexico.
Which is crazy.
So what sparked these?
And this is why I say, when I said it's like, this is not my opinion, but people do say it is one of the best animes ever, or of all time, because it's been around for decades at this point. And like, look how much fans it has around the world.
Protests in particular. Well, they sprang up not long after the assassination of an outspoken anti-cartel mayor, Carlos Manzo. And just how outspoken was he? Well, he took what many called a full frontal approach to crime. This included a shoot first, ask questions later strategy, where he would hop onto helicopters and order his police to shoot suspected narco traffickers. Damn, what was this guy doing in Mexico? He should have gone to work for the Trump administration.
Literally.
Now, you could argue that his methods were extreme, but he was popular. And you can understand.
I mean, he was getting the job done, right?
And why the public would go for this death wish sort of approach. According to the nonprofit Armed Conflict Location and Event Data, cartel violence has turned Mexico into one of the most politically violent nations on earth, placing it alongside actual war zones like Syria and Ukraine. It's especially dangerous for public officials who try to speak out. The cartel's influence over Mexico's police, military, and government runs deep. And it's only gotten worse under Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum and her predecessor, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, otherwise known as AMLO. In 2018, he introduced a policy of abrazos no balazos, hugs, not bullets. What this meant was that Mexico's government would stop focusing on trying to fight the cartels. That meant far fewer shootouts, raids.
So, AKA, we're not going to fight them. We're going to give them a hug. We're going to let them cross the border with that big old briefcase of cocaine and about 40 women that they've abducted from family members that they're going to sell into the human trafficking ring. And we're just going to go ahead and give them a hug and let them pass, right? Okay.
And arrests of high-ranking figures. Instead, the government would focus on alleviating what they saw as the root cause of crime, namely poverty. This included job programs, expanding the education system, and direct cash transfers. And how'd this policy work out? Not great.
I bet. Y'all basically said, you know what? F fighting them guys. Let's just let them do what they want. I mean, whatever politician thought that up, they should have checked that man's bank account. I'm pretty sure they'd have seen a hefty amount coming from El Chapo's old bank account or something.
Crime groups expanded and deepened their influence during AMLO's term. In those 6 years, more than 185,000 people were murdered, more than any other administration. And during the country's last election, which saw Claudia Sheinbaum come to power, 38 candidates were assassinated, making it the deadliest election.
Hey, shout out to the Government Hates This channel for sending in the Happy Poo, and for sending in the another Happy Poo. Shout out to the Happy Poo.
In Mexico's modern history. Now, I'm not saying Sheinbaum herself is working with.
And shout out Terry. Appreciate you, Terry. Shout out sis.
The cartels. But she's not going to get in their way either.
Go.
So you can understand why protesters have labeled the regime a narco-estado or narco state.
Yeah.
They're fed up with what they...
Because you're literally letting the cartel terrorize your citizens. And you're just saying, oh, well, you guys got to deal with that. We don't really want to fight them. We want to hug them. And I'm just like, yeah, no. Y'all got to take some real action. You know, people give you guys tax dollars. They depend their government to protect their people and not leave them, you know, out to dry or leave them at the mercy of the cartels. I mean, are you serious? Like the government of Mexico, what the hell are y'all thinking? And then you're over here shocked that these guys are waving pirate flags, wanting to put y'all heads on sticks. I mean, it's kind of what y'all deserve. And trust me, they're not going to give you the, oh, let's stop the bullets and let's hug it out. No, they ain't doing that with y'all.
They see as a pact between the government and the cartels. So how has Sheinbaum responded?
Oh, and shout out to Chris Cowles for sending in the 100. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the support. Sorry, guys, a bit tired.
By using some of the oldest plays in the book, blaming the protests.
Hey, shout out Tove. Tove knows something about One Piece. Yes, Luffy.
On her opposition, as well as foreign actors and bots. Sheinbaum's supporters, meanwhile, say she's extremely popular, so surely these protests have to be fake, right? Now, it's usually a good idea to take polls with a grain of salt. To quote the great Thomas Sowell,
like most people, I have never seen a pollster.
But cooked books aside, there's also a certain level of risk to answering these polls. If a stranger comes to your house asking, hey, are you cool with what the cartels and the government are doing? You're going to be very careful in how you answer that question.
Yeah.
According to the National Institute of Statistics and Geography, most Mexicans feel unsafe. And really, there's nobody they can...
I mean, besides despite a reduction in homicide, it's like, yeah, I bet you they feel unsafe because they know the cartel can just, I don't know, make you disappear. Just say, oh, well, yeah, that person disappeared. Well, really, you killed that person, you dumped them in the sea or fed her to some goddamn alligators, and then you marked them as, oh, well, we don't know where he went. You know, for all you know, he could have went to America. We don't know. But now there's missing people that we can't say are dead because we never found them. But for all you know, the cartel might have, Lord knows what they might have done. I mean, I've heard all types of sick things that the cartel have done to people in all types of gruesome ways. They've killed women and children and many people who owed them. So who knows what they could have done to those people to, you know, make their body unfindable.
In turn to, people have stopped.
I mean, why else would they be scared? Why else would you be scared if the cartel has not found a way to pretty much, I don't know, make some of the people they murdered never be seen again? And you really can't count that towards the murder rate. But I would ask them, all right, well, has the missing people rate went up?
Reporting crimes like extortion since they believe the police themselves are colluding with criminals. And if you do lodge a complaint, well, that's a good way to get your business burned down. So you have to forgive me if I don't really buy into the popularity of Sheinbaum and hugs, not guns. The whole paying people to not join cartels didn't really work in the first place. But now with Trump back in office, Sheinbaum has even less money to work with. Border crossings have dropped to their lowest level since 1970. This has cut deep into Mexico's remittance economy. That is, Mexicans in the U.S. sending money back home.
Oh,
and this has contributed.
Oh, really? So y'all make money off the fact that illegals come over here and send money back. Oh, really? Okay, yeah, that's a really. So you're telling me that it actually hurts Mexico if we don't let illegals in here. We're wondering why Mexico never wanted to solve the problem. We wonder why Mexico said we ain't helping y'all build no goddamn wall, because they make money. They make money from this. They make money from people coming over here, trading our resources, taking our jobs, and then sending it over to Mexico. And you wonder why I'm so harsh when it comes to immigration policies. Y'all wonder.
To Mexico's GDP growth slowing to a crawl of just 1%. For decades, the U.S. has acted as a pressure release valve for Mexico. Whenever problems were boiling over in Mexico, the government could just send its people across the border and forget about them. Even better, those people would send back money that the government could try to use to paper over those problems. But now that the border is effectively closed, these sorts of protests are going to become a lot more common.
Wow.
What do you think? Leave your comments below. And don't get left behind whenever.
Wow. And this is what I'm talking about. A lot of these companies, I mean, not companies, a lot of these countries can't survive off. I mean, they can't survive without screwing us over. China, Mexico. I mean, these are one of the best culprits of countries that can't survive without screwing us over. Oh, wait, another one. Canada. Yeah. Canada, also another country that can't survive without screwing us over. Kind of crazy how that works, huh? But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the more, I guess, a controversial topic. Well, controversial conversation with, let's see here. Yep, Myron Gaines and Candace Owens. I know, right? Like, hey, man, hey, get ready for all the sexism in the world. Oh, you gotta love it. So, yep, Candace Owens on feminism, Zionism, and who assassinated Charlie Kirk. Let's get right into it, guys.
Who do you think is the most responsible? Why would they want him gone?
I think Charlie was not allowed to be anything but a Christian Zionist, and he was changing in the last few weeks. Everything began ratcheting up after Tucker Carlson hit the stage.
That pissed him off.
It was like a full court press effort to lie about everything. I do not like the way Turning Point.
I'm sorry, but like, oh, that's hilarious. There's still people who's like, don't be stupid. They work way harder than Americans. No, they don't. No, that's just what the corporate propagandists tell you so you don't say shit about them taking your job. I mean, that's what they say about you. That's what they just tell you, so you don't look surface level, or try to go a little bit deeper than surface level and understand that, oh, it's not that they work harder than us, that they're cheaper than us. Yeah, I mean, of course somebody would sit there and lie to you and be like, oh, no, they work harder than you, when really they're about 20 to 30% cheaper than you. I mean, it's kind of funny how I don't see through that. It's kind of funny how the libs will complain about the corporate elites all day, but then hold water for the corporate elites through their immigration policy. It's kind of crazy how they do that. And they don't even see the obvious of what everybody else is seeing. It's absolutely hilarious. They don't even understand by now. By now, it's crazy how you don't understand through illegal immigration, through H-1B visas, that are not about them being smarter than us, not about them be working harder than us, because they don't. Because they're not smarter than us. They don't work harder than us. They're just cheaper than us. Cheaper. And guess what? If these companies have to pay them the same thing as Americans, I guarantee you they wouldn't be hiring them like this.
Is behaving
because it's all about money and not about skill. But I mean, you could trick yourself into believing that. You could continue holding water for the corporate elites that just want to take jobs away from you and fellow Americans. I mean, you can keep preaching for them, but I'm telling you right now, you're on the wrong side here.
Press effort to lie about everything. I do not like the way Turning Point is behaving. I've made that clear, and nobody is going to emotionally manipulate me and tell me to attack Turning Point would be to attack his legacy. Charlie told me years ago he was having a ton of visions and was telling me Turning Point was going to be the death of him. He knew he was going to die young, and strangely knew that I was going to be the only person to defend him.
Candace, thank you for having me here.
I'm excited, and thank you for making it work on short notice.
Of course. These are crazy times, so I totally... we got to be careful about where we're at, right?
Right.
So it's been a while since we last spoke. Last time you were on, I remember we did After Hours where you were saving a few women's lives. And I did want to tell you this on camera. One of the girls that you spoke to actually quit OnlyFans on that day.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was a good conversation.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people think that, I guess.
Now, I remember that Fresh and Fit episode. It was called Candace the Hoe Whisperer, because she literally got a girl to like quit OnlyFans. It's like, dang. I mean, and if you actually watch the interview, Candace was pulling up with all the grace in the world, all the loving grace of a Christian, all the loving grace that a Christian should carry. I'll tell you that right now. Like the way she tackled those women, or those OnlyFans girls, was pretty masterful. I'll tell you that. And she came with a lot of love. I mean, I'll be real with you. She even made me feel bad for these women. I was like, damn, I don't know. Maybe she do deserve a second chance. Not, but I don't know. Candace had me thinking differently for like 5 seconds.
Those conversations are not worth it, or the show is all theater. But for me, I want to sit across from these young women because anybody's life could have ended that way. You know what I mean? Like I could have ended up being one of these OnlyFans girls if there weren't so many like life interventions, because it's just being sold to women so much that this is the easy way out. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but I wanted to make sure I told you that, on camera that.
Hey, man, shout out to my man Jameson for coming a member, bro. I appreciate the support. Hey, bro, make sure you email me so I can send you that Discord link so you can get in on the Discord.
You literally quit like not too long after you did that show. So that's great. Saving lives.
That makes me happy.
So kind of with that, I saw that you had did a debate on Jubilee with a bunch of feminists. Obviously we're in a modern day age. Things have changed quite a bit. We've both been pretty critical of feminism.
Guys, don't get this mixed up, because a lot of people think that I'm just shitting on Latin American workers or any foreign-born workers, and I'm not. I'm just saying that, I've met Americans with great work ethic, black, white, don't matter. I've met Latina Americans with great work ethic, and here's the thing: I'm mainly talking about the legal ones, okay, the legal ones, not the illegal ones that get abused by these corporations and the farmers, not those guys. The legal ones, yes, there's hard workers across the board. There's hardworking Americans, there's hardworking foreigners across the board. The problem is that people like to pretend that Americans are lazy, and it's only propaganda fed by corporations. So people in America think that, it's okay. It's okay that these people have these jobs because they work harder than us. No, they don't. They're paid cheaper than you guys, and you guys don't even care for some reason. Actually, you guys sit there with the mindset of, we're above those jobs. Oh, yeah, it's all good. We're above them. And then when it comes to H-1B visas, you allowed that too. And then your excuse for that one is, they're smarter than us, those Indians and Asians, but they're not. They're not. You're just underselling your own people. And here's the thing. Some of these motherfuckers got kids going to college, and I can't believe how they could have that mindset while sending their kids to college. I mean, you might as well take that kid out right now. But it is what it is.
But I think with what you're doing, you know, you're able to really reach a demographic of women that just.
I mean, I'm just be real with you. You're never gonna get me to sit here and say that, oh, foreigners are better workers than Americans or smarter Americans, because they're not. They're not. Not at all. Like I said, they're always just cheaper. And here's the thing. Somebody said something about what was it? I know some hardworking Latina Americans. Yes, I know some hardworking Latina Americans that could fix a roof. And I know some hardworking white guys that could fix a roof as well. And guess what? One does better work than the other. And guess which one does better work? The white person. But you want to know why people go with the Hispanic guy? Because it's cheaper. It's not because they're better than the white guy at building roofs. It's because they're cheaper than the white guy. And they're coming with more people, and they're splitting up the money more. They're just doing stuff that the white guy can't compete with price-wise. But they can compete with them labor-wise. They compete with them quality. But it's about pricing. And I hate how people don't understand that.
Guys like me and Andrew Tate and others just aren't going to reach because, you know, we're abrasive in the way that we get it. So they might want, you know, another female's perspective on, you know, the detriments of feminism and everything else like that. So kind of given how society is now, how do you see feminism today with young women? And then what do you predict is going to happen in the next 5-10 years? Are we getting better? Is it getting worse? What are your thoughts in general on that?
So I was actually very interested in Tate culture, as I'm going to call it. So I'm going to put you in that orbit of Tate culture, all of these male influencers that were coming out and calling girls bitchs and hoes and all this stuff. And people sat back and were like, oh my God, this is horrible, whatever.
Nah, Tate culture was definitely a thing. Like, it was taking over. The man was the most Googled man online. They tried to take him down YouTube and all that good stuff. The man made Rumble a thing. Like, Rumble didn't become a thing until Tate came on Rumble, and everybody started going to Rumble to watch this guy. And then, and I'm just be real with you, the rise of Tate was crazy just off of what he was saying and what he was telling men to do, and how in his approach to women, and of course his lifestyle that made things 20 times more interesting. I'll just tell you that.
But I'm like, wait a second, whatever you think about him, whatever you think about Tristan, whatever you think about Myron, this culture got very big very quickly, and there's got to be something there, right? There has to be. So that was the reason why I flew out to meet Andrew Tate. There was all these conspiracies that I knew him before and all. I met Andrew a total of 2 times before I did his show.
I'm sorry, are you serious? Dog, our education compared to the rest of the world has slipped a long time ago. Then why does the rest of the world come here to advance their education? We ain't going to China to go advance our education. We ain't going to India. Lord knows we ain't going to India to advance our education. We ain't even going to the UK. A lot of these guys come here. So how is our education slipping when they're coming here for education? Make it make sense. If their education was so top notch, then why isn't the richest of Americans going over there? I mean, be honest with you. Come on, make it make sense. Because we're the inventors of all the medicine, of all the technology. I mean, if their education was so good, then why are we producing the most inventions? Why do we have the most patents? Why are they coming over here? I mean, even with Vivek, I would just say I was mad about what he says, because I'm like, bro, you didn't become a multi-billionaire in India. You didn't learn that work ethic in India. You didn't go to school in India. You came over here in America and did that, not in India. So who education is better? I mean, come on now, because according to the world, it's us. I mean, these guys like to brag about the education, but ain't nobody really buying the education like they buying ours.
My husband hung out with him maybe 3 times.
And our education ain't even all that, and people are still buying it.
In his life before him and I met. He was actually friends with PJW. And that's how I met Andrew.
Gotcha.
Like, so my husband was actually friends with PJW. And I just wanted to know what it was, because I'm never a person that will dismiss something on its face and call it a name. Like, there has to be some substance here. And what was actually happening was you got Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate and you got Myron Gaines because you perpetuated a culture of Lena Dunhams, right? So you're acting like men just got tired of it, is what happened. And finally, men looked around and somebody stood up and said, it's actually okay to be a man and you don't have to listen to any of these women. Now, you may not have liked how they said it. You may not have liked that they were doing this on top of Lamborghinis. But the reality is that what sat beneath that was a horribly toxic culture where women were dictating the terms to men. And every time a man did something that actually felt natural to them, you called it toxic masculinity, and books were written, and Lena Dunham is writing articles, and there's a show about this, and Lena Dunham's naked on Instagram. I wrote a whole chapter about Lena Dunham in my book, and she's naked on Instagram, and she's lecturing you if you don't want to see her,
Brother, you just proved my point because the richest Americans won't bother. Like, bro, we have the richest people in China, richest families in China making their kids learn English to come get an education in America. Thank you for proving my point, my friend. Like, bro, just step out of the debate, bro. You can't win this one with me, okay? Just move the goalpost or something.
Overweight, naked, and
You're
tatted
making my
up.
point for me.
So you can't blame the culture, take culture, until you are ready to address where this actually came from, which was.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Everybody wanted to judge Andrew Tate, but I'm just like, well, you're judging a man who's addressing a problem that nobody want to speak on. You're not wanting to address like female and male dynamics. You're not willing to address the fact that marriage is unfavored, like overly favored towards women and unfavored towards men. You can't even say how the court system's overly favored of women and low-key incentivize women to break up marriage because they know the court system is incentivized to go with them. Like, nobody want to talk about that, but everyone want to talk about what a misogynist Tate is. I mean, that's what kind of frustrated people about it. It was like, okay, well, we understand that he's a bit brash. We understand his messaging could be a bit wild. We get that. But can we at least sit there and understand that he is addressing problems that everybody else is ignoring? I mean, hey, but instead he wanted to call the bald-headed bastard the most evil misogynist in the world. And then we try to say he was a human trafficker with no real proof, but they tried to do it.
Women constantly bashing men over the head and telling them that masculinity, full stop, was wrong.
Given the problems that we have, you know, obviously, whether it's me or Tate or other people, will kind of come in and say, hey, this is what you need to do as a guy. You know, this is how the modern day marketplace is now when it comes to dating. What's your approach to kind of combating this problem from a female perspective?
First, you have to understand the origin of feminism, right? You have to understand that this was not a culture and an ideology that came because they wanted women to have equal rights with men, okay? This was a CIA-sponsored PSYOP. Gloria Steinem was sponsored by the CIA, okay? These protests were sponsored by men in government. A lot of them homosexual, actually. And the reason for that was simply because they wanted to tax, it was actually twofold, I would say. They wanted to tax household income both ways. And also they wanted women to, instead of focusing on their kids, which comes natural to women.
I mean, yeah, here's one thing that women will never accept, or if you told them this, would probably blow up their head. That if you're a feminist, I mean, congratulations, you fell for the corporate agenda. And I mean, I know the feminists are to be the main people who are socialists, who hate the corporations and all that, who believe that the corporations are the main abuser of women, which they have a point about that. They do have a point a little bit. But then here's the thing. They're also, these same corporations are also the ones that help push feminism through so they can get you guys in the workforce so they can pay us less while also getting more people in the workforce. And who did that benefit? So it is going to sound fucked up, but women working did not benefit the entire USA. It actually only benefited the corporations. Actually, if anything, it hurt wages. It hurt wages, and it only made the corporations have more workers so they can lower wages. That's just the reality of feminism. It wasn't really nothing that the women really thought up. It was something that a bunch of corporate elitists thought up, sold it to the women, and they just took it home. They just went balls to the walls with it, and here we are today. With everything that the corporatists wanted to happen with feminism coming to reality, and the feminists knowing no difference, don't even know that they've been a psyop to think that to be complete, like, you know, puppets for the corporate elites. They don't even know it.
And right, to be the quote unquote, like I say, CEO of the household. They wanted to remove that and to have the children given to the government for 6 hours a day. Beyond 6 hours a day, 6 hours a day, plus whatever sports activities, which gives the government full control over the minds of the children. This came straight from the Pale of Settlement. After they assassinated the Tsar, you had these Jewish women like Emma Goldman, who came over to America. Emma Goldman was the mentor to what's her face from Planned Parenthood. I'm blanking on her name for a moment. Margaret Sanger. That was her mentor.
Mm-hmm.
And so this was, in fact, a very radical communist movement that came to America and sought to overthrow families, family institutions, strong men, feminine women, stands in the way of government and absolute control.
In your book, Make 'Em a Sandwich, what are some of the things that you tell the women? Because I'm assuming it's a book that's going to be centered around how women can kind of get in the marketplace, find a long-term partner, get married. What are some of the strategies that you tell women to implement to find a partner? You don't have to give it all away.
Yeah,
Maybe
no,
one
it's
or two.
fine. I don't even try in my book to sell them a strategy or a technique. I just tell the truth. So here's the history of feminism. Here's what we were told in school. Here's actually how it went down, right? Knowledge is power. I give them the actual statistics, the fact that what was sold to you was you were going to be just like a man and you were going to be happier. Women are actually more miserable than they've ever been. If you go back and you ask most women about their grandmothers, they remember grandma being happy, right? So what they actually sold to you now.
Yeah, but feminists will tell you that your grandma was miserable and she always hated your grandfather. And your grandfather was just this controlling bastard. It's like, bro, they completely bastardize the image of or the love that our parents, that our grandparents had, that our great-great-grandparents had. If you ask feminism, your great-great-grandmother was a slave to your granddad, and your granddad was an effing tyrant who never really loved her. And there you go. I mean, that's how the feminists view, you know, love before or love back in the day for some crazy reason. But I mean, I don't know what it is with feminists. I mean, we're just the scum of the earth to them for some strange reason. And then some women don't even understand how some of these feminists are straight up misandrous. Like they have a full-on hatred of men, just like how there's guys with a full-on hatred of women, who we call misogynists.
You've achieved this equality, quote unquote equality, and women have never been more miserable, and women are popping more pills than they were popping and finding it harder to find a partner and wondering why. Well, it's because you attacked natural masculinity. You told men that they shouldn't be allowed to lead. Women have to lead. And actually, you didn't want that, right? You were convinced psychologically in a classroom, as I was back when I wanted to be a feminist, or I thought feminism was cool. And you should know that. I think that that's how you change things without trying to say, here's a strategy and here's how we're going to move forward. Let people know true knowledge. Let people know true history. And I think the rest of the stuff happens naturally, or I hope.
For you on your journey, when did you figure out that feminism was a lie? Like, was there a certain event that triggered it that you were like, holy crap, this is yes.
I actually tell the story in this book. I think I do, actually. I think it's in this book, or it's in my last book, actually. It's in Blackout, of this teacher that I had. And I was required to take a Feminism 101. It was called Women's Studies. Maybe it was Women's Studies 201 at the University of Rhode Island. And at that time, I was like, yeah, I'm a feminist, of course. Who doesn't want equality as they sold it?
Yeah.
I get into this classroom, and this teacher, I realized very quickly, was not actually motivated by wanting equality. I was in a classroom where she was trying to convince me that every problem that we had in society was due to men. This was a literal class that was designed to basically teach women to hate men.
Yeah. And I ain't gonna lie, when I was younger in my college years, I didn't really even understand feminism my damn self. Like a girl I was going out with at the time, sadly, happened to be one of the main reasons why the relationship ended, told me straight up, oh, I want to be a feminist. And in my head, I'm going like, silly little girl, who doesn't believe in women's rights? In my head, I didn't know there was a real type of ideology too much to it. I thought it was just about women having rights and the belief that women had rights. I thought that was it. I didn't know there was a whole political ideology. I didn't know there was a social ideology to it. I didn't know none of that until I started seeing it being acted out in front of my face, and I didn't want nothing to do with it. But that's how I knew what full-on feminism was. I thought it was just about, you know, wanting women to have rights, but apparently I was wrong. I was dead wrong.
Like, no matter, all you had to do to get an A was she would introduce any problem. She could have lost her keys that morning and been like, why did this happen?
Patriarchy.
Well, you know what? Who designed cars? You know who designed cars? Do you know who designed the whole concept of a car key, and who designed the couch that you lost it in this morning? It was met. It became to a point where for me, it was like laughable.
Yeah.
But there was this one particular class where it clicked for me, because when I was in college, I had an eating disorder. So I was sitting in her class, and I was anorexic, and she gets into this topic of anorexia, eating disorders. And she gave us some statistic about the percentage of women that have eating disorders. And I'm making this up now, but it was something like 80% of people who have eating disorders are women. And she asked the class, why is that? And we were supposed to say, and she did say,
80% of eating disorders are women. And that's true. That's true. And that's, I mean, it could be a really dark reason, or it could just be something that the woman ain't got no self-control. Because I've heard the dark reason of, oh, the girl was molested and all that good stuff. So her overeating or even anorexia could be a point of, you know, her protecting herself by making herself unattractive. I know. I mean, there's a very sad reality of that. Or when it comes to fat women, you know, no self-control or anorexia, body dysmorphia.
That it was because men control the advertising agency and men want women to be skinny. And it had literally, I'm sitting here having this experience, nothing to do with a man. Like nothing, no man said you're fat, you have to be skinny. That is completely made up. And I'm listening to her try to psychologically convince me that my eating disorder came from a man when it just factually didn't. Most people who suffer with anorexia know it's a control mechanism. It actually has nothing even to do with weight. It just is like, this is the one thing you can control. And I just kind of called her out on that. And I raised my hand. I was like, whoa, wait a second. Okay, well, let's look at another statistic. What percentage of people are juicing up with steroids? Right? That's not a super healthy thing to do. If we said that 90% of it was men, would you have presented to the class that it was because of women? Right? Because women are telling them they have to look like this. And she was, when I say, she went white and she said to me, and I always tell the story on stage, she said to me, I feel like you were sent to me from the men's department.
Of course.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I told her back that I was sent to her from the common sense department.
Yeah.
And that everything couldn't be because of me.
And that's scary to know that a therapist did that. I mean, you would hope that a therapist would understand the concept of you can't search outside to fix what's within. I'm gonna say it again. You can't go outside to fix what's within. I mean, you can't go outside your house to clean your house. Like, it don't work like that. You just can't take the broom and start sweeping outside. You got to go ahead and sweep inside to actually clean your house. But that's how a lot of these therapists work. They said, instead of you going like, look, maybe it's your own insecurities, maybe it's your own lifestyle, maybe it's something that you're growing up with within your head. They should be bringing it to you. They should be always circling back around to, well, how can you fix your own problems? How can you fix your own insecurities? But instead they go like, oh no, it's your job, it's your husband, it's everything outside of you but you. You don't worry, you're not to blame. It's everybody else outside of you. When in actuality, you're 100% to blame for why you feel the way you do.
Men. So I think that was kind of
9 times out of 10
of the first time that it clicked for me that this was some sort of a psychological program. In many ways, I was actually saved by.
How old were you at that point?
I was in college,
20s?
so I was 19.
Okay.
Yeah, right. It was the first year of college.
Okay.
So yeah, it was a prerequisite. So it was interesting for me, I think.
Did that make you shift your priorities? Like,
I was never a gun-ho feminist. I just was like in the back of my mind, same way that I was liberal. Like I was never voting Democrat, but if you had asked me, what do you think about this? I would have very quickly been like, of course we need feminism.
Yeah.
And then I was kind of thinking, man, these women are really annoying in this classroom. Because then there were the majors that were there, you know, the people, these women that were tatted up and like growing their armpit hair out. You know, we had those people in class and I was like, I don't like any of these people. So it made me think that there was something more to the feminist movement, I think, which was indoctrination.
Interesting. Okay. So I think you've been able to do what every woman dreams of: have a family, have children, have your dream man, but simultaneously being able to also, run a business and do what you want to do. And I noticed when you were debating on Jubilee, some of them tried to say, oh, well, you're a hypocrite. You're over here talking about feminism being bad, blah, 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 blah. But, you obviously have a lot of things set up where you maximize your ability to be with your family, right? You do your show, get out of there, spend time with your family. What would you say to the people that sit there and try to call you a hypocrite because, you're successful in your own right, but you've been able to also balance a family, which many women can't do. They want to do it, but they can't do it.
I mean, let's be real. Candace is everything these women want to be. That's why with all these female content creators be hating on Candace, I mean, like, look, man, you better watch the way you talk about big Candace, because you can't do the numbers she can. You don't have the subscribers she have. You don't get the type of support she do. Like, let's be real. A lot of these female content creators don't like Candace because look at Candace's numbers. Look at the numbers, man. And they'll tell you everything why they hating. And I mean, let's be real. So this lady here gets a husband, multi-millionaire, damn near like basically British nobility, and then she don't even basically she don't even really got to do her podcast. This is just extra money on top, and she got the #1 podcast in the world. Yeah, I'm be real with you. Candace is everything these women want to be, and they don't want to admit it, but Candace is everything these women want to be, and I'm talking about mainly the political pundits. And any other woman that hates on Candace Owens, most likely. She's everything you most likely want to be. I mean, a wife, children, multi-million-dollar husband. I mean, married to what? To British nobility? How the fuck you do that? Oh, they met with the one-time glance and, I'm with you for the rest of my life. Man, woman, how you do that? Man, these girls can't even get a man to take them serious for 5 fucking years. You got a multi-millionaire British nobility guy to take you for the rest of your life with 4 goddamn kids. How you do it, sis? How you do it? I want to know. I need to send my sister some notes.
What would your response be to those critics?
First and foremost, do not allow people to rule you by exceptions. What I mean by that is it is such a mistake to look at my life and to say, Candace did this, and so therefore I can do this. My life is actually exceptional, right? We are sitting in my house. I do things on my own terms. I wake up in the morning. I get to homeschool my kids, right? I'm homeschooling my children for hours. That's now very important to me. I get to do a podcast from home. And I am actually doing something that I enjoy, right? What is the number one thing? If you find any woman that makes it and she's successful, what is she doing? She's tapping into her femininity, communication.
Facts.
Women communicate more than men. I have a whole chapter on this. If you have a daughter and a son, you know this. Girls start speaking faster, and we will speak more words from men for the rest of our lives. And when you actually look, and I ask people in this chapter, who is the most, if I ask you the question right now, who is the most successful man in the world? Just give me your answer. If you have to name a couple of them.
Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk.
I was going to say like
that
from
Bernard
a financial
guy.
perspective.
Yeah, sure. Full stop. If I said who's the most successful man in the world,
I mean,
would
you
you
could
say?
say like the richest guy in the world, who would be Elon, even though it pains me to say that. But
Okay, yeah, no, but that's
we're
the
gonna
right.
go
You would say Elon, or you would say
something based on meritocracy, finances, and
you would
status.
say Jeff Bezos. Everyone
Precisely.
would say the same answers, right? If I ask you who is the most successful woman in the world, what would you say?
That's where it gets yeah.
Right.
That's I see what you're saying.
Like, what is it? Like off the top of your mind, like what are the names that come to your mind?
Yeah, it's an ambiguous. Like you're like, okay, well, are we going to?
Damn, I want to sit there and say like female singers, but I know that's not the pinnacle of female success. Now, maybe they're my favorite point of pinnacle success because I love female singers. I think their voices are very relaxing, but that's just me. That's just, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you the most successful female in terms of, what business she owns or what she's doing for a living. Besides, I don't know, maybe, like I said, singing and dancing.
Off career, we're going to go off where.
But most people would say like Taylor Swift.
Yeah,
you're right. Actually, thank you. Somebody said Oprah Winfrey. You're right. Oprah Winfrey, but she's old. So I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah, you're right. I should have known Oprah Winfrey. But if you ask one of these newer cats, they is not gonna say no Oprah.
Or Oprah.
Mm-hmm.
These women are
Beyonce.
Nowhere near the richest women in the world. Nobody knows the name of the richest woman in the world.
That's true.
And so,
and that's true though. Oprah isn't the richest woman in the world. Like she's nowhere near it. Actually, I mean, the closest to richest woman in the world, what was it? I mean, Jeff Bezos' ex-wife is up there with like 77 or 70 billion dollars, and that's off divorce. So we can't even say that was off the strength of talent or anything.
I go about through this in my chapter. Yeah, you'd say Beyonce. I'm like, these are the names that you would say off the top of your head if I asked you who was the most successful. Nobody knows. Everybody knows the names of the most the richest men in the world, and yet nobody knows the names of the richest women in the world.
Good
right?
point.
And nobody knows the names of them. And the answer is a Russian woman. And I talk about this in my book. I'm like, nobody knows her name. And the women that you do name actually all tapped into their femininity. Taylor Swift was writing songs about relationships.
Mm-hmm.
She was writing songs about looking for love.
Mm-hmm.
And women flocked to this. Oprah was communicating to the housewife, right? She was speaking about issues. They're tapping in actually to the one thing that actually you think they're standing against. Oh, they're the ultimate feminists. No, they tapped into their femininity and found success, actually. And women do not, when we think about success, we don't measure it in terms of finances. That's why these women, we think, are the most quote unquote successful women in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas men naturally think finances. Oh, it's Jeff Bezos, it's Elon Musk. So I do a chapter and I speak about that in my book about who the richest woman in the world is. And then the next 10 women who are the richest in the world are all rich because of who they divorced,
mm-hmm.
right?
Yep. Yeah.
So what is the picture that we're recognizing here? We don't measure success in the same terms as men measure success, nor should we. And it's important for women not to think that becoming financially rich somehow means that you are successful or that you have triumphed something in life.
And since having children, like how has that like shifted your priorities as far as, I mean, and you can go into as much detail or as little as you want, as far as like how you've kind of prioritized child rearing versus like maybe your career and doing social media as much? Because I noticed.
Here's the thing though, like Candace, she takes away all those excuses from the other female podcasters that, oh, well, I'm in my career and all that's good stuff. What you mean? My podcast is doing great. I don't really need children to complicate it. I mean, shoot, you ain't like Big Candace though. You ain't like Big Candace, man. She got damn near having a kid every goddamn quarter. Every 3 months she's having a new kid, and every 3 months she's making more money, gaining more subscribers. So tell me, how can't you do it again? I mean, anything's possible, right? Now I am playing because Candace, like I said, her story is a bit special. Her story is pretty damn special, as I was explaining. But I did say all these girls who hate on her just secretly want to be her. And that's just a fact of the matter. Not all of them. I'll say 90% of them who hate her just want to be her. And mainly we're talking about the female political influencers.
You know, before you were super, super active. You still post obviously every day, but now it's like, you know, you have other priorities. So how's that kind of shifted?
Yeah, my family is my number one priority. I would say having kids made me more secure than ever before. I just don't care about the noise. None of it matters anymore. And also, I have real stake in this fight. Before, these were just ideas. America shouldn't be run like this. This is why, this is what's bad. Once you have kids, you have actually a real stake in the future of America. So when I am podcasting, the subjects that I am covering to me are existential, right? Are we being ruled by pedophiles and criminals? That's now existential for me. What is happening in the school systems? What is happening in these churches? What is going on? This is now existential because my children will inherit the America that I fight for or the America that I remain silent about.
And just to kind of finish off with the feminism real quick. So what do you think are the top 3 things holding women back from fulfillment and happiness right now?
The number one thing I would say that's holding women back would be not understanding the history of feminism. I think once you know that, everything, like, knowledge is actually power. I would say the second.
Yeah, like not understanding the history of their ideology. Like I said, with the young lady that was, wanted to be a feminist, that told me she wanted to be a feminist. And, she followed the lifestyle and all that crazy stuff that I didn't even know about. But I'm pretty sure if I sat her down and told her that, as a black woman, you following what a whole bunch of white ladies want you to do is hilarious to me. And as lesbian, I probably would have laid on with a bit harsher points because I wasn't that nice of a guy back then. I'd have been a little bit more harsher with that. But in all honesty, though, that's the truth, though. A lot of these women are practicing an ideology that they don't know the history of. I mean, a lot of people go into these studies that they don't know the history of. I remember how we were going into the history of psychology. How much women going into psychology and don't know none of the history behind it. None of the history behind it, but they want to talk about, and I got black psychologists or therapists that will talk about, oh, you're talking white supremacy points. Motherfucker, your whole profession was built off white supremacy. Who are you talking to?
And being told you have his back is the psychology of peer pressure. And that is the psychology, and the peer pressure starts when we are in school, with women being told you have to go to college, you have to have a career. The last thing you should be thinking about, you have plenty of time. You don't actually have plenty of time. Biologically speaking, you literally don't have plenty of time. Men might have plenty of time, biologically speaking, but your body is telling you don't. And so I think, and then that kind of gets into the education. The education system truly is just Soviet propaganda in the classrooms. So those would be the top 2 things. And so they're ignoring their gut instinct and following the herd.
So understanding what feminism is and how it came into place makes it a lot easier to understand everything else. All right, fair enough. What do you think so far about this switching politics? What do you think so far about this administration with Trump? Good, bad, the ugly.
Sad. Honestly, the first thing that I would say is that it makes me sad because obviously I spent a lot of time helping Trump get elected, trying to help Trump get elected. And Trump is...
I see a photo right here, yeah.
Yeah, he's a part of my political story, right? A part of my political awakening, if you want to call it that. And it feels to me like when he said, what Epstein files, are we still talking about the Epstein files? It was just like, we were so close. We did everything we could. And we were supposed to be fighting a swamp. And then what happened? What, the Loch Ness monster, which is Israel, rose up and swallowed our hero whole. So it makes me sad. And I think we all can very clearly see what has happened on the basis of who is now supporting him. The literal Never Trump movement is now supporting Trump and telling us that we're radicals, the people who initially supported Trump. So
that's what I hated. It was all the Never Trumpers of 2016 that was going like, oh, what you mean? If you're not with us, if you don't agree with us, you're no longer MAGA. I'm like, bro, you started off hating MAGA. Now you're trying to tell MAGA, who they're supposed to be, who they are. All of a sudden, Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, and the rest of the Republican Never Trumpers are all of a sudden on Trump's side. They know Trump's message better than the people who were voting for him in the beginning. But hey, it's kind of crazy how MAGA has been taken over by the Never Trumpers.
A complete flip, and they're trying to use this mechanism of psychology to convince us, oh, we just got here, but we noticed this rot, which is the original MAGA movement. It's completely ridiculous. Their tactics aren't working, but I think it also indicates to us that there is something very scary and sinister that is in DC, right? That turns good men, it petrifies good men that go in maybe with the best of intentions. And then they see something else. Like, what happens to these people? We don't know. Like, where is, day in and day out.
Oh,
Cash Patel.
I'm sorry, Tove. I just seen your super chat. What's funny is ever since I left feminism and married a conservative husband, I feel way more respected, seen, appreciated, and cherished. Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you. Hey, if you would, them liberal guys, they expect you to carry your own weight. They don't have I'm not going to say all of them, but a good amount of them is kind of watered down their chivalry. So then let's be real. I mean, that's how traditional guys act. They expect you to stay at home. They expect to be the one to handle all the bills as a man. The liberal guy, hey, 50-50 now. Remember that. I mean, on all responsibilities.
Oh, and Dan were saying, we're going to do this. We get the FBI. Now they look petrified. They look petrified, actually. There's nothing here, actually, to see about these Epstein files. What are you talking about? You kind of made your show off of what needed to happen with the Epstein files. So it's sad.
So if you were to rate them, because people have asked me this question, so now I get to ask someone else. What grade would you give them right now at this point, based on, obviously the Epstein files? I agree with you. It's a huge debacle. It's going to probably be a huge negative in his legacy at the end of the day. If you had to grade his presidency so far, within we're 11 months in roughly, what would you say?
So I would say I'm biased. So if you're asking me to grade, how how you would have those teachers where if you would take a test and they would automatically flunk you if you didn't put your name on the paper?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The Epstein thing for me is like automatic flunk if you don't put your name on the paper, right?
Gotcha.
So I'm a mom now. So this was the most important thing to me, was figuring out where the pedophiles are in our society. And
that was your number one voting.
This for me, becoming a mother, because you have to remember Epstein, and I did a partial series, a mini series on what we discovered about him. He just got pulled through the ranks, right? Bankrupted Americans. Same thing with the Maxwell family, bankrupted people in England, and was allowed to do this. He had absolutely no background. He was given access to children. He had an office on Harvard campus, despite only having a high school diploma, which I can't even verify his high school diploma, if I'm being honest with you. And
the rise of Jeffrey Epstein in the 80s was like something phenomenal. Like it phenomenally made no goddamn sense. Like literally no accolades, no real skills. He just popped up in there. He got billionaires and multimillionaires who's giving him a good word, and people are just giving him these high positions. And then there you go. I mean, trust me, Jeffrey Epstein started out in the financial game or really doing financial fraud or financial crimes in the 1980s, and then not really elevated, but switched over to child and human trafficking.
Was going to show us everything. He had access to.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jameson. He says European reels from decades of radical feminism policies, collapsing birth rates, weakening family structures, and leaders relying on mass immigration to fill the gap. Our crime rate has skyrocketed. And trust me, dog, same here. Bro, I've seen so many. Look, I've actually heard them say, oh, with the reclining birth rates, well, we need immigrants. Them literally say that. So it's kind of crazy how they'll sit here in our face and act like they haven't been, showboating for these illegals. And then here's the thing. Instead of actually helping the American people build better relationships, helping affordability, which would actually help produce more kids, because the more affordable things are, the more likely people are going to have more kids. Yeah, instead of doing that, they said, F it, let's just bring in a whole bunch of illegals and let's make things harder to American people to have kids. Or these guys come in and recklessly have kids and have 4 or 5 of them, and that's what's going to replace the American people that, you know, aren't really having kids no more. And the wild thing is, it's on both sides. I mean, just as soon as you're Americanized, for some reason, you start having less kids. And it don't matter who you are. You could be a Mexican family. You could be a black. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. It does seem like across the board, white people aren't really producing much kids. I suggest you guys fix that. But it does also come with this whole thing about having this high IQ, because it does seem like the more high IQ you are, the less kids you have. And here's the thing. I know you're thinking that's a smart thing, but yeah, look how it's working for you out on the global stage. You're being outnumbered. You're being taken over. You're losing out on the global, I'll be real with you, kind of losing out on the global population. So is having that IQ really helping you guys out when it comes to birth rates? Okay, then. I mean, it is kind of this, and that's just what science is telling us right now, is that yes, people with higher IQ do tend to have less kids.
Hollywood. He was working with Weinstein. He had some notorious fight with Harvey Weinstein right before Harvey went down. So now I'm kind of going back in my mind and thinking that's a question I should probably ask Harvey Weinstein, is what they were fighting about. And he had access to models. I mean, this man was just handed the keys to Les Wexner's empire, which even how that empire started has got a shady story with a guy who said that Les Wexner was the literal devil. He was the guy who controlled Victoria's Secret. He said, this man is evil. And then suddenly that guy jumps off the Golden Gate Bridge and decides to give his company to Les Wexner. That doesn't really make sense. So we had this rare opportunity to really understand how the Matrix was put together, in my view. And
like I said, I'm gonna have to stick on that point. If you guys think, and I honestly think you're being foolish, if you truly think that instead of trying to help your people fix their birth rate, you bringing in illegals is the answer, I mean, honestly, you're kind of a traitor to your people. So instead of helping your people out, you rather bring different people in? I mean, how treasonous is that? I mean, you can never say that you're a patriot. I know that.
And Trump took us to this line and then balked. And I'm not sure why he did. Okay. Maybe it's because he almost survived an assassination attempt. He survived an assassination attempt.
Yeah, 2 of them.
2 of them. And maybe they put him in a room and said, here's how it's going to go.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to try not to judge him because I don't know what he is going through. But for me, the Epstein files was a name on the paper.
So what are your thoughts on the current news? Because it just resurfaced again. They're, in the process right now of getting everything classified. I understand that there were a bunch of emails that came out. And and it's coming back up again. I can tell because I'm seeing nothing but CNN clips on it. Anytime they love to hit Trump when it comes to this Epstein thing.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on the latest information that came out recently with the emails and everything else like that?
When he initially balked on discussing Epstein and Pam Bondi did the whole crazy bit, I was told that it was because there was donors he was protecting, and that makes sense to me. I have never felt, and I'm a pretty good vibe person, Trump's not into kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the nature of the emails, was he at a party when people should just think about that. People say, oh, they exchange, like he was on his plane, never on the island, but like was on the plane, or was it a party? If you were at you live in Miami. If you were at a party, the idea that somebody could be at any club that you are at or any party that you are at has somebody that's underage and looks like she could be 18, and that doesn't really track to me as any evidence of anything other than the fact that he was at a party once, and Jeffrey Epstein was very clearly running a sophisticated network and a blackmail ring. So I don't think that whatever they have on Epstein with Trump and Epstein is going to implicate Trump in any of that stuff.
Yeah.
And I've been around him. Trump has a type, and I have never felt that vibe from him at all. But I do think he's protecting some of his donors. I do believe that, because I look at them and they just creep me out. And he took a lot of money from Miriam Adelson, the Adelson family, hundreds of millions of dollars from Miriam Adelson. And I think that's kind of the beginning of everything. So when they started leaking these emails, I read it as like a public threat to him. Maybe they're arguing about something in the background and he's holding a line on something. So because they obviously have all the Epstein stuff. He was their blackmail guy, And so if people don't listen, they probably do a little trickle. That's how I read it. I read it as like a public threat, and they want something from him, and they're going to be like, capitulate or we will hit you with everything they have. And we need to have a leader that just comes right out in a press conference and says, they have this about me.
Man, that's a
They've
big
been threatening
gangster.
me with it. I'm going to tell them to release everything and I'm going to hold the line. People would cheer. People would cheer. We wouldn't even care. We'd be like, okay, like as long as you're not implicated in harming children, right? I can deal with you being at a party that Epstein was at and finding out that whatever it is that they have on you. That's my gut instinct about the whole thing.
Yeah, no, I agree with you that I think I don't. He doesn't give me the vibe that he's like doing that type of thing with children. But I do think that maybe there's something in there that looks really bad optically, and that's might be why, or to protect donors, like you said. Because I look at it like if there was something really bad like that, the Democrats would have exposed that during the Biden administration if there really was. So, that's another thing as well.
If Trump was to found out to be hiding, like let's say this, he's not involved in the Epstein files at all, right? Nothing at all that can get placed on him. But he knew for a fact that this guy was on there, that he was implicated, that he's downright even guilty. If he was caught protecting that guy, I would ask Trump, I would actually demand that Trump step down. I would actually demand that my party, that our base, demand that Trump step down for that. So that could also be one of the reasons why they might not really want to release, because let's say Trump is even implicated protecting one of these guys. That could be enough for him to be asked to step down, for him to be impeached. Because even I would agree with it. I would agree with it as well.
Speaking of the Zionist lobby, we're talking about Mary Mendelssohn and Epstein and everything else like that. Last time we spoke, you were literally like a week or two before you left Daily Wire. It's been a while now. And obviously a lot of things have transpired, right? You've had a meteoric rise. Congratulations. Meanwhile, your opposition, Ben Shapiro, has had a meteoric downfall.
Yep. I mean, as candidates rise, Ben Shapiro falls.
Can you kind of take me through that day of what happened when, because I remember you had been in Miami for a bit, and then I think you might have went back to Daily Wire for like a day or two, and then they said, hey, we're going to get rid of you, blah, blah, blah. Can you kind of take me through how that all transpired and how you've been able to kind of use that cancellation from their perspective to just utterly destroy them and flip the roles?
So, gosh, I was fired in, March of 2024. And I obviously was very surprised about it. I did not know it was coming. Look, even if I sensed it was coming, I would have never have thought that it would have happened in the way that it happened. I would have thought that we would do everything that we can to keep things friendly. I mean, you don't want to work for any company. It's just unprofessional to want to dedicate years of your life to any company and not have things, even if they're not on great terms, you still want to make it as peaceful as possible.
TMZ reported, and I have to ask you this because I've always been wanting to ask you this. They reported that one of the reasons why they wanted to get rid of you is because you did the show with us. And when we talked about Jews, we hit the sound effect, the cha-ching sound effect, and that, I guess that infuriated Ben Shapiro. Is that true? Or
I know where that leak came from.
Okay.
And it came, gosh, am I allowed to say anything about this? She no longer works for the Daily Wire. And I think she was behind that leak. Yeah. So she no longer works for Daily Wire. So that was interesting. I can neither confirm or deny whether or not that is true.
Okay.
But what I will say is I would have never expected that sort of a PR. I mean, it's just the opposite of the way that I am. I mean, I've worked with several companies. I've worked with PragerU. I have obviously a lot of disagreements with them now, but I had a very peaceful working relationship with them. They treated me.
I know everything was all good for Candace until she started talking about, Israel. So she started talking about, honestly, Israel. And then it was the history of psychology when it was the dude Freud. Yeah, Freud and all that good stuff. When she started talking about that, start bringing up certain Jewish people within that story, start bringing up how Freud was actually a pedophile protector and all that good stuff. That's when she really started catching heat. And then she laid more into the bit of the Jewish side of things, I'd like to say. And then, the dogs got let loose on her. And then all of a sudden now she's talking about the genocide in Gaza. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. And Daily Wire said, yeah, we had enough of you. Then Candace gets her own, but she always had her own channel, goes to her own channel, restarts her podcast, and becomes bigger than ever, and is now the #1 podcast in the world, rivaling Joe Rogan, even episode per episode. Joe Rogan, he's the type to get like 500,000 at least and 1 million at least on an episode. Candace is doing the same numbers, and her numbers are even crazier. It's like at least 700,000 to 1 million on average per episode.
Fantastically. I've said it 1,000 times. Like what I think about them now and what their contributions are to what we're fighting. I could never go back and say like one bad word about how they treated me. They were really good employers and very communicative. I ever had an issue. I mean, I think my contract with PragerU was like 2 pages. I'm not even kidding. It was crazy. Marissa never even wanted to talk about contracts. She's like, if we ever have to talk about the contract, she was like, you should probably leave because like I don't want you here if you're not happy.
Yeah.
Obviously had a very great relationship with Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA. So for me, having never had any sort of a debacle ever in my life, in terms of working for people, it was new, it was global, there was so much happening, and I didn't know if we were going to survive it. Genuinely, my husband and I, it felt like it's like trench warfare. Your every move, you're not even thinking about the implications. It's like, I just have to put one foot in front of the other and fight. And I first and foremost just grateful to God that my husband was just rock solid. I think if my husband had shown even a fraction of apprehension, fear, anything, I probably would have come apart. And this again gets back to the importance of marriage, because there are things that men are designed to deal with. Women are designed, like I was good on the psychology games of what they were trying to do, but in terms of just getting down and building the infrastructure and like, okay, we need to rebuild the podcast. We got to do this. We got to figure this out. We laugh now. I mean, even because my team came with me, which was something that was also a huge blessing. I'm so grateful to my team because I went to them and I was like, I don't know if this is going to work. We can't offer you health insurance. We have nothing. So if you leave the comfort of where you are taking a risk.
Yeah.
And we don't know where this thing is going to end. And also we're like being banned from society also. Yeah. So the chances of this podcast working when we're banned from everywhere, even YouTube demonetized us, it was slim to none. And they were just like, we're coming with you. So to look back on that, it's just a tremendous amount of gratitude and appreciation for the audience, my team, and first and foremost, my husband,
So he helped you through that process. Cause I remember like it was all over the place and, obviously there was an enormous amount of pressure, but you were able to use that to your favor. You get let go from Daily Wire, you start up your own thing. And, obviously this topic is a very controversial topic when it comes to Zionism, Jewish power, and these other things. And it led to some things. What red pilled you on this topic that made you say, I got to speak up? Even though this is a very taboo topic, you could get, like you said, deal with demonetization, cancellation, losing an employer. What made you say, I got to speak up on this?
I want to get into heaven. And I think people don't realize that that's real. Like, I think people who are atheists don't understand that a part of this whole psych operation was to make you an atheist. Because if you knew for certain that when you die, there is more, which there is.
Thank you.
You would be living your life differently.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate that, my man. Appreciate the government hates this channel because he reminded me that I'm muted, and for the support for the about 3,100s he sent. Appreciate the support, my man.
Differently, right? I want to get into heaven. And so at the very moment that I know anything is true, I can't tell a lie, right? So when I was working, and giving the example again for PragerU, I genuinely, first off, wasn't up on the topic of Israel. It wasn't kind of a common discussion. There was no pressure on.
Oh, and shout out to my man, Alex Matthew, for sending in the floating heart for 10 joules. Appreciate the support.
Me to get out there and say things that are pro-Israel. I just genuinely believed it in the same way that I tell people Charlie Kirk just believed it. There's no conspiracy. He just was like, yeah, Israel, I'm a Christian. And obviously Israel has biblical connotations. And so I support Israel almost like it's a periphery.
Yeah. It's like
in
a
the
default
periphery.
setting.
Yeah,
When
it's
you're
a
in the
default
conservative
setting. Yeah.
Literally, yeah. In
it's
the
a factory
GOP
setting.
Yeah.
And people who attack that and assume that everyone's in on an agenda should stop doing that.
Even when I stepped into the conservative space, it was a bit weird when they had this whole, bro, it's Israel or nothing over here. And even I was shocked because I was like, whoa. I'm like, bro, this doesn't even really like help us all the way. How is over here on the conservative side? We're all about like, I don't know, conservatism. We're all about no foreign wars. And this is MAGA we're talking about. Why are we okay when we're getting into foreign wars over Israel? That was the main problem, even when I was walking over or I was coming into MAGA. It's like, I love the policies. The left is getting a bit crazy. I like the policies over here, but the geopolitical stuff is a bit wild. And it mainly came as you were, well, as the, well, I'm gonna be honest with you, as people were kind of getting called out for their stances on Israel. I started realizing that, oh, you can't criticize Israel at all without the entire right side coming down on you. On the left side, I mean, you criticize Israel all day and it's all good. But on the right side, you criticize Israel and they're trying to ostracize you and kick you out. So there is a forbidding topic on the right side of media, and it's Israel.
At the moment that it kind of became and I would say after October 7th, they were kind of demanding that you take a side. I watched Bassem Youssef. This was truly the mental turning point for me. He went on to Piers Morgan and it went viral. And he held up this paper where he showed how many deaths there were every year of Palestinians versus Israelis. And I will never unsee that. And he was being totally...
Yeah, he was on Piers Morgan too, when he was saying, well, like, Piers, if you're like, yo, for every Israeli, like 6 to 8 Palestinians has died. So, I mean, what do you mean by, oh, they need to get their get back, they need to get their just revenge, or I guess, and they need to respond. I mean, they over responded, but hey, man, nobody was trying to hear that at the beginning of it. And I completely understood why. I mean, the attack was fresh. We're probably only a month or two out and people were calling this out.
A jackass about it, was just kind of using humor, which is the best tool, and being like, so what's the equation of how many lives are worth? So I'm going, okay, so I'm supposed to believe these are the evil people, but this is how many people. And then I had Norm Finkelstein on my show at the Daily Wire because I was like, let me go to someone who actually is not an anti-Semite, right? His parents survived the Holocaust and he's a professor who was denied tenure for a ridiculous reason because he is committed to telling the truth about Gaza and he wrote so many books on it. And that to me was like, wow.
So that like red pilled you on the topic, like seeing the deaths and everything. Because no one ever sees like the Palestinian perspective because it's like almost like in America, well, especially if you're a conservative, the default setting is we support Israel unequivocally every single time. And you never even hear the other perspective. So, and I've said that too, like October 7th kind of opened up this discussion. Whereas like, I remember before it, like if you talked about it, you would get demonetized, banned. That's what got me demonetized was that topic, especially before October 7th. So you start talking about it. I remember you had debated a rabbi, I can't remember his name.
A couple of them. There was Rabbi Shmuley, and then there was
that idiot and the other
who
one.
was, oh gosh, I have to remember his name. He was my favorite. Candace.
Yeah,
This is the worst anti-Semitism. He actually was low.
No, I remember that guy. It was like the last rabbi she debated before she she got kicked off Daily Wire. It was so freaking funny. That man was effing hilarious because he was dead ass with his delusion, dead ass with it. He literally said anti-Semitism have an ever evolving definition. Bro, I damn near dropped my cup when I heard that. I was like, so basically you could fit it to whatever you wanted to, and you could call anybody an anti-Semite because it has an ever evolving definition. I was like, all right, bro. And he said it with such a straight face as if that did not sound crazy.
My favorite because he was so over the top.
Oh yeah.
He was so over the top, and
bro, literally.
He was like, "You can't even say what was it, witches." Skylar, what was the name of that rabbi? Barclay.
Bro, couldn't he say you can't say this word because a long time ago that's what they used to call Jews. So any word that you used to call Jews can no longer be used in your vocabulary. So if they used to call Jews witches, you can no longer use witches. If they used to call Jews, anything bad, you can no longer use that language. I was like, bro, that's why you can't even use Bolshevism. That's why when you use the word, that's when you bring up Bolshevism, they get their panties get in a twist. Because why? Let's not go that far.
By Barclay, that was his name.
And I think that was one of your last debates you did on the Daily Wire too. I think you were still on the Daily Wire there. Did Ben ever like have a conversation with you about this? If you could disclose it, like no. he just like never talked to you in person about this. He just like trashed you. Because I remember seeing a clip of him like at some type of social gathering, like late in the year of that year, saying, "Oh yeah, I think what she's doing is despicable, blah blah blah." But he had never had a conversation with you.
No, and after that, we never had a conversation.
Wow.
So that happened, and that's we never had a conversation after that. So
he didn't even have the decency to like figure out, hey, what's going on here, have a conversation. You're just like,
I tried.
Yeah.
It never happened. So
wow. Okay. So you got banned from Australia. Right, you got banned from Australia.
Some gangster.
Yeah,
almost,
and I was like,
super bad.
Because people try to tell me like, because I talk about world Jewry being a thing and how, it's an international cabal that works together, for the betterment of Israel, and they're located all across the world. And I use that example of how they got you literally banned in Australia, even though they represent like 2% of the population. How did that even happen? Like, how'd you get notified? Like, how'd that even come about?
That was pretty crazy. It was like some type of Jewish organization that was in Australia that was able to get Candace banned from Australia. I was low-key impressed. I was low-key like, what? Hold on. Just for speaking about these guys, hold on, bro. You can't sit there and say it's anti-Semitic to say that Jews have power when they can get you banned out of a fucking country. That's power right there. Actually, that's extreme power. That's power like I ain't never seen before. Like, bro, when I seen that, I had to sit there and be like, okay, I ain't gonna lie, their power level. It's over 9,000. It has to be over 9,000. They can get you banned from a country.
I was going to tour in Australia, and the Zionist lobby found out, and they publicly posted, it was like the Zionist Organization of Australia, maybe it was ZOA, publicly posted this thing.
Like their equivalent of AIPAC, right? Essentially.
Yeah. It's another AIPAC. There's so many of Zionist organizations. And I will say, on the conservative side of Australia, the Jewish conservatives did also write a letter in support of me saying, like, we disagree with her, but she should be allowed to speak. But they were effectively the ADL, and they posted this thing and publicly said that I should not be allowed in. My rhetoric was dangerous. They lied and said that I said that Jews, what did they say that I said? That Jews drink the blood of children, which was, it's just like completely.
The blood libel?
It was unbelievable. I mean, the way that.
I mean, if you want to know where that actually comes from, like Jews drinking the blood of Christian children or Christian people, that's like, it was supposed to be a lie. Now, I mean, if you want to go back, if you have a time machine, let me know. But please go back to Spain in the 11th century and tell me were they really drinking the blood of Christians out there? Because that's one of the reasons why the Jews were kicked out of Spain. I mean, they were kicked out of other countries as well. But the main thing with Spain was that it was alleged that they were drinking the blood of Christians. And yes, and we're talking about the Jewish population in Spain around what was it, like 1215 is when the expulsion happened. I believe 1215 they were 1219. You can fact check me on that one, but I know it's around that time where they got kicked out for literally being accused of drinking the blood of Christians, which is wild.
That came about was me liking a tweet, literally a like of a tweet of a person who called out Rabbi Shmuley and said Rabbi Shmuley had told a huge lie about me. So they were replying to Rabbi Shmuley and said, you didn't include that she, and then like told the truth about what I said. And then they ended their thing with, are you drunk on Christian blood again? So me liking this tweet, they went full.
And that's what I'm saying. There's actually like I said, there's historical context to that. And I mean, like I said, it was never proven. It was never proven that, Jews out there in Spain back in the 1200s out there drinking Christian blood. Like, no, I'm sorry. It was never proven. But they did get expelled for that. That was one of the reasons that they was expelled out of there.
Media, press corps. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Candace says, I'm like, are you kidding me? It was so obvious why I liked this tweet. Like, this person debunked Rabbi Shmuley's lie, but this is how they lie.
Yeah.
This is how they lie.
All right, you say 1492. I don't know where I got 12 from, but all right, appreciate the correction, dog.
And they take everything literal.
They take
even
everything
if it's
literally
or whatever. It's like, oh, look at you, vile anti-Semite.
Yeah, and I'm like, obviously, I like this because he defended, like, he pointed out that Rabbi Shmuley told a ridiculous lie that had nothing to do with anything. Rabbi. Yeah, he said that my followers threatened to kill him or something very serious, and he was like, "You're showing this inbox."
And didn't he try to sue you for that?
No, he threatened to sue.
Okay.
And so, yeah, it was quite a time, but they successfully got me banned. I've never been in trouble, nothing. And they decided that I am too dangerous to speak in their country. So that I still think, and this has been my belief, everything.
Okay, my bad, guys. Correction. Yeah, I got that confused with England. So yes, the Jews were kicked out of England in the 1200s, and they were kicked out of Spain in the 1400s.
That is happening. God wants to happen. So when that happened, it was because Australians needed to understand something about their country.
Mm-hmm.
Because people who didn't like me, who didn't support me, or weren't conservative in their country kind of looked up and went, why is this like mom of 4 being banned from our country? No matter what I think about her, I certainly don't think she's a threat, that she shouldn't be allowed in. And we've got literally people who have been accused of murder, people who have violated their visas in other countries, people that rap about murder are allowed in here. And you're telling me she's saying something that's so dangerous. And it, I think, contributed to more people listening to my podcast. What is she saying?
I mean, of course. I mean, you got banned out of a whole country, out of a continent, as my man Jet was saying, because Australia is a continent and a country. Out of an entire continent, a group of, I mean, I guess I gotta say in the explicit way, but a group of Jews just got together and somehow got you banned out of a country. And like I said, you can't really say it's anti-Semitic to say they have power when they can do that. I don't care how bad you talk about black people. Black people cannot get you banned out of Australia, America. I don't even think we can get you banned out of a country in Africa. But the fact that the Jews could do that in Australia, that's amazing. I got to give it to them, man. Hey, they got pull over there.
So I do feel we are in this time where the more that they lie, it rebounds very quickly onto them and it creates more pressure against them and they can't stop lying. So
yeah, because you can never lie once, right? Like they always say, when you lie once, then you have to keep lying to perpetuate that same lie.
Right.
So New Zealand also banned you, right? And then you were able to how'd you go about being allowed to come back to New Zealand? Did they write a petition or how'd that happen?
No, actually their person. So they have a reciprocal system, which is weird, but
no, wrong. Actually, it's not because she's losing her mind. It was literally a Jewish group in Australia that said, no, we don't want her over here because of her views or because she's anti-Semitic and her views on Israel. Like that was literally the reason. It had nothing to do with Candace losing her mind. And like I said, let's be real. Y'all only started saying Candace losing her mind after she was talking about Israel. I mean, y'all ain't say ish when she was talking about Majid Macron. Y'all ain't say ish when she was going off on black people. Y'all ain't say nothing. Any other country Candace talked about, y'all was hush mode. As soon as we talk about Israel, oh, is there something wrong with Candace Owens? Or like, is there something wrong with Candace? Y'all disingenuous bastards. Like, come on now. Ain't nothing wrong with Candace, but y'all don't like how she's talking about Israel. And everybody's starting to notice. Nobody was calling Candace crazy until she started talking about Israel.
If Australia banned
y'all can lie and say, well, no, it was beforehand. Nah. It was mainly because of Israel. Because every time somebody says it, it's, oh, I didn't like her beforehand. Are you a supporter of Israel? Yeah. All right, then. I thought so.
You get automatically banned in New Zealand. So New Zealand didn't actually ban me. Tony Burke in Australia banned me, and they have some weird reciprocal system. Then when they found out, their minister, and his name was Chris something, I should remember it, was like, I'm just against this, and he reversed it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so he had the power to reverse it. So New Zealand actually stood firm on free speech.
Okay, I didn't know that. So like basically when one party does something, the other one kind of reciprocates it, but they do have some type of veto power. What other ways, I guess, has the Zionist lobby came after you? I've seen ADL articles. I've seen SPLC, right? They target me too.
Oh gosh, it was everything. It was everything. Did
they lobby to get you demonetized on YouTube too?
Absolutely. Yeah, that came from the Awesome Jew.
Yep.
The Awesome Jew, who was in attendance, by the way, when Charlie got peer pressured in the Hamptons.
Oh, wow.
And
the Awesome Jew? Oh, wait. I think that's the guy who also works for Alex Jones as well. I think he had a debate with Dan Balgerian on Jake Shields' podcast. And, he actually gave a pretty good explanation on the Talmud and all that good stuff. So, I mean, he's not a bad guy.
Just a full court. They were like, just start mass reporting her for violence and violent rhetoric. And they did that. And then I had no strikes. And then I went to all strikes overnight. And YouTube demonetized us. We were demonetized for 6 months, I think. It was like September. Maybe it was 4 months. And so that was... can't make any money on YouTube. So we had to we had to then build our own website, which we did. So what it forces you to do is to become your own power center, right? If you ban people everywhere.
I mean, when you have content like, Candace, Minds, political, you never know when the other side is going to go ban him or crazy. You got to create other revenues. Like, of course, just in case anything ever happens to me on YouTube, I'm like, hey, yo, you guys come to stream, kick, to the most places where I can say whatever I want without ever having to worry about getting it taken down. Those are places you can go just in case YouTube ever decides to stop effing with your boy. Hopefully not, God willing.
You say you can't, you're not allowed to fight in this realm. We're going to start building our own realms. And I think they're learning that lesson, is that there seems to be the opposite thing that's happening. So they would attack us on YouTube. They obviously got petitioned to get me fired, banned from Australia. They went after like my family members. Obviously, they tried to pretend that there was all this friction between me and my husband's father, and that could not be further from the truth. I love my husband's family. They have always treated me very well, but they wanted that narrative out there because it was part of the cancellation is even though her own family hates her. No, we have different viewpoints. Yeah. People can support Israel. People cannot support Israel. You don't marry into ideas.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Of course, there's nothing wrong having disagreement.
And this is the problem. I mean, this is the problem with a lot of people have with Israel. I'm not talking about the people of Israel. This isn't we're not going to ever get anti-Semitic over here. This isn't about bashing Jewish people. It's about understanding that, one, the Israeli government have been getting us into a lot of problems in the Middle East. I mean, 2, they're continuing to do it to this day. And then 3, why in God's name are we supporting them? Like, why are we still doing this when throughout this entire conflict, they've showed nothing but disrespect? So, yeah. And then there's 4, which is this clip right here.
Bet you didn't see this.
This is our country.
So this dude is the same dude that was just freaking out at some other Jewish coalition conference or something. I don't remember what it was called. Basically calling for any and all opposition to this Zionist agenda to be deplatformed and canceled. He was the one that was freaking out about Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens and all those people, right? Let's see what he has to say now.
We're celebrating our country. Every July 4th, we're celebrating the principles that undergird our country. If you reject Judaism and you reject Christianity and you reject the link of the two, you reject the Bible.
What are you talking about? There is no link. This is, we really, really need to understand this. At this point, everybody needs to understand this, okay? You can be whatever faith you want to be, but we need to understand that there is no link between Judaism and Christianity. Judaism does not believe in Jesus Christ. They do not believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. They do not believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah. They do not believe Jesus Christ is the Savior of the world. They do not believe that Jesus Christ is anything significant. Okay? Here is one of the poster childs for this entire movement explaining exactly what they believe about Jesus Christ. Watch this.
You know, from a Jewish point of view, where we don't believe in the divinity of Christ, I think that there you can make an argument that the Gospels, which were written,
he was just a prophet, and
significant. No. We don't even believe he was a prophet.
What do you think he was? What do you guys think?
What do I think he was historically? I think he was a Jew who tried to lead a revolt against the Romans and got killed for his trouble, just like a lot of other Jews at that time who were crucified for trying to lead revolts against the Roman and got killed for their trouble.
So he became legend in story, and it became a bigger and bigger deal as time went on.
Yeah, he had a group of followers, and then that gradually grew, and then
do you think he was resurrected?
No, that's not a Jewish belief.
Okay, I just want to check.
Yeah, no, we're not into
we're not
into miracle stories. No, that's not. No.
You don't have any miracles?
No, not by Jesus. Right? No? They're ones in the Old Testament. Ones? Yeah, you've got Moses splitting the sea and all that.
What do you think happened there?
What do I think happened there?
Yeah.
Well, I'll go with the Maimonidean explanation that there was. It says in the Bible there was a strong east wind. So there's a naturalistic explanation for a physical phenomenon.
Okay, so now that we got that clear, let's just listen to the rest of this ridiculous rant.
If you reject Judaism and Christianity and the brotherhood and the sisterhood of the two, not only are you rejecting our founding, you're rejecting our country. You're pushing some other agenda, whatever that agenda may be.
You're rejecting the founding of the country. You're rejecting the country itself. So now this old senile bag of psycho is saying that if you reject Judaism, that you're not an American. You're not American. At what point has it gone too far? That is my question. If you want to...
And that is a good question, my friend. What point has it gone too far? And everybody say hello to White Candace. Shout out to White Candace, everybody. Yeah, man. I mean, can you imagine if Candace was to say half the stuff she's saying look like this? Bruh. But shout out White Candace. Oh, man. All right, guys, let's go ahead and leave White Candace alone for a little bit. I know I found this on X, and I thought I'd show you guys because White Candace is hilarious. Shout out White Candace. Damn near looks like a real white girl.
Right. And I'm just thinking what else they attacked. It's been nonstop. And then, of course, the lawsuits, nonstop legal lawfare.
So right now, between you, Tucker, Nick, they're attacking all three of you guys, saying, "Oh, you guys are anti-Semites and you guys are pushing this whole thing." And I give credit because you three have done an incredible job of, awareing the American public on this topic when it comes to Israel's control of the Middle East, what they're doing over there, how they've been able to get away with this for so long, killing people and no one knowing. And they've been targeting you guys quite a bit. And I see that there's been a bunch of drama with Megyn Kelly and Ben Shapiro and everything else like that. What are your thoughts on the entire on the situation? Because anytime they mention Tucker, you're right there, right? When it comes to the criticism of Israel.
I mean, hell yeah, bro. It's always Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. It's like they always got to mention Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. It's like a combo set.
Yeah, even Bibi Netanyahu name checking us was crazy.
Yeah.
On the TikTok thing and why they needed to buy TikTok. They're letting you know this is a psychological operation. That's what they're telling you. They've gone mask down. And they've just come more inward. I have no idea why they kept attaching me to Tucker Carlson. They wanted both of us gone, and
Mark Levin loves you.
Yeah, I know. They force fired Tucker. They force fired me, and then they realized, oh, we can't control them, and we started having to build our own power centers, and they didn't like that.
And they made you guys bigger.
Exactly. So, and then with the Nick Fuentes thing, I promise you, I had never heard the Nick Fuentes backstory until after I was fired from Daily Wire. There was this Twitter audio or X audio space that he did with Jeremy Boring, who at that time was the CEO of Daily Wire. And I heard the backstory. And I was like, this is insane. Like what happened to him. Nobody can look at that backstory of what happened to him and not realize that it was just evil.
They did everything they can to contain him. It's ridiculous.
This is like he had his life ahead of him. And so you kind of root for that. You're like, no matter how I feel about him, I root for him against the Zionist lobby. And this rule that you can't speak to Nick, why can't I speak to Nick? Can't my audience decide whether or not they want to listen to him? There's this false idea of platforming him, that somehow that's going to be harmful and you can't platform him. If I platform him and Nick seems likable, right? And then he goes on his show and he says horrific things, and my listeners then go over to his show, they're not going to keep listening to Nick.
Yeah.
They're actually then going to have questions about me.
Yeah. Let the people decide.
Let the people decide.
Yeah.
You don't get to think for people.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as platforming ideas. If people are following that idea, that is on the people. And they are smart enough to make their own decisions. I don't need to tell people to listen to Nick, to not listen to Nick, to platform Nick, to not platform Nick. If I want to talk to Nick, I'll talk to Nick. If I don't want to talk to Nick, I don't talk to Nick. And there's something about the true free markets that Zionists can't stand. They're constantly manipulating the markets so that people think that they are number one, and they're not. They actually require censorship in order for them to be number one.
Yeah, and that's their game. And I seeing Ben Shapiro have a meltdown. They had the Republican Jewish coalition a couple weeks ago, and just saying like, "Oh, these people are platforming whatever." I find it interesting how they never because when if you actually listen to the interviews that you guys do a lot of the times, it's like, "Oh, this makes perfect sense. I understand why you have this worldview." They never criticize what you guys talk about, right? They always criticize you guys directly, saying they're pushing anti-Semitism. Well, what are they saying that's anti-Semitic? Oh, well, it's just anti-Semitic. And they don't even want to have the discussion, the debate,
usually the truth
or anything. Yeah.
Yeah, because when you hear Nick Fuentes' backstory, it's compelling. It just is. I was compelled when I heard it. I actually haven't gotten around to watching his interview with Tucker. It's on my to-do list this weekend, but I'm assuming he told his backstory.
Yep.
And then people look at it and go, what is up with the Zionist lobby that they're going after 18-year-old kids for questioning Israel? That's actually what they're fearful of, is people understanding just how long this has been going on, how vicious it is that it will even go after an 18-year-old who's just asking questions literally. And yeah, I think that's what it is. It's the mass awakening that's happening.
Yeah, no. And I credit you, Tucker, Nick, some of the biggest voices in it, waking people up to this problem that we've had for so long, right? I mean, it got us into wars. And I do think that we're making an impact on it, because I remember when Trump bombed Iran, he had a lot of pressure on him not to do it, right? And he was kind of going back and forth. I know Steve Bannon had went to the White House and told him don't do it, or at least push it off a little bit. And he bombed him, and then he ended it there, right? Who knows if he didn't have that pressure from his base to not go to war, if he had would have expanded the conflict, because we know Israel wanted to, right? If this was 2003, who knows if we wouldn't have just gone into a full-on war. But I think big voices in social media that we didn't have back in 2003 were able to kind of pressure, hey, we voted for no wars. And then it kind of forced him to be I want to keep the base. All right, just bomb him and get out of here. Because that was even very unpopular.
And then you saw the neocons go, oh, you were panicking. It was just going to be in the whole time you guys were just panicking. And it was just one response. You thought there was going to be a broader war. And John Miller put it quite succinctly he tweeted and he said, no, it's because we panicked and freaked out that this didn't happen. This is like saying robbers outside trying to rob your house, your dogs start barking and the robber goes away and they're like, oh, you were just panicking. It's like, no, it's because
I honestly agree. I think the same way. Like, if it's because of how much, like, honestly, how much disagreement Trump was getting for bombing Iran, I think that's why he backed off and he never really went any further with it, because he's seen how unpopular it was, how divisive it was. Everybody was calling him out on promises like no new wars and all that. The neocons are trying to say, well, this is not a war, just it's a little conflict. We got to help Israel. Like, yeah, they were trying to frame it to us like that. But mainly we were going like, no, we said no new wars. We don't want to get into it with Iran, and we're good. That's even why Tucker Carlson went ahead and had that whole debate with Ted Cruz. It just went to prove that, yeah, nobody wanted war with Iran. We saw things inching closer to it. And then when Iran got bombed by us, we had every right to kind of freak out and be panicking, because we're like, yo, this is how a lot of other wars started in the past. It kind of seems like we're going down the same road.
Because the dogs were barking.
And it got even scarier with the demonization of Muslims all of a sudden, to try to make it even seem more plausible that we were going to get into it with Iran.
That this thing didn't happen. So no, every time which by the way, he still wants his war with Iran. They still want a regime change in Iran, and we have to continue to bark and continue to say that it's not okay. And it worked, because we held the line on it and used our platforms to say, this is the red line.
Yeah, no wars. And he literally was very ambiguous about it for days. So, and I think a big part of that is from all the pressure from his base with people that have big platforms. And this is kind of a beautiful thing where we have with alternative media, because I remember, and you remember too, we're right around the same age, the Iraq war, there was no dissent.
Right.
We're going and nobody cares, and we don't, there was no one else talking about it.
Yep.
The news was super pro-war. Everyone wanted to go to war. And it wasn't until 10, 15 years later that the smoke evaporated and we're like, oh, this was a waste of time. Why did we go to Saddam? Has nothing to do with bin Laden. Like, it didn't make sense. So let me ask you about, I guess, real quick, with Harvey Weinstein. What got you interested in getting his story out there?
So actually, I started working on the Harvey Weinstein documentary when I was at the Daily Wire, somebody on his team reached out to me because they thought that I would be the only person that would look at this fairly, which is interesting because obviously he's gave millions to the ADL. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we were this very unlikely duo, and I thought he was guilty. I thought there had to have been some guilt. I mean, there were so many women that were coming out. But this is how the media is effective at psychology, is that they know if they say something over and over again, it becomes true. And actually, I realized I didn't know anything about the case. And when I took a look at it, I was shocked. There was no question that Harvey Weinstein should not be in prison right now. And that's
the definition of Me Too right there.
Yeah, they took him out.
Yeah.
Who took him out? Why they took him out? That part still is not clear to me, but it should terrify any woman, especially me who has 3 sons, that they can do that. I think Me Too, what it represented was hostile takeovers of companies. That's kind of a theme, right? If you start to go back, you look at from Michael Jackson to Kanye to Britney Spears, these are hostile takeovers of companies. And I think Me Too was a proliferation where they hostilely took over a bunch of companies. And that's my instinct about it. And he was big. So maybe he wasn't playing ball. I actually do now have it on my mind that I want to ask him about this argument he had with Jeffrey Epstein that I learned about. I was very passionate about just telling the truth because the Me Too movement is problematic. I have a real investment in this. I have sons. Yeah. So I don't care what people think or need to think. I'm not voting for him to be my husband. I'm not voting for him to be the president of the United States. I'm not voting for him to be my pastor. I'm telling you that he was accused of something and the media completely lied to you about the circumstances. And it should terrify you because it means that our courts are corrupted. And they are. We know that. We know our courts are corrupted. Why? Maybe through the same system of blackmail. They've got judges in their pockets. But there is that's a part of the matrix. The court system is a part of it.
And I give you credit because, you're very brave for doing that, because just like with the George Floyd documentary that you did, which was going against the grain, right? A lot of people gave you slack for that. Like, oh, why are you interviewing this, pervert? And why are you going ahead and, trying to destroy the legacy of George Floyd? So I give you a lot of credit for because I do think that this whole Me Too situation and false accusations is very real.
It matters.
Athletes and professionals are constantly getting accused of stuff. I mean, we can look at what's going on with Andrew Tate, where, it's like every other month, something is getting dropped, or a lawsuit is being dropped here, or they're finding out that this woman lied here, or there was I think a pro soccer player that recently got out after having his life destroyed. So this Me Too thing is a huge problem in the Western world. So let me ask you this with Charlie Kirk, because you're definitely one of the most outspoken people when it comes to the Charlie Kirk investigation and what's going on there. Obviously, you knew him personally. You guys have worked together for many years. I'll kind of just turn it to you, and you can just tell me, because you've been looking at this for a while now. It's almost it's over 2 months now. Can you take us through what you think happened on that day? What led you to believe that? And the timeline in general, who you think is actually responsible, who might be covering things up and everything like that.
Yeah, so I can tell you that I view the Charlie Kirk assassination as a military hit. I do not know who called the hit yet, but it's military. There's no question in my mind that it was a military.
Or foreign, or?
Well, I don't view the U.S. military as being controlled by the U.S. I mean, there are a lot of people we've been globalized for a very long time. I don't know that there's a difference there's decisions that are made in Ukraine for America. I mean, this is the tentacles of the U.S. military. Yeah. It's a much broader and longer conversation that needs to be had. I mean, I think since JFK was assassinated, I don't know who's in control of anything, right? Much of what we see in the political realm is just an illusion. We're talking about what's happening in Congress, and decisions are made in boardrooms, in my view. With Charlie, I think that with everything that I have uncovered, there was very clearly a faith infiltration that happened. And I'm putting faith in quotation marks, because Charlie would have believed the people that came to him and told him to grow the organization and, to become the boots on the ground for faith. He cared very deeply about his faith. And the cast of characters and the pastors that are around him, rotten, very rotten. The McCoys, Rob McCoy, unbelievably rotten. And I've been covering a lot with him. And what it's looking like is that Calvary Chapel has been accused of tons in the past, and also accused of hostilely taking over well-meaning faith organizations and ministries, with Rob McCoy at the center of some of these scandals. It's looking to me like Turning Point's apparatus provided an opportunity. Now, who they're actually working for, what they're actually doing, I don't know. But I can tell you it is not about Jesus Christ. Okay. And this would explain why, for some unknown reason, Christian Zionist influencers have been losing their minds about the idea of investigating the Charlie Kirk assassination. It's odd. I looked up and I'm going, why are Christian Zionists trying to use Bible verses to say that we shouldn't question anything? I mean, everybody knows you were a cop. The first thing you do when there's been a murder is to look around at the money, the finances, and the people around him. Common sense. And then you pair that with the actual impossible things that they are telling us. It was a Christian miracle. His neck just stopped a 30-06 from 150 yards away. It was just your modern Christian miracle, That's Fed slop, but it's worse than that. It's Christian slop. People using the Bible to psychologically convince you, Jesus performed miracles, and this was just one of them. Charlie loved his faith. They're lying about weird stuff. I consider it a clue that they are lying about where Charlie was at in terms of his faith journey. They lied about the Hampton Summit. They lied about the fact that he had said, I have no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel cause. I just watched them all lie because I needed to see where all the stakes were. These are weird lies.
Yeah.
The one thing that connects all of these lies is faith. So that's where the focus of my investigation is right now. And I'm coming up, looking and going, all of these characters are dirty that were around him. So you're not going to hold up a Bible like a false prophet and tell me not to look here, or else I'm going to be condemned to hell. Because let me tell you how the Bible works, okay? Christ is king. What that means is truth is king. And if anybody is using the Bible to tell you not to pursue truth, you are dealing with somebody who is manipulating you.
Who do you think, I guess, I know you said the people around him, but who do you think is the most responsible? Why would they want him gone?
I think Charlie was not allowed to be anything but a Christian Zionist. And he was changing in the last few weeks. When I look at the timeline that I put together, some weird stuff, this Egyptian plane that was started tracking him everything began ratcheting up after Tucker Carlson hit the stage. And
in July.
Mm-hmm,
Oh, yeah, I was there for that. Yeah.
That
pissed him off.
That was a something.
Yeah.
So I think Charlie was done, as Megan showed the video. He was telling Tucker to go max. All of the things that they lied about, we've now proven. And why were they lying about it?
Nah, yeah, let's be real. Everybody was trying to say that Candace was crazy. Charlie wasn't about to turn on the Israel position. And yes, he was. She released a text message, and those were real text messages that proved that Charlie Kirk was turning against the Israel First, or the Israel position on the Gaza war. And here's even crazier. The man was out here getting threatened by, well, some of his Jewish donors who was threatening to take money away if he hosted Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. I mean, let's be honest. They were trying to control that man's image. Now, this does not mean that Israel's the reason why Charlie Kirk died. No, that's not what we're saying. But we are pretty much bringing up the point that, yeah, before Charlie Kirk died, he was getting extreme pressure from the same people that was propping him up.
That's why this is the thing. Why lie if you have nothing to cover up? That's my common sense here. You only lie because you have something to cover up. No matter what the lie is you only lie because there's something that you're hiding. So if they had all come out right when Charlie died, if Seth Dillon, who pressed Charlie in the Hamptons, was like, oh my gosh, my biggest regret is the last time I saw Charlie, I was being such a jerk about the Israel. It was so stupid. And this is a reminder that you never know when you're going to see somebody last. It would have been like, oh, okay, nothing to see here. It was like a full court press effort to lie about everything. Josh Hammer, he never blinked on Israel. He was on the text message chain where Charlie said 48 hours before he died that he was done with the pro-Israel cause. Why lie? That's my question. And I don't like the silence from Charlie.
Because Charlie Kirk was one of the most prominent and ardent supporters of Israel. To lose somebody like Charlie Kirk would have been devastating to the whole Israeli propaganda apparatus. Like, it'd have been over for them. Like, if Charlie Kirk was to disavow Israel, anybody else like Laura Loomer speaking up for Israel and all that good stuff would have been muted. If your top supporter, Charlie Kirk, was to hop off the Israel, low-key, hop off the Israel campaign, he started wearing a khalif, my man started, standing with the Palestinian flag, it would literally be over. And they'd completely lost the youth when it came to the whole pro-Israel propaganda, or this whole Israel first thing that they got going on. Actually, Israel lobby would damn near be done for. Actually, any money they put their politician on, or any money that they send, I'm saying it effed up, but anybody that they sponsor, and I'm talking about AIPAC, anybody that AIPAC would sponsor would damn near be poisoned by that endorsement alone. As soon as AIPAC sponsors somebody, well, that person's not receiving no votes. Actually, that's where it's starting to head to right now.
Turning Point employees, I know for a fact, one of them, I'm not going to name, has a text message from Charlie the day before he died saying, they are going to kill me.
Wow.
Now, he was not referring to the trans lobby when he wrote that message.
Yeah.
So why not present, if you are his friend and you're interested in the truth, why wouldn't you tell the public that? Wouldn't you just come right out to the public and say, hey, I don't know what happened, but Charlie thought they were going to kill him. I do not like the way Turning Point is behaving. I've made that clear. And nobody is going to emotionally manipulate me and tell me that it's all good now. And to attack Turning Point would be to attack his legacy.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie told me years ago that he had, which I shared the messages, he was having a ton of visions and was telling me that Turning Point was going to be the death of him. He knew he was going to die young. And strangely knew that I was going to be the only person to defend him, right? I showed the messages.
Yeah.
I showed the messages.
They tried to say it was fake and you pulled it up and yeah.
So we're here. We're here now. And I'm going to defend him. I'm going to figure out what happened.
Yeah, they were trying too hard. And that's why I never really believed that the whole, Candace is getting crazy part, because They were trying too hard. They were trying too hard to make Candace Owens crazy. They were trying so hard to disprove everything she said, and all she did was come out there with facts and prove all of them wrong. And the only people that was still calling her crazy was the people who didn't stick around long enough for her to disprove everybody. So I got to give it to Candace on that one. And it is crazy that there's just crazy propaganda going against her, trying to call her crazy and all this good stuff. And it just seems oh so familiar. I mean, when Kanye starts speaking up about the Jewish influence in the music industry, what happened? Oh, is Kanye okay? All right, let's put him in maybe he needs to go in a crazy house. We need to put him on meds and separate him away from his children. Michael Jackson. Oh, did the same thing Kanye West was doing. Oh, wacko jacko. He touched kids. Oh, look at this now. Same thing. Candace Owens speaking out against what? Same people. Oh, she's crazy. Did you hear what happened to Candy? She done lost her way. I don't know what's happening. It just seems oh so familiar.
What are your thoughts on how Erica Kirk has been dealing with this and some of the people that are close to him, his manager, Mike, and all them? Like, do you think they're just playing a role? Do you think they're involved? What are your thoughts on them in general? There's some of the people in his closest
And they
circle.
all black.
It is obvious to me that Mikey McCoy was the person that they wanted to launch as the new Charlie. That's very obvious. The way they brought his YouTube channel back with a speech from Mikey, and everyone was kind of trying to soft sell Mikey to us, and was like, "Who's this kid? So you're 23. Why are you the chief of staff of anything? You didn't go to college. Who are you actually?" And you're brought in by Rob, your dad, who is dirty. I mean, very dirty guy. I covered more of that yesterday. He just gives me the sleaze and the ick, and it just is very strange that I felt like they tried to manipulate us into accepting this, almost like they had like Mikey's going to be this person. Then we see Mikey, he's a hero, and he just walks away right after somebody like that doesn't make any sense to me. And yeah, with Erica, a lot of people on the internet have been going into her past, going into her parents' past, and just speaking about these things.
Israel defense contractors, parents, stuff like that.
Yeah, I've seen all of that. I respond to that on my show. And what I've said to everybody is I'm starting with what happened on that day, what happened leading up to his assassination, and the people that catch my attention are people who are telling verifiable lies. Okay. Erica thus far has not told any verifiable lies. She did not lie about the fact that he had St. Michael on him when he died. So there's two things. She could be on autopilot, and some people could be reading that the wrong way and thinking, oh, well, she's not acting right. Okay. Is she on autopilot because she fears something? Right. Again, we don't know what's happening behind the scenes, but you have to have some level of fear if you watch somebody get assassinated. I don't know. I just don't know.
Yeah.
And so people have been upset with me for not going, down the rabbit hole on my show about Erica's parents. People's parents are people's parents. They haven't yet come up in my investigation. If I find out that her parents were involved, and then it's going to catch my investigation. And there's nobody that will be spared once they come up, once they tell a lie, I come across something. I just literally have not come across anything with Frank Turek. Also, I haven't come across anything with Erica in my investigation. So,
the shooter or the alleged shooter, you think they're a patsy?
Of course, they're a patsy. I mean, come on, it's just so dumb. He wasn't even on campus that day. They can't show us one clear image, not even one. All of these cameras, Turning Point has everything in 4K. So shouldn't you have caught the shooter on the roof in 4K? Like, you had cameras everywhere that day.
Hey, look, I know everybody's having the I Hate Islam session right now in the chat right now, but you are really about to be mad about what I'm about to play next then. In the meantime, though, while I go ahead and play this next video, I would ask you guys to open your mind a little bit and try to understand the opposite side. But in the meantime, to help you do that, here's this video with some wise sayings. And all right, now that we're done with those wise sayings, let's go ahead and get into this little documentary about Saddam Hussein, from Spider Hole to the gallows.
Disarmed, diminished, defeated. On a cold winter night near Tikrit,
Actually,
the U.S. forces dragged.
Oh, hold on, just to keep my promise to Tove, though. Thank you, Tove, for reminding me. I do got to keep that promise. This is it right here. We're gonna play this real quick, then we're gonna get back into that video.
A great way to deal with wokeism. We're flying out of Texas, so I'm thinking safe. Nope, I get the only liberal in Texas. And we get to talking, and we're talking about different policy things, and we're talking about civil liberties, and we're talking about rights, and we're talking about responsibility. And at one point, I stopped her in the middle of the conversation. I said, you know, I find something really interesting about this. During the course of our conversation, we have both agreed on the problems. We're trying to address poverty, we're trying to address sickness, we're trying to address violence. We've even agreed on a lot of the end states. We want people to be happy, healthy, prosperous, and free. The difference is that you're a lot more comfortable with violence than I am. Dual PhD college professor was taken aback by that statement. In fact, the way she worded it was you're going to have to explain what you just said. And the first thing I said was, I don't mean any offense. I said, and I know it sounds kind of wild because you're a college professor and I was a Green Beret. I've actually been in a lot of situations where I was very comfortable with violence. You're just comfortable with it against innocent people, and I'm not. And here's what I mean by that. You and I will both see a problem. The dam breaks in Louisiana and it floods and people are suffering. And I see that problem. I think to myself, as a Christian, as an American, as a human being, I have to do something. Let's donate resources. Let's send money. Let's go down. Let's do what we can to go help the people that are suffering, because we have an obligation to our fellow men and women to do that. And I ask you, maybe, would you like to come along? Would you like to donate? Would you like to do something? Maybe you want to write a check. Maybe you want to get on a plane and go down there. But no matter what you say, the option and the choice is yours. And if you choose to do something other than what I am asking for, you get to leave the conversation in peace. So now on the other side, you see a problem within society. And your automatic response is, we need a government program. We need government intervention. And so, Nick, we're going to raise your taxes, or we're going to regulate you, or we're going to set up a statute or a law. What happens if I say no? Do I get to live in peace? You will deprive me of liberty and property, and depending on how much I resist, you will deprive me of a lot more. You'll take away my kids, you'll take away my home. Not because I didn't want to help, but because I didn't want to help the same way you did. How do you square that with the belief that you're a tolerant person? She looked at me and she said, I've never thought of it that way before. She actually asked me for my card, and we had an email correspondence after that flood. Again, I didn't say anything brilliant. I'm ripping it off from people far smarter than me. But some of those powerful conversations that you will have start with not assuming that the other person has some sort of evil design. In many cases, they've just been convinced of something that isn't true. And one of the most important things that you can point out to certain people is that they're the ones that have chosen coercion, aggression, and violence. Because if you don't do it the way they want to do it, they're going to punish you, and they're going to use the government to do so. So the argument that we're making in almost every single conversation we have with people on the left is not to say we want the power to coerce you to do what we think you should do. We want you to be free to make your own decisions. What we ask for in return is that you be responsible for the consequences, because liberty without responsibility is nothing more than licentiousness. And when you can start to chip away at that false notion that what they believe is rooted in kindness or tolerance or equity or charity or peacefulness, and point out that no, it's not what you actually do. You're actually very, very comfortable with using violence if it means getting what you want. And maybe you should reevaluate that if it doesn't actually coincide with what you think you're trying to achieve. Subscribe.
I mean, that man was cooking. I ain't go like, where is he from? Yo, Toe, where this man from, bro? Hopefully, is he from Ohio? I'm sorry, because he was cooking. What? I like this guy.
I can see what they're doing, what he's doing. I can see it. I feel it. He's cooking.
For sure, he's cooking. All right, now, guys, let's go ahead and get into the video. But before we get into it, I mean, I guess we can listen to Stewie's little rant.
Brian, it's 2022. There's no such thing as a boy anymore, or a girl. Just a vast sea of chubby theys and thems, so coddled by their sanctimonious woke parents who think activism is virtue signaling on Instagram. If Martin Luther King could come back and see what they were doing in his name, he'd never stop throwing up.
Maybe you are having your parents.
And if you want a better viewing experience, you can go ahead and head over to the Horizontal Live for a better viewing experience.
Disarmed, diminished, defeated. On a cold winter night near Tikrit, the U.S. forces dragged a strong man out of a hole in the ground.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
And he was in the bottom of a hole, so there's no way he could fight back, so he was just caught like a rat.
The tyrant who once ruled Iraq with an iron grip now appeared as a fugitive, unshaven, exhausted, and stripped of every trace of dignity. For a leader obsessed with immaculate grooming and power, this was the unraveling of his legend. For decades, he imposed a brutal reign over Iraq from marble palaces and gold-plated halls. His portrait loomed over almost every street, every school, every courtroom of Iraq. Critics saw him wielding power with the confidence of a monarch and the precision of a surgeon. Cutting through rivals, silencing dissent, and turning Iraq's sectarian wounds into political weapons. His power stretched beyond Baghdad into the heart of West Asia and further into East. Part statesman, part monarch, part mob boss, part messiah, and beneath it all, the machinery of brutality churned for a quarter of a century.
Jesus.
And then in December 2003, not far from the village where he was born, he looked less like the ruler of a Babylonian legend he projected himself as, and more like its ghost.
الحكم على المدان صدام حسين المجيد بالإعدام شنقا حتى الموت لارتكاب قتل عمد كجريمة ضد الإنسانية وفق المادة 12 أولا أليف بدلالة المادة 12 أولا ثانيا ثالثا رابعا من قانون المحكمة.
Yeah, I remember when they sentenced the man to death, he just started saying, down with the invaders, down with this, down with that, Allah Akbar, you know, and all that good stuff. So, yeah, he started yelling at all the people he felt that wronged him in that moment of when they sentenced him to death. And trust me, even I watched Saddam Hussein's hanging as a kid, weirdly enough, because it was such a crazy thing that was going on in modern day. I remember they was even doing whole documentaries on the history of hanging and what it does to you. I even saw the after images of his hanging.
3 years later, in 2006, that ghost would swing from the gallows, the rope snapping shut on a reign that once seemed untouchable.
Yep.
He was Saddam Hussein.
I remember they showed his body. They showed how the neck, how the rope completely tore all the skin or burned off, or they tore all the skin around his neck. I mean, it was a gruesome picture.
In the dictator of Iraq.
Hey, shout out to my man Alex Matthew for sending in the 100. Appreciate the support, my man.
Saddam was born in 1937 in the village of Al-Auja outside Tikrit into the mud house of his uncle. His father, a landless peasant, died before his birth. His mother could not support the child until she took a third husband. Declassified U.S. documents say Saddam committed his first murder at the age of 12. His target? A shepherd from a nearby tribe in Tikrit. By his teens, Saddam was already living by the only code he knew: violence. At 18, the age most step into adulthood, Saddam stepped into Baghdad. Here, the boy from Tikrit encountered the Ba'ath Party, an Arab nationalist movement promising unity in a fractured Iraq. But in a Shia majority land, the Sunni-led Ba'athists sharpened sectarian divides into instruments of power, and no one would wield them more ruthlessly than Saddam Hussein. In 1959, he joined an assassination attempt against Iraq's prime minister. Some reports suggest the hit was greenlit by the CIA, part of American Cold War games to curb Soviet influence. The mission failed, and in its wake, Saddam found his way to Egypt's capital, Cairo. Hiding in Cairo, Saddam Hussein led an underground Ba'ath Party cell. The city was alive with the then Egyptian president, Gamal Abdel Nasser's fever of Arab unity against Western dominance. And in that climate, Saddam's own vision began to take shape: to return home and seize Iraq for himself. Exiled but unrelenting, his dream of returning to Iraq came true in 1963. When he slipped back into Baghdad, his Ba'athist comrades finished the job he had once failed at, killing Prime Minister al-Qasim and seizing power for themselves. But the first taste of power by Saddam's comrades was brief. They would decisively seize power 5 years later in 1968. Saddam's role in the Ba'athist-led Iraq, the vice president, the new president, one of Saddam's cousins, Ahmed Hassan al-Bakr, the Tikrit born to a landless shepherd, was now within touching distance of the summit of power, but not yet at its peak. And for a man like Saddam, second place was never enough. At just 31, Vice President Saddam Hussein knew he had age by his side. So he used this advantage of time to fill the Ba'ath Party ranks with men of his own clan, cementing loyalty in blood and kinship. The 1970s brought Iraq rare stability. The reason? A temporary truce in Iraq's Kurdish people's fight for self-rule. In March 1970, the Iraqi government and the Kurds signed a historic autonomy agreement promising limited self-rule and representation in government within 4 years. And in this 4-year calm, Saddam tightened his grip on the party, on the military, and on the weapon of every dictator, the secret police, effectively turning them into an instrument of fear.
As one of Iraq's strongest supporters.
In the meantime,
I mean, that's true. You can't be a dictator without a secret police. I mean, you can't dictate people without having a secret police that kind of works, outside of the law.
Baghdad's fragile
and outside of human rights.
Truce collapsed into open conflict with the Kurds, a war that bloodied Iraq's north and saw Saddam cement his power within the regime through his use of the secret police, which he unleashed in Baghdad's crackdown on the Kurds. Under Saddam, Iraqi al-Mukhabarat became a labyrinth of security agencies, watching, listening, penetrating every corner of Iraqi society. In homes, in markets, even in mosques, the state was everywhere. For millions of Iraqis, survival meant speaking in silence. By July 1979,
I mean, damn, they look a little bit more well-dressed back in the day.
With the Mukhabarat backing him, and with a party stacked with loyalists, Saddam Hussein persuaded President al-Bakr to step aside. And in his place rose Saddam Hussein al-Tikriti, the new president of Iraq, a throne he would occupy for a quarter of a century. Barely days into his presidency, Saddam summoned hundreds of Ba'ath Party officials into a grand hall in Baghdad. One by one, names were read aloud. Men who had dined with him, fought beside him, now branded traitors to the new Ba'athist ruler.
Damn.
Some were dragged out as their colleagues watched in terror.
Man, he pretty much set everybody up that he'd ever worked with, and they felt that, it might not be a part of his new regime, or, it might try to take him over. He just said, look, let me smoke this cigar. I'm going to start calling out names. And, after maybe about like 5 seconds later, you start hearing gunshots outside. I'm like, man, yeah, this was like a legendary moment for this man. I think everybody kind of like this was probably one of his OG moments where he sat there, smoked, and just start calling out names of people got drugged outside and executed or to jail.
Others remained seated, unsure if their name would echo next. It was a theater of fear, choreographed by Saddam himself. By the end, dozens were executed. The message was unmistakable. Loyalty to Saddam was not a matter of choice, but key to survival. By 1979, the purge had left no rival standing. Saddam Hussein ruled alone, unchallenged, unquestioned. But history gave him no pause. Just across the border, Iran's Islamic Revolution toppled the Shah, replacing him with Ayatollah Khomeini.
Which is a little bit of our fault, to be quite honest with you. We're the ones who kind of got the Shah overthrown. And then, I think it was the France. Actually, it was us as well. And we was working together with the French to bring in the Ayatollah. So the guy that we complain about to this day is kind of the same guy we brought in. Well, different guy. Well, not the exact same guy, but, same regime.
This was a Shia-led revolution, and Saddam, leading a Sunni regime in a Shia-majority Iraq, saw in it a threat of rebellion. So in 1980, he marched Iraq into war with Iran. a gamble to crush Tehran and crown himself defender of the Arab world. What followed was not triumph, but a brutal stalemate. Nearly 8 years of trenches, gas, and graves. 500,000 lives lost on each side, but no clear winner.
That sucks.
So in desperation, Saddam turned his weapons inward, on Kurds, on Shias, the communities he deemed pro-Iran. In March 1988, near the Iranian border, Iraqi planes dropped poison gas on a Kurdish town of Halabja. 5,000 civilians died in a single day. Their bodies left as silent proof to a massacre that would stain Saddam's name forever.
Yeah. Cooked.
Iran finally agreed to a ceasefire a few months later. Many claim it was the example of chemical weapons.
Yeah, I would agree to a ceasefire too. I'm be like, bro, he did this just to people who supported you guys. Imagine what he's gonna do to the actual people of Iran if he's just doing this to the supporters of Iran. Yeah, I'd have been rushing to the peace negotiation table too. Like, bro, he gassed his own citizens. Like, what made you think he gives a fuck about doing the same to us?
Used at Halabja, which forced a rethink in Tehran. With Iran held at bay, Saddam looked south to Kuwait. Rich in oil, small in size, a jewel he believed was Iraq's by right. In August 1990, his tanks rolled across the border. For 2 days, the world stood stunned. Then America and its allies struck back.
This is the will of the entire world, if you will, against this man. And he's got to understand it. So we're going to keep on repeating it. No concession, no negotiation for 1 inch of territory. And Mr. Saddam Hussein can simply do what the world is calling upon you to do. Get out.
The Gulf War had begun. And it ended in a loss for Saddam Hussein. The defeat brought sanctions, isolation, and the slow suffocation of Iraq.
Yep.
The Iraqi people starved under embargo. While Saddam's palaces grew taller, his paranoia deeper. Then came the 9/11 attacks on the United States. The U.S., under President George W. Bush, vowed to hunt down terrorists and those who sheltered them. Saddam's Iraq was soon in the crosshairs. The Bush administration accused Baghdad of developing weapons of mass destruction, claims that became the central justification for an invasion.
Saddam Hussein and his sons must leave Iraq within 48 hours. Their refusal to do so will result in military conflict.
No such weapons were ever found. But nonetheless, America invaded Iraq in 2003, and Baghdad fell.
Yep.
Saddam's statues were toppled.
That was the scam of getting into Iraq. These weapons of mass destruction that was never found. But I mean, hey, we got what we wanted, right? Right.
His regime was unraveled. His sons, Uday and Qusay, were hunted down first, killed by U.S. troops in a raid on Mosul. But the manhunt still.
What?
His sons, Uday and Qusay, were hunted down first, killed by U.S. troops in a raid on Mosul.
Tough. That gotta hurt.
But the manhunt still hadn't caught Saddam himself. For months, he vanished, a phantom haunting the ruins of his state.
Yeah, I remember it was like a running joke that, like, the running joke of finding Saddam Hussein. I mean, it was like a running joke that he's over there in the tunnel somewhere. Like, it was damn near joking about running after this guy because, well, one, we served him a pretty good L. Yeah, we whooped his ass and we was trying to finish the job.
Till December 2003. Acting on tips from his own bodyguard and disgruntled relatives, U.S. troops finally closed in. Saddam was found near his boyhood home in Tikrit, hiding in a so-called spider hole, a cramped underground chamber 6 feet deep, barely enough to lie down with a crude air vent and fan. Camouflaged with bricks, dirt, and a carpet, it lay within view of some of his palaces. Soldiers were seconds from tossing in a grenade. when Saddam emerged and surrendered.
You see, that's where everybody got the joke from. Like, this man was literally hiding in like a cave. Ain't the shit he could do, but just wait for the military to come grab his ass.
The capture was heralded as a turning point. The West hoped that Iraq's spiraling violence would now subside. After a trial many still denounce as victor's justice, on December 30, 2006, Saddam Hussein was hanged for crimes against humanity. His last words? Defiant, but his fall, absolute.
The regime of Saddam Hussein was a clear threat. The world is safer because Saddam Hussein is no longer in power.
Well, I mean, his people safer.
The story did not end at the gallows. Iraq was left fractured. Where Saddam once ruled through fear, chaos, and militias rushed in, American promises of democracy collided with insurgency and civil war. Sectarian flames burned cities and shattered families. And in that fire, a new terror rose, the Black Flags of ISIS. Though eventually defeated, they left Iraq further broken, with instability deepening into its soil. The reign of the Butcher of Baghdad is long over, but Saddam's shadow, the architecture of fear, division, and violence, still lingers over the nation that he once ruthlessly ruled.
I mean, shoot, USA. Shout out to the USA. And yeah, I mean, hey, and shout out, what was this? I think this was first post for this little documentary that they did of Saddam Hussein. Nice little quick one. Gave you all the details that you needed and learning from the beginning to the end. I mean, hey, you gotta love it. You got to love it. All right, guys, let me go ahead and play a couple of clips here before we head on out, because it's almost about that time, because it is 5 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday, about to be 6 o'clock. So, hey, I stuck it out towards the long run, man. Where's my respect? I'm just playing. All right, let's see here. Whoops the days. You know what? I think I'm actually just about to get into the monologue in a second, because I did want to play this funny clip first and then get into the monologue, but I'm not sure if I can find it. You know what, guys? Give me like 5 seconds here. Just listen to the sound of my voice before you go to sleep. Alrighty here. I think we're almost found it. There you go. Nice little funny clip to end the night off, and then I'm gonna hit y'all with a monologue.
USA is
Good morning. We have a fresh update on the Epstein-Kirk case.
yeah, and TPUSA is absolutely covering up his murder.
Right. Thank God for Candace.
Straight up.
Tammy, take it away.
Chloe and Michael, good morning. We're here with producer Berg, and he is not happy about this episode, but we're going to have Candace on anyways.
We fired her for being antiseptic. Shut it down.
Do you want to know who was also asking a lot of questions? Charlie Kirk was asking a lot of questions towards the end of his life, right? He was asking questions, hitting hard about Jeffrey Epstein on his show.
Epstein with his little friend Ghislaine and Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, who is obviously a spy of the Israeli intelligence agencies, that there was something else going on here.
Shut it down. Jeffrey was a member of God's chosen people, and you're not allowed to ask questions about his ties to Israeli intelligence on my show. Shapiro-Stein, explain to the Goyim.
Thanks, fellow chosen person. Just because he was heavily funded by Zionists doesn't mean we hired Mossad to execute a JFK-level assassination on Charlie. Leader of the free world, take it away.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
I was done with MAGA at the moment he looked us in the face and he said, what files, right? What are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, who's still talking about Epstein, right, Ching Chong?
You're literally retarded. Candace, back to you.
You guys still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? We're now getting these emails, and it only further implicates this administration in an astounding cover-up. All of this, again, the truest victims being the children. We are a nation that is ruled by perverts. We are. We just are.
Bunch of perverts.
That's absolutely based, Candace. I think Charlie was saying something about this.
Roll the clip.
It's nothing new that if you're in the intel agencies, you want to try and get as much blackmail on powerful people as possible.
True.
Easy. not hard. And this is no longer just speculation.
Shut it down! Fine, we may have blackmailed J. Edgar Hoover, the director of the FBI, to send weapons to Israel since before 1948, but that's none of your business.
Gosh, Charlie knew what he was talking about. Let's hear the official narrative from our government sources, the people who we love and trust so much.
What are you going to do about the Zionist blackmail?
I don't even know what Jeffrey Epstein means. Is that a noun or a verb? It was Tyler Robinson.
Israel.
That's anti-Semitic.
Trump's in the files, and Michael Obama is a dude.
Bergstein, go ahead.
Hambone, why are you letting people like Candace question her friend's assassination? Anti-Semites are starting to blame the Jews and we're victims. Oy vey.
We fabricated the furry trans lover. That person disappeared. We tried to force a confession. That didn't work either. So we're looking absolutely retarded, I know.
Bruh. Like, didn't they run for office on the basis of exposing that?
Oh, yeah, QAnon.
I guess converting to Judaism and covering up Israeli trafficking rings is more important.
Right. But Israel is still our greatest ally.
Whatever you say, Daisy.
All right, John, stay focused. Just because Shapiro-Stein hired an OnlyFans model doesn't mean you should throw out your values. But at least we're not like the Christian Zionists at TPUSA, whose suspicious takeover of Charlie's company gives us the creeps.
Thanks, Ching Chong. Yeah, so Charlie's pastor, whose dad is a naval captain and assistant chief of staff for psychological warfare in the Navy, is the one trying to get his son to take over Charlie's spot, and I'm just not retarded enough to buy that.
If you don't, support Turning Point Faith, especially given this terrible thing that they're going through, these were his real friends, and there's something wrong with you. You're not godly, right? It's godly to accept the Fed narrative.
Now you're starting to get it. Just because you're the #1 podcast and nobody listens to me doesn't mean I can't gatekeep what people should or shouldn't say. I'd fire you again if I could. Back to you, stupid Goyam, and up yours, Candace.
Wow, thanks for that, Shapiro-Stein. And in other news, I'm still waiting on that raise from producer Berg.
You have been a good goyim lately.
Right?
Let's learn more about Daddy McCoy.
Now let's bring in Daddy McCoy. Wouldn't say, he strikes me as something else entirely. And he similarly had some rather impeccable timing. Rob McCoy, as you very well know, was the senior pastor of the Godspeak Calvary Chapel in Thousand Oaks, California. His church was funded by the Wilkes brothers down in Texas. They are a part of what is described online as a cult. It's like Christians for Jews. You look into it yourself. I honestly can't explain it, but that's just something that you should know in the background.
Thanks, Candace. The guy seems sketchy. I agree.
Yeah, didn't he employ a known predator who lured children in by pretending he lost a cat?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Watch him rationalize it.
Yeah.
But how long ago was this?
Like 28 years. 28 years ago.
Yeah.
All
28 years ago. All right, go ahead.
Can we put this to rest, ladies and gentlemen? Can we put it to rest? Erica Kirk said that she believed they have a great team in Kesh Patel and the FBI.
And I'll see you in Valhalla.
She believed that Tyler Robinson killed her husband. And at his memorial service, she said she forgive him. Can you shut the front door about all these conspiracies around Charlie Kirk's death?
Absolutely not, Tatum.
Yeah, we're not buying your Hasbara propaganda.
Get out of here, Talmud Tatum.
Yeah, we're trying to listen to a real-ass
Candace, take it away.
So he's upset, and he goes on to talk about how people online who don't know the full story are digging stuff up, and like, this guy's really a good guy. And I'm going to have Camino actually explain what really happened that put him into prison. Let me know if you're buying this story that he's about to tell. Take a listen.
So this is like early 90s, a nice little beach community in Orange County. And I get accused of a crime that I did not commit. It's a falsely accused. It's an underage girl thing.
Prosecutor said he approached young girls, lured them into secluded spots such as a riverbed and the basement of a house by asking them to find his cat.
They bring this girl and they film an interview.
Are you serious?
And it's this interview where the kid doesn't care what she's saying. She's not upset. She thinks she's waiting for her mom in a dentist office. Eventually, they get her to say that there was some inappropriate touching on that.
Bro molested children and denies it.
Where's a millstone when you need one?
Back to you, Candace.
Not for real.
Camino grabbed the girl's hand and forced her to touch him. We're talking about third graders, not toddlers whose memories might be iffy, who might have difficulty communicating things, might not find the right words, might not be sure of themselves, but 8-year-olds who are fully online mentally.
This whole thing is a total sham.
They say they have footprints and forensic evidence, and they have 17 specific items that they're looking for. They get 11 of them. So I did 1,536 days for a crime that I didn't commit.
Well, they found 11 out of 17 items related to the investigation.
Wow,
Yeah.
sounds like total accident. What a creep.
Yeah, lock him up again for lying. What an insult to all the minors he lured into basements to touch, right?
I'd like to lure him into a basement, if you know what I mean.
Maybe if you stopped eating goy slop and could say Christ is king, I'd believe you.
But tolerance is strength.
Introducing the all-new Goyslop Junior Filet. Die of diabetes.
I hate myself.
Goyslop Junior.
Because tolerance is strength.
So it's just all one big conspiracy that involved 2 counties, neighborhoods filled with parents and children. A witness who still to this day remembers and emailed me to remind me about this, people who posted and said this is absurd and brought it forward into Rob's church and said it's absurd that you are allowing him to be around youth despite his record. Also his ex-wife and the appellate court.
Shut it down, Candace. Pedophilia is not pertinent to the discussion. Now, back to blaming Christians. It has nothing to do with us. You just hate Jews.
The CIA implications of who exactly started the Calvary Chapel, Chuck Smith is his name. The implications here, when you look at all of the military characters that are involved, really have me asking a lot of questions.
Nobody asks questions without us shutting it down. Do you want to end up like JFK, Jackie, or your good friend Charlie Kirkberg, the Jew lover?
That's right, Producer Berg. How about we mass strike her YouTube account and smear her on the ADL? That'll teach her not to question things. And by the way, I despise all of you people.
Isn't that cute? Shapiro-Stein believes the FBI and CIA narrative. Remind me again, what are your sources?
My sources are the President of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, Kash Patel, the head of the FBI, Dan Bongino, the Deputy Head of the FBI, and Pam Bondi, the Attorney General. And those aren't just my sources. They're everybody's sources because they publicly came out and said this.
Wow. Poor guy is like really retarded.
That's based. Ching chong.
Okay, now let's get back to talking about Mikey, also known as the Chief of Staff, or Rob, the lying pastor's son.
And my husband's Chief of Staff, the amazing Mikey McCoy.
My friend Mikey McCoy, the brilliant 24-year-old who at the time when Charlie was shot was 23 and was a hero that day.
I used to be known as Charlie Kirk's pastor, now I'm known as Mikey McCoy's dad.
The minute Charlie was shot, he called me, says, Dad, Charlie's been shot in the neck. Please call every pastor and pray. I said, okay, son. He has wits about him. He was just directing. He had blood all over him. And
there's the first lie.
Yeah, he literally dipped off mid-phone call and won't give out his call logs.
What a coward.
Except Mikey did not have blood anywhere near him because Mikey was behind the tent when Charlie got shot.
I want to address something. The stupidity of the internet. Oh, signals? Really? You're going to put that garbage out that they were giving hand signals?
I don't know, man. It kind of looked like hand signals.
Real.
I guess we're the crazy ones.
That was Fred Turek. He was covered in blood because he was giving Charlie CPR.
And false.
Looks like lie number 2.
Literally nobody followed protocol on addressing a gun wound. Nobody.
Let's see what the normies think of Mikey fleeing his buddy after he got assassinated in public.
And then you see more and more that they're taking the body and bringing it into the van, and he's all the way over there on the phone.
It was Charlie's dream to always go to Asia, and Blake and I got the gift of being able to tag along for that. And so I brought the camera with me. I've never traveled with the camera before, but I decided, it'd be a good idea to mic Charlie up, do some content with him while we're there. And
don't see this intrinsic evil when I look at Mikey McCoy's eyes. But, however, I do think he was hyped. Okay. I think Mikey was promised or told or encouraged that he would become the new Charlie. And it is a fact that was the #1 sentiment that we received from our Turning Point USA insiders following Charlie's assassination.
Shut it down, Candace. If you don't get the heck off my show, you're getting the Jackie treatments. I'm this close. You really want to test me?
So cranky.
Jeez. Okay. Producer Berg says we got to shut it down or I'm not getting that raise.
Ah, come on. We didn't even get to the Boyers or Andrew Colvett yet.
That's so antiseptic. Stop mentioning Israel.
When did you become such a pussy?
You're right.
Bussa.
I think I might have unfollowed Jake GTV because I feel absolutely retarded.
I mean, shout out to JGTV. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into this monologue. I know that was one of those play this and say nothing. One of those moments, like send this to your homie and say nothing. Now, the Candace clips, those are all real. None of those Candace clips you could actually find on her show, and everything she's alleging, that's actually what she's saying. So, I mean, shout out to JGTV, whoever runs that, because I mean, hey, man, this guy's AI use is top notch. So, yeah, shout out to that guy. But that was pretty much the lineup of the story. And yes, those two guys at the table, those are actually some of the charge. I mean, yes, the other guy was pretty much alleged to be, leading little girls, and the other guy over there hired a pedophile like 28 years ago or so. So yes, you could actually follow that on Candace's page, or if you just want to go ahead and look it up all on X or something, you can find all the same clips on X. So yeah, that's what's going on with the Charlie Kirk situation. If you ain't been knowing, I mean, apparently the whole Tyler Robinson thing is just being thrown out the window. He's a patsy. We're not going with the JFK bullshit no more. So hey, I mean, that's where we're at with it. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into this monologue, because I want to talk about Mondani and Trump. Because like I said from yesterday, I'm actually happy that Mondani pulled up, came to Trump. They were able to talk stuff out, and it didn't turn into a shouting match. It didn't have a Trump and Zelensky moment. People were thinking it was going to be, well, part 2 or part 3, and it didn't happen. And I'm actually happy that Trump can sit down, and Mondani can sit down. I'm impressed with both parties, that they could both sit down regardless of what their party thinks of each other, because we all know Trump's party think this guy's a jihadist, communist, socialist, and we all know Mondani's side think this man's the next Hitler. The fact that these two were able to come together regardless of the language that their parties say about each other is absolutely amazing, and it shows incredible amounts of maturity. And I know I'm saying this about Mondani, but I'm also saying it about Trump, so level with me here. But yeah, I'm truly impressed with that. We need to see more of that, not just between Mondani and Trump, but with more, I would say more of the radicalized senators and Congress people as well, on the left and the right. Like what Marjorie Taylor Greene said when she apologized for her divisive rhetoric. We need that to come from the left as well. That's why, I mean, I'm happy that Marjorie Taylor Greene said it in a way, but she also needs to point at the left and be like, yeah, but you guys call some crazy things too. The apology just can't come from us. We do need to come together and say, look, we're going to go ahead and drop the harsh ass rhetoric. We're going to stop demonizing each other. And we're actually going to have some real debate here. That what needs to happen. I actually think that's what happened between Trump and Mondani. And, hopefully that interview tomorrow with Mondani shows that. But speaking of language of both sides, let's talk about the language on the left and the right. Because the language on the left is that, well, hey, we don't need to pay attention to these MAGA supporters, a bunch of fascists, homophobic, misogynist people. We don't need to hear them out or nothing. Honestly, we just need to look down and talk down on them and think that we're going to get them to their side by talking down on them. I mean, that's just the language of the left. Now, the language on the right is that, well, if we just call these guys a whole bunch of baby killers and atheists, baby killers, atheists, radical socialists, then somehow these names will bring them out over to our side. Now, there's people in the middle who actually want to come with a better approach than this, like myself. I don't just want to go over there and just bash them for all ideas. I actually want to meet them at eye level, talk it out, and maybe through a civil conversation, I could somewhat bring them to the middle, or, hey, miracles can happen. I can bring them all the way over to my side. But that can only be done when you're talking to people eye level. You're not trying to talk down on them. That's the only time it can be done. And even I fail at this sometimes because what can I say? I get irritated sometimes, or I just stop taking the conversation seriously if this person's not, and I end up start being a clown sometimes. It is what it is. And what can I say? I give out, hey, if you want to give me bad energy, I can do it too. Actually, I can do it 10 times better. But the language, though, the language that we use at each other do need to be dialed down. And I'm mainly talking to the left because we're not calling you guys Nazis. We're not calling you guys people that went around and are blamed for killing millions of people. We're not doing that to you guys. So I like for you to slow down that rhetoric a little bit. I know some of y'all can't help yourselves. And let's be real, some of these people hide behind their political views as something that, I don't know, that gives them confidence in their intellectual ways, or how they intellectually present themselves, which is terrible, by the way. I'll be real with you. If you think debating like Dean Withers or Get a Job Parker is classy, if you think it's respectful, if you think it's mature, it's not. It's a very immature way of coming into a debate. It's a very immature way of dealing with people. And then if you think that they're actually out there trying to convert MAGA people, they're not. They're over there trying to shame them and trying to embarrass them for views. I'll say it right here. If I ever did that to a Dem, I apologize. I don't want to sit here and try to just shame you for views. I actually want to sit here and have a real conversation. And if you end up looking stupid in the process, that ain't my fault. Okay? It's not what I was trying to do. I'm weak. Shout out to Castro. S.E.T talks down to Castro all the time. Well, Castro, if I ever did, I apologize. I'll say it right now, even though I don't believe you. But hey, if I did, I'm sorry. Shout out Castro. Shout out to my dog Castro. And I appreciate all the support, guys. I really do. Now, let's get on to the next topic of what Candace Owens and Myron Gaines was talking about, modern dating. Now, this is going to be a topic that I don't really take. It's a topic that I don't really take on too much. Why? Because, well, you know, the whole red pill thing. Once you talk about dating, they try to lump you in with the red pill guys, and that ain't me. Okay, that ain't me. Okay, I know I'm somewhat of a misogynist. I know sometimes I bring it up, but I don't try to make it the main thing. Why? Because sometimes you can't help but have divisive rhetoric within it. It's very divisive rhetoric that I feel like separates men and women instead of bring them together. Now, it's okay to call out the unfairness of marriage and all that good stuff, but I mean, how long are we going to talk about it and not be about it? I mean, we've been talking about marriage being bullshit for a minute, but we still are out here trying to get young men to get married. No, I mean, this is going to sound crazy to some of y'all, but I think we need to boycott marriage. Until marriage contract is worked out in a way that favors both men and women, our young men and men now need to boycott marriage until we get these laws fixed. And we should just go ahead and boycott it all together. Don't play no games with them. And if you're in a marriage right now, it's all good. Stay in your marriage, okay? Okay, cool. I ain't trying to tell y'all to just divorce y'all wife or nothing. No. I'm just saying, until these marriage laws get fixed, modern dating is always going to be effed. It's always going to be screwed, because the end result is going to be an effed up contract for the man to get in. And I mean, it's all effed up. I mean, here's the thing. The whole problem with marriage, what people forget, is that it's a religious covenant. It's you and your wife going to outside the house of God, promising to stay together and be there for each other throughout the end of time. And you coming in God's house, doing this, making this promise, making this vow to each other. And y'all telling me in 5 years, y'all just gonna break that vow that y'all set under God's house? I mean, for my more religious guys, I mean, they're not going for that. I mean, I'm not even going for that. Not even the most religious guy. But you ain't gonna have me looking like a liar in God's house. I'll be damned. But let's be real here. It also does lay into the affordability issue as well. As things have gotten less affordable, well, families have gotten smaller, and that's the fact of the matter. Yes, as things have gotten less affordable, families have gotten smaller. Actually, I believe there's this video on here that I had on X. I think it's at the very top right here. Check this video out, bro. It's actually goes into my point, because I want you to imagine you paying these prices and how easy would have been able to afford 4 or 5 kids.
How much did y'all pay for y'all's first house?
No, we're not going to do that.
They don't want to answer.
Your first house?
No, we're not going to. We don't want to participate.
How much?
They know the answer is so disrespectful. I ain't gonna lie. Some of these boomers know what they're doing. Some of these boomers know that they've stolen from the younger generation, and they don't even want to admit it.
Did y'all pay for y'all's first house?
$37,000 for it.
1,000?
But that was in 1980.
80? How do you put, was that your first house?
That's my. I'm the mother-in-law.
How much was your first house?
My first house was $16,000.
How much did you pay for your first house?
Oh, goodness gracious.
That's a long, long time ago. $268.
Wait, wait,
What?
Yes.
that cheap?
Yes. Yes. I remember that.
How much did you pay for your first house?
Why?
Boy, would have had a house years ago.
53 years ago. How much was it?
25.6.
How much was
25.
gas prices back then?
Probably about 39 cents.
A gallon?
Yeah.
How much did you pay for your first house?
$12,000. I'm not kidding.
Wow, what year was this?
1969.
How much did you pay for your first house?
None of your business.
Damn.
What?
Turn up.
I do not answer to cold calls.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to call the police unless you leave me alone. Do you understand?
How much did you pay for your first house?
25,000.
Huh?
1,000? What year was this?
Oh my gosh. 45 years ago.
We're on TV.
Yeah, you on TV. What you got to say to them?
Hopefully not YouTube.
Nothing really.
But yep, that is the sad reality of it. As affordability has gotten worse over the years, I mean, yeah, families is getting smaller. But here's the thing with F's with me every time. So our government has seen this happening. And instead of making affordability better for us, they decide to start trying to replace us with immigrants. I mean, the savagery is real. I mean, instead of trying to help us out on affordability so we can start having more kids and more family and all that good stuff, they said, no, F y'all, we're just about to bring in a whole bunch of illegals so we can still underpay y'all and then underpay these guys and also abuse them in the workforce as our modern day slaves. And then we'll have a party, a whole group of people who's going to sit there and defend this form of slavery. Shout out to the Democrats. I mean, hey, it is in y'all history, is it not? But shout out to my man Cash. He says, because Castro is so much more handsome. Why not, Castro? I'll give it to you, brother. I'll give it to you. Shout out to my man Castro, that handsome devil. Now, because of this affordability problem, we have less marriage, and now people are going to people are going to be more socialist. I believe I've heard a lot of people say this. As things become more unaffordable, that people want to start picking up socialist policies, and I get it. I get it. I mean, like, it's like when you become rich, you become a business owner, if you have your own business and all that, well, you start being a little bit more conservative. You have a little bit more money in your pocket, more conservative. If you're a bit more broke, well, you're going to lean a little bit more towards socialism. And I'm talking about socialism, not liberalism, because you can still be a capitalist and liberal. But we're talking about full-on socialism where you reject capitalism outright. And that's what's happening right now in America. I mean, look what happened in New York. I mean, case in point. So if we don't sit here and start focusing on affordability and start making our politicians focus on affordability instead of trying to find a way to bring more people in while ignoring that problem, because the more people they can bring in, I mean, that's how they were able to ignore affordability. I mean, that's how they do it. That's how they're able to ignore declining birth rate. So it kind of seems like they were using illegals to put a blanket over the American people's problems. And some of y'all people let them. Yeah, I mean, absolutely let them do it. And even outright defended it. Crazy, huh? But all right, though, let's move on to the next topic here, because I wanted to get on to Candace Owens. Yes, Candace Owens, man, big Candace. And all right, like I said, I like Candace Owens. I actually used to hate Candace Owens back in the day. And I was on Twitter, and I remember I tweeted at her, and she actually tweeted at me back. Yeah, she tweeted at me back. And she grilled me. I ain't even gonna lie. She grilled me on something I had no idea about. I'm be real with you. I actually had to look it up, and I realized I was wrong. I was like, huh. And I still didn't watch her. I still was like, man, fuck that bitch. Still. It took me a while. It took me maybe like 5 years down the line from that Twitter exchange to actually be like, all right, man, let me listen to what she's saying, because I'm tired of hearing everybody else tell me what she's saying. I actually hated that since I was a liberal. If you always want to tell me what somebody's saying and tell me don't listen to them, guess what? I'm going to go listen to them now. And that's what happened with Candace. And ever since then, everybody liked her, you know? Of course, the liberals hate her. Of course, the left hate her. But everybody in the conservative liked where she was going with stuff. I mean, she did the expose on BLM. I mean, she was talking about the vaccines. But as soon as she started talking about Israel, she's crazy. I mean, she needs to be canceled, kicked out of continents, countries. It's amazing what has came down upon her since she's taken this stance against, well, Israel, or start calling out, I mean, maybe Jewish influence. Point blank. I mean, as soon as she started calling out that, things got a little bit crazy for her. And it's a bit scary. I don't know. I ain't scared of it. I ain't scared of it, but it's scary to see. Like, if it came to me, it is what it is. I'll go ahead and take it to the chin, but it is a bit wild to see that. Wow. I mean, they tell you don't worry about it. They tell you they don't got power like that. But then when you talk about them, they start flexing that power. I mean, hey, it's kind of crazy to sit there and tell people it's anti-Semitic to talk about, that their influence. But then when you talk about them, they flex that influence. I mean, that's why stories like Nick Fuentes is like kind of crazy to hear, because you're like, yo, there should be no group in America that's defended in that way. I know what you're saying. Like, Sean, what you're saying that we should just allow Jewish people to get bashed. I mean, yeah. Yes, actually, yes. I mean, we allow black people to get bashed all the time. We allow white people, Christians, Muslims. Why are Jews special? Why are the Jews special? I don't care. Now, I don't want their people to die. I'm not genocidal towards them, and I like the Jews. I'm just saying, though, if we can criticize all these other groups without fear of being canceled, the Jews should be the same. But that's not the same. If I'm able to criticize the Muslims and their politics overseas, why can't I do the same thing with the Jews? If I'm able to criticize black people and even go all the way outside to Africa and what they're doing over there with the Nigerians and the Somalians and people in Sudan and the bullshit that's going on over there, why can't I talk about what's going on in Israel? I won't get canceled. I won't get ghost banned. I won't get no ghost ban or nothing. Well, shadow banned. No shadow banned or nothing. But if I talk about Israel, that's a whole different story. I mean, you're going to lose people. You're always going to lose people doing that. Like, every single time, you're going to lose people. I guess about the last thing I want to talk about is the Department of Education, because that's what one of the topics were in the last live. So let me go ahead and bring that up again. The Department of Education and its enrichment of its administrative staff and its failure to help fund the education of the American student. And mainly it is the job of, local, property taxes, state, local, and all that good stuff. It's usually up to them, but the government is kind of the cherry on top. And if we can allocate and take those funds away from the administrative and get that put into the children in each of these states, I believe that would give these kids more funding, or give the schools more funding to help educate these children. Will they do that? Man, I don't even know, man. They just might start just enriching themselves and start giving themselves bigger salaries and all that good stuff while leaving out the needs of the teacher. Honestly, we need to pay teachers more. I know this may not be what everybody agreed to, but I honestly think teachers should be like an $80K job. And if you're a really good teacher and your kids get like really high test scores, $140K a year. I mean, trust me, our kids are going to be really smart if we start saying, if you're a good teacher and your kids got good marks, $140K a year, man, you're going to be living nice. Well, depending on where you live, of course. If you're in a red state and you're getting paid at 140 because you're a really good teacher, hey, man, you riding high. If you're in a blue state, you're riding minimum. You're riding in the minimum wage, not minimum wage, but you're kind of riding in the middle class lane, and that's just fine. So that's my thoughts on the DOE. And I definitely do feel like the education system locally has failed students. And let's be real, the DOE ain't doing nothing to help. I mean, it's the Department of Education, but it ain't been helping with education. It just move around funds. It's really the Department of Funds of the funds allocation, not really the Department of Education. And that's what we actually need, a real Department of Education, if there even needs to be one. I mean, leaving out to the states, letting the states do it, and then we're all going to copy the top performers. I mean, to be honest, how can we copy the top performers if the top performers are in these more funded areas? It's a bit harder to compete with top performers when they have a bigger budget than you. And if the government can fill in, or if dismantling the DOE can fill in that budget for the less, I guess be real, for the lower income places, then I'm all for it. But if we can't tackle that problem, we ain't really doing shit. I don't know. That's just my idea on that one, though. I mean, let me go here and look into the chat. Let me see what y'all thinking about. But hey, man, shout out to you guys, man. Shout out to my man Castro, Tove. Appreciate you guys. But all right, now I guess I'm gonna go ahead and step on up out of this one. I guess I done talked about everything that I wanted to talk about that I had written down. I do create a little list of things that I want to talk about at the end of the show. And I appreciate you guys for tuning in and listening to it, man. Y'all some real ones. I appreciate you, man. Love you guys. All right, guys, I'm about to head up out of here. I'm going to give you guys a couple clips to enjoy. Make sure you guys stay safe out there, and God bless. This is Seth from S.E.T Media, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Like, maybe I'm too woke, but I don't find the quarter zip shit funny, because I also didn't find it funny a couple years ago when all those black men put on suits and then stood around in suits. I don't understand what men in general, but especially black men's obsession is with defining themselves by their clothing and not really actively doing any. It's not deeper than just like, well, we can put on suits. I can also put on a suit. What is the point that you're trying to make here? Like, it's like costume. Like, let's dress up as the social idea of success or productivity or decent, productive human being. I don't know. I don't even understand what y'all are trying to communicate to us. Y'all are constantly like essentially dressing up as white men. Like, that's kind of the underlying idea. Suits, quarter zips, like associating yourself with this like stereotypically white style. Hello? Do y'all not see how that's, one, offensive to you as a black person, upholds white supremacy, but is also reductive of your like humanness? I don't know. It's like everything all the time with them. Nothing lacks.
This might be the most important video that I've ever shared, and I had to re-record this intro 10 times because I can't not say F-bombs because my blood is boiling right now. The president of France just paid, yeah, you heard that right, paid for the assassination of Candace Owens. The president, the leader of a foreign nation, has paid to execute an American journalist, and they're going to do it with a French hit squad that has Israelis involved in it, which means Israel's involved in it. And that means that our government knows about it, and they're not saying anything. So should the government of America, the one that we give 53% of our paycheck to, care to protect an American journalist? You might want to listen to this story. Check this. So 2 days ago, I was contacted by a high-ranking government employee in the French government. After determining this person's position and proximity to the French couple, I have deemed that the information that they have given to me to be credible enough to share publicly in the event that something happens. In short, this person claims that the Macrons have executed upon and paid for my assassination. Yes, you read that correctly. More specifically, that the green light was given to a small team in National Gendarmerie Intervention Group. I am told that there is one Israeli that is also on the assassination squad and that the plans were formalized. Again, this person provided concrete proof that they are well placed within the French government apparatus. Further to this point, this person claims that Charlie Kirk's assassin trained with the French Legion 13 barrage with multiple state involvement. Journalist Xavier Persaud life is also at risk. This is deadly serious. The head of the state of France apparently wants us both dead and has authorized professional units to carry this out. I ask that every person retweet this and share this. I do not know who in the American government can be trusted, since this source claims our leaders are aware. But I have more specific information, which is definitely verifiable, should they care to reach out to me. To the brave officials in France who have did this because they were so moved by the evil of Charlie's public execution to their own risk, may God bless you, truly. There should be no bigger news story tomorrow. Every news outlet across America should be running this headline right here. And you know Candace doesn't say things like this without the receipts. So let's watch for all the attacks to come in, see who they're coming in by, and then we know exactly who you should never frickin' trust. You should
be able not only to love his enemies, but also to hate his friends. It sounds almost blasphemous in a world where we're taught that friendship is sacred and hatred is poison. And yet there's a profound truth hiding in these words that most of us are too uncomfortable to acknowledge. To love your enemies requires seeing beyond the surface, recognizing the humanity in those who oppose you, finding understanding where instinct demands rejection. But to hate your friends, that's the more difficult task. It means being willing to stand in opposition to those you care for when they are wrong. It means refusing to let affection blind you to falsehood. The person who seeks knowledge cannot afford the luxury of unconditional agreement. They must be willing to challenge even those ideas that come from beloved sources. They must recognize when loyalty becomes complicity, when friendship becomes an echo chamber. The pursuit of knowledge demands that we see the world and the people in it as they truly are. And sometimes that means loving what hurts us and questioning what comforts us. It's not easy, but then again, truth never